Never thought I'd teach my own blood a lesson this late in life. I'm 82 years old now, and I've spent my whole life believing that family comes first and you give more than you take. That's how my husband and I raised our 3 kids. We built a small hardware store from nothing back in 1968, worked ourselves to the bone for 43 years, and always thought our children would appreciate what we'd built for them. My oldest son, Daniel, is 57 now. His brother moved to California about 15 years ago for work, and his sister lives out in Texas with her own family. They're good kids, but they've got their own lives. When my husband died 3 years ago, I thought I'd manage. The store was all I had left of him. Every shelf he'd installed, every supplier relationship he'd built, every regular customer who still asked about him. But grief is heavy, and running a business alone at 79 felt impossible some days. I'd catch myself forgetting orders or mixing up invoices. The stress was eating me alive. 6 months after the funeral, Daniel showed up at the store on a Tuesday morning. He didn't usually visit during the week. He took me to lunch at the diner down the street and told me he was worried about me. Said I looked tired, that I was working too hard for someone my age. He offered to help with the business, just the paperwork at first, maybe handling some of the supplier calls. I cried right there in the booth because I was so relieved. My son wanted to help me. My firstborn, who'd always been responsible and smart with money, was going to take some of the weight off my shoulders. It started small. He'd come by twice a week to go through invoices and handle the bookkeeping. Then he started dealing with the suppliers directly, because he said they were taking advantage of me on prices. By month 4, he convinced me that I needed to sign over management rights so he could make decisions faster when I wasn't there. He brought papers to the house, showed me where to sign, explained that it was just a formality so he could negotiate better deals with vendors. I trusted him completely. He was my son. 8 months in, I signed more documents. He said they were updating the business structure for tax purposes, that it would save me money in the long run. I didn't read them carefully. I should have, but I didn't. My husband had always handled that stuff, and Daniel seemed to know what he was doing. He'd gotten quieter by then, visiting less often. When I'd call to ask about the store, he'd say everything was fine and that he was handling it. I figured he was just busy. Then, one Tuesday afternoon, about a year after he'd started helping, a man I'd never seen before knocked on my front door. He introduced himself as the new owner of the hardware store. I actually laughed because I thought he was confused. But he showed me paperwork, a bill of sale dated 2 months earlier. Daniel had sold the store, my husband's legacy. And this stranger was asking me about some final payment Daniel had promised him as part of the deal. I couldn't breathe right for about 10 minutes after he left. I called Daniel 6 times that day. He didn't answer. I called the next day. Nothing. On the 3rd day, I drove to his house and his wife said he was at work. I waited in my car for 4 hours until he got home. When he finally came outside, I showed him the papers. I asked him what he'd done. He didn't even look ashamed. He actually seemed annoyed that I was upset. He told me it was better this way, that I didn't need the stress anymore, that he was securing the family's future. I asked him where my money was, the money from the sale. He said he'd invested it. When I asked invested in what, he got irritated and said I wouldn't understand the details. That's when he told me about the house. My house. The one I'd lived in for 41 years. Daniel had refinanced it at some point and tied it to the business as collateral, something about needing capital for improvements. I was being evicted in 60 days. He'd also been managing my savings account, helping me organize my finances, he'd called it, and somehow that was empty too. I asked him how he could do this to me. He said I was being too emotional, that this was exactly why he'd had to handle things himself. Then he left, just got in his car and drove away while I stood in his driveway. My other kids called when they heard. They were furious with Daniel, but too far away to do anything practical. Everyone felt sorry for me. Poor old woman, too trusting, too naive, taken advantage of by her own son. Even I started believing I was just a foolish old lady who'd let this happen. But I'd been quiet before in my life, and quiet doesn't mean weak. It just means you're thinking. I moved into a one-bedroom apartment at a senior living complex, about 40 minutes from where I used to live. I paid the deposit and first month's rent by selling my jewelry and using a small emergency fund Daniel didn't know existed. My husband had always told me to keep something separate, just in case. I never thought the in case would be my own son. The apartment was fine. Small, but fine. Shared common areas, activities on Thursdays, bingo on Saturdays. I kept to myself mostly those first few weeks, but I watched Daniel's Facebook page every few days. He bought a new Audi 3 weeks after I moved, posted photos of it in his driveway. A month later, he and his wife were in Hawaii. Beach photos, resort restaurants, sunset cocktails. All of it paid for with my husband's 43 years of work. My daughter called every Sunday to check on me. My son in California sent money once, which I sent back. They felt guilty they couldn't do more, but what could they do? Daniel had done everything legally, apparently. A lawyer I consulted said I'd sign the documents myself, that fighting it would cost more than I had and probably wouldn't work anyway. Everyone thought I was done, helpless, too old and too trusting to fight back. 3 weeks after I moved in, I was having breakfast in the common area when I remembered Robert. He'd been our accountant for 26 years before he retired. He was around 78 now, maybe 79. We'd always gotten along well, and my husband had trusted him completely. More importantly, Robert was the type who kept copies of everything. He used to joke that he had filing cabinets in his garage going back 30 years because you never knew when you'd need old records. I called him that afternoon. We met for lunch at a diner near his place, and I told him everything. He didn't say much while I talked, just listened and took notes on a napkin. When I finished, he sat back and said Daniel had always been too clever for his own good, even as a kid. Then he told me to give him a week. We started meeting twice a week at the public library. Robert brought boxes of old files from the store, tax returns, quarterly reports, payroll records, sales logs, things I'd signed over the years without really reading because that was his job, and I trusted him to handle it right. We went through 2 years of records from when Daniel was managing things. Robert made lists, highlighted sections, cross-referenced dates. It took about 6 weeks, but we found it. Daniel had been skimming for months before the sale. Phantom employees on payroll. Inflated expense reports for supplies that never existed. Cash sales that weren't reported. Robert estimated he'd stolen close to $80,000 before he even sold the place. But the real problem was the taxes. Daniel had underreported the store's income by nearly $200,000 over 2 years. And when he sold the business, he'd structured the sale to hide most of the profit. He reported maybe a third of what he actually made. Robert said it was tax evasion, plain and simple, and the IRS didn't take that lightly. We spent another 2 weeks organizing everything. Robert made a comprehensive file with tabs and highlighted sections, and a timeline of every discrepancy. I wrote a letter explaining who I was, what had happened, and why I was bringing this to their attention. Robert knew someone at the IRS from his accounting days, not well, but enough to know where to send the package so it wouldn't just sit in a pile somewhere. 2 months after I'd been evicted from my own home, I mailed everything to the IRS. Robert sent copies to the state tax authority too, just to be thorough. He warned me it wouldn't be quick, and it wouldn't be pretty. He asked if I was sure I wanted to do this to my own son. I told him my husband had built that business with his bare hands, and Daniel had spit on his grave. Robert nodded and didn't ask again. For 4 months, nothing happened. Daniel kept posting on Facebook. A new boat in July. A weekend trip to Vegas in August. He'd taken the store sale money and leveraged it into some new business venture with partners. Something about commercial real estate. He was living like he'd earned every penny himself. I went about my life. Played cards at the senior center. Volunteered in the community garden. Made friends with my neighbors. I didn't tell anyone what I'd done. Not my daughter. Not my son in California. This was between me and Daniel. Then in November, 5 months after I'd sent the package, Daniel's accounts got frozen. The IRS launched a full audit and started a criminal investigation. He called me for the first time in 8 months, panicking, asking if I'd heard they were investigating him. I told him that sounded very stressful, and I hoped he had a good lawyer. He was too self-absorbed to suspect his elderly mother had anything to do with it. Within 3 weeks, everything collapsed. The business partners pulled out when they realized Daniel couldn't access his funds. They threatened to sue him. His wife started asking questions about where all the money had really gone. The friends who'd been enjoying his generosity stopped returning his calls. The IRS sent letters about potential criminal charges for fraud and tax evasion. I got a letter from the IRS in December, thanking me for my civic duty and informing me that my information had led to a significant investigation. Daniel was drowning in legal fees, his marriage was falling apart, and the new business deal was dead. I hadn't spoken to him in 7 months. And then last Tuesday he knocked on my apartment door. I almost didn't answer the door. I could see him through the peephole looking terrible. He'd lost weight, had dark circles under his eyes, and his clothes looked like he'd slept in them. This was the first time he'd ever visited my apartment. In the 10 months since I'd moved here, he'd never once asked where I lived or if I was okay. I let him in without saying anything. He sat on my couch and put his head in his hands for a minute before he started talking. His wife had filed for divorce. The lawyers had drained what was left of his accessible accounts. The IRS was relentless, going through every transaction from the past 5 years. The business partners were suing him for breach of contract. He'd lost the boat, the Audi was repossessed, and he was living in a rental apartment smaller than mine. Everything was gone. Then he asked if I could help him get back on his feet. Said he was still my son, that family should stick together in hard times. He mentioned maybe I could talk to Robert, see if there was some way to fix the tax situation, or perhaps I could loan him some money to hire a better attorney. He never apologized, never acknowledged what he'd done to me. Just sat there expecting me to save him because that's what mothers do. I got up and made tea. I took my time with it, let the kettle whistle, poured 2 cups, brought them to the coffee table. I sat down across from him and smiled. Not a warm smile, just a knowing one. I told him he was right. It was better this way. He didn't need the stress of all that money. Those were his exact words to me, 10 months ago in his driveway. I watched his face as he realized I'd just thrown his own excuse back at him. He stared at me for a long moment. Then he asked if I was the one who turned him in. I didn't confirm or deny anything, just kept that same calm smile and sipped my tea. He got angry then, raised his voice, demanded to know if I'd destroyed his life on purpose. I told him I had a card game at 3, and he should probably leave. He stood up fast enough that his cup rattled on the table, called me vindictive, said I was a bitter old woman who couldn't stand to see him succeed. I didn't respond to any of it, just walked to the door and opened it. He stormed out without another word, and I watched from my window as he stood by his car for a minute. An old Honda now, nothing like the Audi. He looked back at my building once, then got in and drove away. His shoulders still had that same arrogant set to them, just emptier this time. I went back to my tea. It had gone lukewarm, but I drank it anyway. My husband used to say the hardest lessons come with the quietest revenge. He'd been talking about a supplier who'd tried to cheat us once, but the phrase stuck with me. I'd spent my whole life being kind and generous and putting others first. But kindness doesn't mean you let people destroy you, and quiet doesn't mean defeated. My daughter calls more often now. So does my son in California. They both feel guilty they didn't protect me better, didn't see what Daniel was doing. I tell them I'm fine, and I mean it. The senior center has become home. I have friends here. We play cards on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I help with the community garden. I don't need much, and what I have is actually mine. Daniel tried calling twice more over the next few weeks. I didn't answer. My neighbor told me she heard through someone that he'd moved 2 states away, trying to start over.
My other kids have written him off completely after they learned the full story. My daughter said she'd never forgive him for what he did to me. Last week I got a letter from him in the mail. It's been sitting on my kitchen table for 3 days now, unopened. I look at it every morning when I have my coffee, and every evening when I make dinner. My neighbor says I should throw it away, that he doesn't deserve even a minute of my time. My daughter says I should read it, that maybe he's finally learned something. I'm 82 years old, and I've already taught him the hardest lesson he'll ever learn. But that envelope keeps staring at me. Part of me wonders if it's an apology. Part of me doesn't care anymore. Part of me thinks maybe there's something in there that matters. Or maybe there isn't, and that would tell me something too. I still haven't decided if I'm going to open it. They thought I'd be too weak to notice what they stole. I'm an 84-year-old grandfather, and my whole life I believed family meant loyalty. I raised 3 grandkids, Mark, 32, Sarah, 29, and Tommy, 26, because their parents couldn't get their act together. My daughter Linda, 54, and her ex-husband were always drowning in some kind of crisis. Money issues, job losses, relationship drama. So those kids ended up at my house more often than not. I fed them, bought their school clothes, paid for their education. Mark even lived with me all through college. I thought if you loved people enough, raised them right, they'd turn out decent. About 3 years ago, my health started going downhill. Nothing too dramatic at first, just the usual getting old garbage. My diabetes got harder to control, my knees gave out, and I had a small stroke that slowed me down a bit. Made everything take longer, made me tire out faster. That's when Mark approached me about helping with my finances. He wanted to manage my accounts, handle the property taxes, deal with all the paperwork. He had a business degree and worked at some consulting firm, always seemed responsible. I trusted him completely, handed everything over without a second thought. For about 1.5 years, things seemed fine. Mark would come by once a month and we'd sit at my kitchen table going over bills. He'd bring printouts of my bank statements, show me the numbers. Everything looked right to me. I mean, I'm old, but I'm not stupid. But those bank statements with their tiny font might as well have been written in another language. My eyes aren't what they used to be. I trusted what he showed me. Then I got a phone call that changed everything. My old friend Pete called me on a Tuesday afternoon. We served in the Army together back in the 60s, and now he works as a notary, semi-retired. He asked me if I was sure about selling that plot of land I owned on the east side of town, the land I'd been planning to pass down to my grandkids eventually. I had no idea what he was talking about. Pete went quiet on the other end. Then he told me he had paperwork with my signature on it. The sale had gone through 2 months prior. I felt my blood go cold. I hung up and immediately tried calling Mark. He didn't answer.
I called him 4 more times that day and got nothing. Finally, he sent me a text saying he was busy with work and would come by that weekend. When Mark showed up on Saturday, he brought Linda with him. That should have been my first warning sign right there. I confronted them in my living room, showed them the documents Pete had faxed over. Mark barely glanced at them before he started explaining. He said I'd agreed to sell the land, that we'd discussed it months ago, that I wanted to liquidate some assets to make managing everything easier. He said I'd signed all the paperwork myself. I looked at that signature, and it did look like mine, but shakier somehow. Like someone had traced it or tried to copy my handwriting when my hand wasn't steady. I told them straight up that I never agreed to any of this. I didn't remember any conversation about selling that land. That's when Linda spoke up. My own daughter looked me right in the eyes and said I was getting confused, that I forgot things now. She said we'd all talked about this together, that I'd been worried about property taxes on land I never used anyway. Mark nodded along with this real, sympathetic look on his face. He told me he thought the stroke had affected me more than I wanted to admit, that I'd been forgetting a lot of their conversations lately. I just stood there shaking, and they both watched me with these patient, pitying expressions, like I was a confused child who didn't understand what was happening. That look hurt worse than finding out about the theft. The way they stared at me, the way they talked down to me like I was senile. I didn't have real proof yet, not the kind that would stand up to scrutiny. So I made a decision right there. I backed down, nodded slowly and said, maybe they were right. Maybe I was forgetting things more than I realized. Mark actually patted my shoulder and said we'd work through this together, that he'd keep helping me stay organized. They left after that, and I sat in my recliner for 3 hours, just thinking, going over every conversation I'd had with Mark in the past 2 years, trying to remember if I'd really agreed to anything or if they were gaslighting me. But I knew the truth. I knew I never approved that sale. That's when I decided something important. If they wanted to treat me like a senile old fool, I'd let them think they'd won. I'd play the part they expected while I figured out exactly what they'd done and how far it went. Because if Mark had forged documents to sell my land, what else had he stolen? How much money had he taken? And how long had Linda known about it? I spent that whole night awake, planning. I had friends in this town, good people who'd known me for decades, people who'd helped me figure out the truth. Mark thought he was dealing with a weak, confused old man who wouldn't fight back. But he forgot something important. I might be old and I might be slow now, but I didn't get to 84 by being stupid, and I sure as hell didn't survive this long by letting people walk all over me, family or not. The next morning I started making phone calls, first to Pete, then to my accountant Gerald. I was going to find out exactly what Mark and Linda had stolen from me. And then I was going to make sure they paid for every single cent. Over the next 2 weeks, I played my role perfectly. When Mark called to check in, I'd forget small details on purpose. Mixed up Sarah's name with Tommy's once or twice. Asked him the same question twice in one conversation. I could hear the relief in his voice every time I did it. He thought I was really declining. Thought he'd gotten away with everything. But Mark didn't know I was making other calls when he wasn't around. Real calls to people who actually gave a damn about me. I started with Pete. Asked him to dig deeper into that land sale, look at every detail. Pete's always been meticulous, even back in our Army days. Within a week, he found problems with the paperwork. The timestamps didn't line up right. There was a notary stamp from a woman who'd actually retired 6 months before the documents were supposedly signed. Pete documented everything, took photos, made copies. He told me this was serious fraud, and I needed to get law enforcement involved. I told him I would, but not yet. I needed to know the full extent of what they'd done first. Next, I called Gerald. He's been my accountant for 20 years, sharp as ever despite being almost as old as me. I gave him complete access to my bank accounts, all of them. Not just the printouts Mark had been showing me, but the real statements going back 3 years. I told Gerald to look at everything, find anything unusual, and don't hold back on the bad news. What Gerald found made me physically sick. Mark had been stealing from me for almost 2 years. He'd started small, probably testing to see if I'd notice. 200 here, 500 there. Amounts that blended in with my normal monthly expenses, not enough to trigger fraud alerts from the bank. But over time, it added up. Gerald calculated that Mark had taken nearly $45,000 from my accounts. Money I'd been saving to split between all 3 grandkids when I died. Money I'd worked my whole life to put aside. The land sale was even worse. That property was worth about $180,000, maybe more. Mark sold it to some developer for $165,000. Probably rushed it. Probably found someone who wouldn't ask too many questions about an old man's property suddenly hitting the market. According to Pete's investigation, all that money went into an account that Mark shared with Linda. My daughter had known the entire time. She'd helped him do this to me. Gerald found something else, too. Mark had tried to add himself as a co-owner on my primary checking account 3 separate times. The bank denied it each time because they needed me there in person to authorize it. That's probably when he realized he couldn't get full access to my accounts, so he went after the land instead. Something he could forge documents for without me having to show up at a bank. Gerald put together a report with every transaction, every forged signature, every inconsistency he could find. He told me this was what he called prosecutor's wet dream material. Everything documented, everything traceable, everything provable in court. I took all of it to Tom Hendricks next. Tom's an old poker buddy, still practicing law, though he mainly handles estates now. He read through everything Gerald and Pete had compiled, and his whole expression changed. Got real serious. He explained that what Mark and Linda did was financial elder abuse, which was a felony in our state. Multiple felonies, actually, given the forgery and fraud involved. Then he asked me what I wanted to do about it. I told him I wanted to file a police report, wanted everything documented officially. But I wanted to do it quietly, without confronting Mark and Linda first. I wanted to file the report while I was still playing the confused, forgetful grandfather they thought I was. Tom understood exactly what I meant. We went to the police station on a Tuesday afternoon. Gerald drove me there, but I walked in on my own 2 feet and sat down with a detective named Morrison. She specialized in elder abuse cases and didn't waste any time. I gave her my full statement, showed her everything Gerald and Pete had found. She told me these investigations take months usually. They'd need to subpoena financial records, build a solid case, get warrants. I told her I had nothing but time. For the next 3 months, I kept up the act with Mark. He'd stop by every couple of weeks, still pretending to help with my finances. I played confused, asked simple questions, let him think he had complete control of the situation. Sometimes Linda came with him. She'd make me lunch, act like she cared, ask about my health, all while knowing exactly what they'd stolen from me. It was the hardest thing I've ever done, sitting across from them at my own kitchen table, watching them lie right to my face, pretending I didn't know. There were moments I wanted to explode, wanted to throw them out and tell them I knew everything, but I didn't. I stayed calm. Stayed in character. Let them think they'd won. Detective Morrison would call me every few weeks with updates. They'd gotten the warrants. They'd seized financial records. They were building the case. The prosecutor's office was confident. I just had to wait. Mark even asked me about updating my will during one of his visits. Said I should make sure everything was in order, that it would make things easier for everyone when I passed. I told him I'd think about it. What I was really thinking was that he'd never see a dime of my money, not after what he'd done. But I didn't say that, just nodded and changed the subject. The investigation wrapped up in early September.
Detective Morrison called me on a Wednesday and said they were moving forward with arrests. She asked if I wanted to be somewhere else when it happened, somewhere with an alibi that would make me look even more like the confused old man Mark thought I was. I told her I'd be at Gerald's office the next morning, going over some paperwork. She said that would work perfectly. The arrests were scheduled for Thursday. Thursday morning came, and I was sitting in Gerald's office when it all went down. We weren't actually doing much, just killing time while the police did their job.
Gerald kept checking his watch. I pretended to look over some bank statements, but I couldn't focus on anything. They arrested Mark at his office around 10 in the morning, walked right into his consulting firm and took him out in handcuffs in front of all his co-workers. Linda they picked up at her house that afternoon. The charges were extensive, according to Detective Morrison. Financial elder abuse, forgery, fraud, theft. Everything we documented over those 3 months. Mark called me from jail that first night. I saw his name on my phone and just stared at it until it went to voicemail. He left a frantic message asking what was happening, saying there must be some mistake, begging me to call him back. I deleted it without listening to the whole thing. Linda called the next day crying. She said I needed to tell the police I was confused, that I'd made a mistake with my statement. Her lawyer told her that if I recanted everything, they might drop the charges. She kept saying I didn't understand what I was doing, that I was going to ruin her life over a misunderstanding. I let her finish talking. Then I told her I remembered everything perfectly, and I knew exactly what they'd done. I hung up after that. The land sale got voided within 2 weeks. Pete's investigation proved the documents were fraudulent, and the developer who'd bought it was pissed but couldn't fight the evidence. The property deed transferred back into my name. The developer ended up suing Mark for the money they'd paid him, which just added to his legal problems. I almost felt bad about that part. Almost. The stolen money was harder to recover. Mark had spent a good chunk of it, and what was left in the joint account he shared with Linda got frozen as evidence. The prosecutor told me restitution would be part of any plea deal or sentencing, so I'd probably get most of it back eventually. Probably. But that wasn't really the point anymore. Sarah and Tommy didn't know what to do when they found out. Sarah called me crying, saying she couldn't believe Mark would do something like this. Tommy came by in person and apologized for not noticing anything was wrong. I told them both the same thing. They didn't do anything wrong. This wasn't their fault, and I didn't blame them for their brother's choices. But I still made changes. I updated my will and split everything between Sarah and Tommy. Mark gets nothing. Linda gets nothing. I also set up a trust that Gerald and Tom will manage if I ever actually do become incapacitated. Nobody in my family will have direct access to my finances again. I learned that lesson the hard way. I had a big no trespassing sign installed on my front lawn about a month after the arrests. Bright red letters, very official looking. Mark and Linda both have to drive past my house to get to the main road. I want them to see it every single time they go anywhere. The trial got scheduled for next spring. The prosecutor says they have one of the strongest cases she's ever seen. Mark's lawyer has tried twice to get Tom to convince me to settle, drop the charges in exchange for repayment of the money. I refused both times. This stopped being about the money the second they looked me in the eyes and told me I was too confused to remember my own decisions. My church found out what happened because small towns talk. Some people think I'm being too harsh, that family should forgive family no matter what. Others have been really supportive, bringing me casseroles and checking in on me regularly. It's been eye-opening seeing who actually cares versus who just likes the idea of family loyalty without understanding what it really means. Mark tried to come by last week. I saw him through my front window pulling up to the curb. He got out of his car and just stood there at the edge of my lawn, staring at that no trespassing sign for a good 5 minutes. Then he got back in his car and left. He hasn't tried to contact me since. Linda sent me a letter 2 days ago.
It's still sitting on my kitchen counter unopened. Every time I walk past it, I think about reading it. But I don't know if I want to hear whatever excuses or apologies or justifications she wrote down. Part of me is curious if she'll actually take responsibility, or if she'll just blame me for pressing charges, for being heartless enough to turn in my own family. People keep asking if I regret it, if I wish I'd just let it go and kept the peace. Honestly, I don't know how to answer that. I spent my whole life believing family meant loyalty, that the people you raise and love will do right by you. Finding out I was wrong about Mark and Linda, it changed something fundamental in who I am. But I do know this. I might be old, and I might be slower than I used to be. But I'm not blind. I'm not going to let anyone steal from me and then gaslight me into thinking I'm too senile to notice what happened. So now, I wait for spring and the trial. Gerald manages my accounts, Tom handles my legal stuff, and Pete checks on me twice a week. Sarah and Tommy visit when they can. The house is quieter than it used to be, but at least everything is honest now. I wonder sometimes what Mark and Linda tell people about all this. If they paint me as the villain in their version of events. If they actually believe they didn't do anything wrong. Maybe they do. Maybe that's easier than admitting what kind of people they turned out to be. But here's what keeps me up at night. If I really had been as confused as they pretended I was, if I actually had been too old to notice what they were doing, would they have just kept going? Would they have taken everything? And when I eventually died, would they have stood at my funeral crying while knowing exactly what they'd done to me? I'll never know the answer to that. But I know I made the right choice, even if it cost me my daughter and my eldest grandson. Even if some people think I went too far, because the alternative was letting them get away with it, and I couldn't live with that. All I wanted was family, but they wanted my house instead. I'm 83 years old, a widow, and up until recently, I thought my daughter Sarah and her husband Mark actually cared about me. Turns out I was wrong about a lot of things. My husband died 2 years ago. Heart attack, quick and painless, which I suppose is the best you can hope for at our age. We'd lived in this little house by the lake for 40 years. Nothing fancy, just 3 bedrooms and a decent yard, but it was ours. Paid off the mortgage back in the 90s. After he passed, I kept the place. Everyone expected me to sell, move into one of those senior communities, but I wasn't ready. This house has memories in every corner. I wasn't about to give that up. The first year after his death, I barely heard from Sarah. Maybe a call every few weeks, a visit on holidays. I understood. She has her own life, her own problems. I didn't take it personally. But then something shifted. About a year ago, she started coming around every Sunday. She'd bring groceries. Mark would fix little things around the house. The porch step was loose, so he hammered it down. The gutters needed cleaning. He took care of it. They'd stay for dinner. We'd talk. And for the first time since my husband died, I felt like I had family again. I was grateful. Really, truly grateful. Sarah would make her father's favorite roast, and we'd eat together at the same table where I'd fed her as a child. She'd ask about my week, tell me about her job. Mark would watch whatever game was on TV. It felt normal. It felt like love. But then the comments started. Little things at first. Sarah mentioned the house was getting old, asked if the roof needed replacing soon. Mark brought up property taxes one night over dessert, said they'd gone up in the area. Sarah started talking about how much work it must be to maintain everything at my age. Was I sure I didn't want help managing it all? I told them I was fine. The house was paid off. I had enough savings to cover expenses, and I liked taking care of things myself. Kept me busy. They nodded, smiled, dropped it. Then came the estate planning conversation. We were having coffee in the living room when Sarah brought it up. She said she'd been thinking about the future, about making sure everything was protected. She suggested I transfer the deed to her name, just as a precaution. That way, if something happened to me, there wouldn't be any legal hassles. Everything would already be sorted. Mark jumped in, said they'd already talked to someone about it. He had papers drawn up, just needed my signature. I remember my stomach dropping, the way they were looking at me, expectant and eager, like they'd already decided this was happening, and I just needed to agree. I said no, gently, because I didn't want to cause problems, but firmly. I told them I wasn't ready to think about those things yet, that the house was still mine, and I wanted to keep it that way. I appreciated their concern, but I'd handle my own affairs. The temperature in the room changed. Sarah's smile got tight. Mark put the papers back in his folder without a word. They stayed another hour, but it was awkward, forced. When they left, Sarah hugged me at the door, but it felt mechanical. The next visit, she brought it up again, more insistent this time. She said she was just trying to help, that she was worried about me. What if I fell and couldn't make decisions? What if I got confused and signed something I shouldn't? It would be so much easier if she already had legal authority. I told her again that I wasn't interested. I was sharp as ever. My doctor would confirm that. I didn't need anyone managing my life for me yet. That's when she started using guilt. Didn't I trust her? After everything she'd done, all the Sundays spent taking care of me, didn't I believe she had my best interests at heart? Mark sat there nodding along, adding that most people their age had already taken these steps with their parents. I stood my ground. I said I appreciated everything they'd done, but my answer was still no. This was my home, my decision, and I wasn't changing my mind. Mark muttered something about me being stubborn. Sarah's face went hard in a way I'd never seen before. She said, "Fine, if that's how I wanted it." They gathered their things and left 20 minutes earlier than usual. That was the last normal visit I had with them. The calls stopped after that. I'd ring Sarah's cell and it would go straight to voicemail. I'd leave messages asking how she was, saying I missed her, hoping we could get past this disagreement. Nothing. Maybe a text back days later saying she was busy with work. I tried not to read too much into it. People get busy. Life happens. But weeks turned into months and the silence got louder. I'd see her posts on Facebook, pictures of her and Mark at restaurants, at friends' houses. She wasn't too busy. She just wasn't making time for me. My birthday came around in June, 83 years old. I woke up that morning hoping maybe today would be different. Maybe she'd remember. Maybe she'd call. Nothing. I waited all day. Bought myself a small cake from the grocery store because sitting there without one felt too depressing. Cut a slice that evening and ate it alone at the kitchen table. At 8 o'clock I broke down and called her myself. Voicemail. I left a message trying to sound cheerful, said I understood she was busy, just wanted to hear her voice. She never called back. I kept trying for a few more weeks after my birthday. Called, texted, left voicemails. Got one response in mid-July, just a text saying everything was fine. She was swamped with work. No apology for missing my birthday. No suggestion to meet up. Just that one cold sentence, and then nothing again. My neighbor Helen asked me one morning if everything was okay with Sarah. Said she used to see her car every Sunday and now it had been months. I made up some excuse about Sarah's job getting busy, about how life gets hectic. Helen nodded, but I could see the pity in her eyes. She knew. I felt humiliated. That's when I started accepting it. My daughter had cut me off because I wouldn't give her my house. It sounds insane when you say it out loud, but that's what happened. I didn't transfer the deed, so I didn't get a daughter anymore. Then in September, 3 months after my birthday, I got a letter from some mortgage company I'd never heard of. It was addressed to me, said they needed to verify some information regarding a recent loan application on my property. They were requesting additional documentation. I read it 3 times trying to make sense of it. I didn't have a mortgage. The house had been paid off for almost 30 years. I definitely hadn't applied for any loan. I thought maybe it was a scam, one of those things where they try to trick old people into giving out personal information. I called the number on the letterhead anyway. Talked to a representative named James who sounded young and patient. He pulled up the application and confirmed it was filed 6 weeks earlier. Someone had applied to refinance my property for $160,000. I told him that wasn't me. I never filed anything. There was a pause. Then he said they'd actually flagged the application already because the signature on file didn't match the signature they had from my original deed records. That's why they sent the letter. They needed me to come in and verify whether I'd authorized this or not. My hands started shaking. I asked him who submitted the application. He couldn't give me all the details over the phone, but he said the application listed a Sarah Brennan as co-owner of the property and a Mark Brennan as my financial representative. Neither of those things was true. Sarah wasn't on the deed. Mark had no authority over my finances. I drove to the bank that afternoon. James met with me in a small office and showed me copies of everything. There was my signature on multiple documents, except it wasn't my signature. It was close. Whoever did it had practiced. But I've been signing my name for 83 years, and I know what it looks like. This was wrong. The capital E was too looped. The last name slanted differently. The application claimed Sarah was already a co-owner, that we were refinancing together to handle some expenses. Mark's information was listed as my designated financial advisor with power of attorney. All lies. All forgery. James said I should file a police report. He was apologetic. Said this kind of thing happened more than people realized, usually with family members. He gave me a card for the fraud department. I sat in my car in the bank parking lot for an hour after that meeting. Just sat there staring at the copies James had given me. The dates on the documents were from late July, right around when Sarah sent that one-word text message. Right after I'd stopped calling so much. They'd waited until they thought I'd given up. My own daughter had forged my signature, had lied on legal documents, had tried to steal equity from my house while pretending I didn't exist. I drove home and spent the entire night going through old photo albums. Sarah as a baby, as a little girl, graduating high school, her wedding day. I kept thinking there had to be something I'd missed, some sign that she was capable of this. But all I saw were pictures of a normal life. A normal kid who I'd loved and raised and thought loved me back. Around 3 a.m, it hit me. Every visit over the past year had been a transaction. Every Sunday dinner had an agenda. The groceries weren't gifts. They were investments. Mark fixing the porch step wasn't kindness. It was maintenance on property they already considered theirs. All those conversations about estate planning weren't concern for my well-being. They were negotiations that I kept refusing to cooperate with. When I wouldn't give them what they wanted willingly, they decided to take it anyway. I thought about calling the police. James had been clear that I should. This was fraud, identity theft, attempted grand larceny probably. But the idea of my daughter in handcuffs, of pressing charges against my own child, made me sick. I couldn't do it. Even after everything, I couldn't. But I wasn't going to do nothing. The next morning I called Richard, my lawyer. I'd known him for 30 years. He'd handled my husband's will and all our property paperwork. I told him everything. He listened without interrupting, then said he could help me make sure this never happened again. We met that afternoon. I explained exactly what I wanted to do. Richard warned me it was final, that once we did this, there was no undoing it. I told him I understood. He drew up the papers. Over the next 2 weeks, I changed everything. My will, my estate plan, all of it. I made sure there were protections in place so nobody could forge my signature again. I researched foundations and nonprofits in the area, organizations that did real good with real people. I found one called the Lakeside Women's Foundation. They built affordable housing for widows and single mothers who had nowhere else to go. I met with their director, toured one of their properties, talked to some of the women living there. These were people who actually needed help, who would appreciate what they were given. I transferred the house to them with a life estate agreement. I could live here until I died, but after that, it belonged to them. They could sell it and use the money to build more housing, or keep it as is, whatever helped the most people. Richard filed everything, got it notarized, recorded with the county, made it ironclad. It was done. Sarah would inherit nothing. I felt lighter than I had in months. The foundation invited me to join their advisory board after everything was finalized. I started going to their meetings, meeting the women they helped. There was a single mother with 2 kids who'd left an abusive marriage with nothing. A widow whose husband's medical bills had taken everything. Real people with real problems who were grateful for a safe place to live. It gave me something to focus on besides the betrayal. I stayed busy with their fundraisers and events. The hurt was still there, especially at night when the house got quiet. But at least I felt like I was doing something worthwhile. The house would matter to someone after I was gone. 6 weeks after I signed everything over, my doorbell rang on a Sunday afternoon. Sarah was standing on my porch with grocery bags. She had that concerned look on her face, the one she used to wear when I actually believed it was real. She said she'd been so worried about me that I hadn't been answering my phone, which was strange because my phone worked fine and she hadn't called in months. But there she was, acting like no time had passed at all. Mark was waiting in the car, engine running. They'd planned this as a quick trip. I invited her in because I wanted to see how far she'd take the performance. She gave me a hug that felt like hugging a stranger and walked into the kitchen like she owned the place. Started unpacking groceries, talking about how crazy work had been, how she'd been meaning to visit, but life just got away from her. No apology for my birthday. No explanation for the months of silence. Just cheerful small talk like none of it had happened. I made tea, her favorite kind. The chamomile with honey that I'd kept in the cupboard even after she stopped coming around. The irony wasn't lost on me. She sat at the table and kept chattering. Something about Mark's job, about their plans to remodel their bathroom. Surface-level nonsense. Then she circled back to it. She asked if I'd thought any more about what they'd discussed, about the house and making sure everything was protected. I set down my teacup and told her I had, that I'd taken care of everything. Her whole face lit up. She actually smiled, relieved, like she'd won. Asked if I'd talked to a lawyer about it. I said yes. The house was completely taken care of. She didn't need to worry about it anymore. She started talking faster then, about how smart that was, how she could help me manage the property going forward. Started making plans out loud about what would need to be done, talking about future renovations, like it was already hers. I interrupted her, told her the house belonged to the Lakeside Women's Foundation now. The smile froze on her face. She asked me to repeat that. I explained the life estate, how I could live here until I died, but after that it went to them. How it was already filed and recorded and completely legal. How there was nothing she could do about it. She just stared at me for a long moment. Then her face changed. The mask came off. She said I gave away her inheritance.
Not asked, stated it like a fact, like that house had been hers all along and I'd stolen it from her. I told her it was never hers. It was mine. My house, my decision. That's when she started yelling, called me ungrateful after everything she'd done for me, said I was wasting the family legacy, that her father would be ashamed of me, accused me of being senile and manipulated by some charity scam. Mark must have heard her from the car because he came to the door, stood there looking uncomfortable, but didn't say anything to calm her down. I stayed seated, pulled out the copies of the refinancing documents from the envelope I'd kept on the counter, put them on the table between us, told her I knew what she'd tried to do, that the bank had flagged her forged signature, that I could have called the police but didn't. She went quiet, picked up the papers, looked at them, put them back down. Tried to say it was a misunderstanding, that Mark's friend at the bank had filed something wrong, that she was just trying to help. I didn't let her finish. Told her if she wanted my home more than my love, now she'd have neither. Stood up, walked to the door and opened it. Said I thought it was time for her to leave. She looked at me like she was seeing me for the first time, maybe realizing I wasn't the confused old woman she'd been counting on. Her eyes were wet, but I don't think those were sad tears. She was angry. Angry that she'd lost. She grabbed her purse and walked out. Mark followed without saying a single word to me. Didn't even look at me. I watched from the window as they got in their car. Watched them sit there for a minute, probably arguing. Then they drove away. The house felt different after that. Quieter, but in a good way. Like it was actually mine again, instead of something someone was waiting to take. I cleaned up the teacups, put away the groceries she'd brought. Didn't feel right keeping them, but throwing them out felt wasteful. Ended up donating them to the foundation's emergency pantry the next day. I called Patricia, one of the women on the foundation board, that evening. We talked about the upcoming fundraiser for an hour. She made me laugh about something stupid her grandson had done. It felt normal, easy, like friendship without conditions. Some days I'm fine with how things turned out. Other days, I look at Sarah's childhood photos still sitting on the mantel and wonder if I made the right choice. I haven't taken them down yet. Not sure if I will. Part of me thought she might come back eventually. Actually apologize. Maybe try to rebuild something real. But it's been 4 months now, and I haven't heard from her. Saw on Facebook that she went on vacation to Florida last month. She looked happy. I'm not waiting anymore. The foundation is having their annual gala next week, and I'm helping organize it. The house will go to people who need it. And me? I'm done being someone's inheritance plan instead of someone's mother. I let my grandson think he inherited everything, until the truth came out. I'm an 82-year-old grandfather who spent his whole life running a small hardware shop. Nothing fancy, just the kind of place where people came in knowing you'd help them find the right screw or the right paint color. When my wife Margaret passed 3 years ago, I started thinking more about what I'd leave behind. I had 2 grandkids, Daniel, who's 34 now, and Rebecca, who's 28. I wanted to make sure they'd have something to help with their futures. A little cushion, you know. That's all I wanted to do. Daniel was always the one who visited. At least, that's what I thought was happening. He'd show up every week with groceries, usually on Thursdays. He'd fix the leaky faucet I'd been ignoring, replace light bulbs I couldn't reach anymore, and then sit with me for a couple hours. We'd watch the news or talk about his job at some tech company. I never fully understood what he did, but he seemed to be doing well. Rebecca visited too, but less often. She lived further away and had her nursing shifts, so I got it. She'd come by maybe once a month, bring flowers, and we'd just talk. She never asked for anything,
never even hinted at wanting help with money or anything like that. Daniel started bringing papers around 8 months ago. The first time, he said it was just an update to my health directive. Made sense. I'm getting older, and these things need to be current. He'd unfold the documents on my kitchen table and point to the signature lines. I'd ask what it said, and he'd summarize it. Insurance stuff, property tax things, routine updates. I trusted him. Why wouldn't I? This was my grandson, the one who showed up every week, who fixed my garbage disposal and made sure I had milk in the fridge. I signed probably 5 or 6 different sets of papers over those months. Each time, Daniel had a reasonable explanation. One was supposedly about updating my mortgage paperwork. Another was about the business name registration for the hardware shop, even though I'd closed it 2 years ago. He said it was important to keep things current for estate purposes. I didn't think twice about it. My eyesight isn't what it used to be, and honestly, I was just glad someone was helping me keep track of all this legal nonsense. Then about 3 weeks ago, I ran into Bill Henderson at the grocery store. Bill used to supply lumber to my shop back in the day. We got to talking in the produce section, and he mentioned he'd heard Daniel was moving into a bigger place soon. Said something about how nice it must be for young people to get family help with real estate. I didn't know what he was talking about. Daniel hadn't mentioned moving. He hadn't mentioned me helping him with anything. That conversation stuck with me for days. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The next Tuesday, I went to my safe deposit box at the bank. I keep all my important documents there. The deed to my house, the business paperwork, my will, everything. I pulled out the deed to the house first. That's when my stomach dropped. The property wasn't in my name anymore. According to the document, I'd transferred ownership to Daniel 6 months ago. I checked the signature. It was mine. I recognized my own handwriting, shaky as it's gotten. I pulled out more papers. The business name, even though the shop was closed, had been transferred to him too. Rights to my life insurance policy. He'd made himself the beneficiary. Paper after paper, I saw my signature on documents I didn't remember signing, transferring things I never intended to transfer. I sat in that bank for probably an hour just holding those papers. The humiliation hit me like a truck. My own grandson had been lying to my face for months. Every Thursday visit, every fixed faucet, every conversation about his job. It was all just a setup. He wasn't visiting because he loved me. He was visiting because he was systematically taking everything I owned. I didn't confront him right away. Part of me wanted to call him immediately and scream. But I'm old, not stupid. If I confronted him without a plan, he'd probably have some explanation ready, some way to make me feel like I was confused or misremembering. I needed to understand exactly what had happened and what options I had. I called my lawyer instead. Frank Morrison has been my attorney for almost 30 years. He helped me write my first will when Margaret and I bought the house. When I told him what I'd found, he went quiet for a long moment. Then he said I needed to come to his office immediately and bring every document I had. We spent 3 hours going through everything. Frank explained what each paper actually said versus what Daniel had probably told me it said. The property transfer was legitimate. I'd signed it. It was notarized. Everything legal. Same with the business name and the insurance beneficiary change. Daniel had been careful. He hadn't forged anything. He'd just lied about what I was signing. But here's what Daniel didn't know. Frank pulled out his files on my estate. I still had my savings account, around $180,000 that Margaret and I had built up over the years. I had a separate life insurance policy Daniel didn't know about, one I'd taken out decades ago. And most importantly, Frank had helped me establish something years back that let me challenge transfers made under false pretenses. It wouldn't be easy, but I had leverage. That's when I decided
I wasn't going to let this stand. I told Frank I wanted to rewrite my will, and I wanted to do it immediately. Frank and I have known each other since 1987. We met when I needed help with a business dispute over a shipment of defective tools. He was young then, fresh out of law school, and I was the first client who actually paid him on time. We stayed in touch over the years. He handled my will when Margaret got sick, helped with the business incorporation, all of it. So when I sat in his office that day, looking at what Daniel had done, Frank didn't just see a client. He saw a friend getting screwed over. The first thing he did was pull every document Daniel had me sign. We went through them chronologically. The earliest one was from February, right after I'd mentioned to Daniel that I was thinking about updating my will. That should have been my first clue. The paperwork Daniel brought that week was labeled as a health directive update, but buried in the legal language was a clause transferring partial property rights. Frank showed me how it worked. Each document Daniel brought transferred a little more until eventually he had everything. What Daniel didn't account for was that Frank keeps meticulous records. Every version of my will, every estate document, every conversation we'd ever had about my assets was filed away. Frank pulled out a folder from 2019 that showed my complete financial picture. The house, the closed business, the savings, 2 life insurance policies, and some stocks I'd forgotten I even had. Daniel had gotten the house and the business name, but the savings account was still mine. The original life insurance policy, the one worth about $200,000, was still set to go to both grandkids equally. And the stocks, about $45,000 worth, were in an account Daniel apparently didn't know existed. Frank laid it all out for me. We could challenge the property transfer on grounds of fraud or undue influence. It would take time and money, and there was no guarantee we'd win. Or we could let Daniel think he'd won and use what I still controlled to make sure he got exactly what he deserved. Nothing. I chose the second option. We rewrote the will that afternoon. Everything I still had control over went to Rebecca. The savings, the life insurance, the stocks, all of it. Frank also added provisions that if we successfully challenged the property transfer, which he said we had a decent shot at, that would go to Rebecca too. Daniel's name appeared exactly once in the new will, in a section that specifically stated he was being excluded due to his actions, and that any legal challenge he mounted would result in his paying all court costs from his own pocket. Frank suggested something else, too. He said we should document everything. Every lie Daniel told, every paper he brought, every conversation I could remember. So I started writing it down. I remembered the time Daniel brought over a document about property taxes and told me it was just confirming my homestead exemption. I remembered him saying the business name transfer was necessary for tax purposes, even though the business was closed. I wrote it all down and gave it to Frank. Then came the hard part. I had to keep acting normal around Daniel. He showed up the following Thursday with groceries like nothing had happened. I sat there while he put away the milk and bread, knowing what he'd done, and I just smiled and thanked him. He asked if I needed anything else signed, said something about finalizing some banking stuff. I told him I'd already handled it with my lawyer. He got this look on his face, just for a second, like he was worried. But then he covered it and said that was great, that he was glad I was staying on top of things. That's when I knew I had to do something he wouldn't expect. I couldn't just wait until I died to have the will read. I needed him to know what was coming, needed him to understand that he hadn't won. So I invited him to dinner. I called him on a Tuesday and told him I'd finalized the inheritance paperwork and wanted to discuss it over a nice meal. He jumped at it, said he could come over Friday night, that he'd bring wine. The eagerness in his voice made me sick. He really thought he'd gotten away with it. Those 3 days before the dinner were strange. I kept replaying everything in my head. All those Thursday visits. All those times he'd fixed something around the house. Was any of it real?
Did he ever actually care about me? Or was it always just about the money? I wanted to believe that maybe at first he'd had good intentions, that maybe he got desperate and made a bad choice. But Frank had shown me the timeline. Daniel had started this whole thing right after I mentioned updating my will. It was calculated from the beginning. Friday came. I made pot roast, the same recipe Margaret used to make. Daniel showed up at 6 with an expensive bottle of wine I knew he'd probably paid too much for. He was in a good mood, talking about work, asking about my health. We sat down to eat and he kept steering the conversation toward the future. He asked if I'd thought about what I wanted done with the house after I was gone, whether I wanted it sold or kept in the family. The audacity of it. He was sitting there asking about the house he'd already stolen from me. After dinner, we sat in the living room. I poured us both a drink. Then I told him I'd made all the final decisions about the inheritance and that everything was settled with Frank. Daniel leaned forward, interested. I could see the anticipation in his eyes. He thought this was it, thought I was about to tell him he was getting everything. I looked him right in the eye and said he'd get exactly what he deserved. He smiled at that, actually smiled. He thanked me, said something about how much it meant to him, how he'd make sure to take care of everything properly. He thought I was confirming his theft. He thought those words meant I was blessing his con. I didn't correct him. I just raised my glass and let him think whatever he wanted to think. He left that night believing he'd won completely. 4 months have passed since that dinner. I'm still here, still alive, though my health isn't what it was. I've had some scares, a fall in the bathroom, some chest pains that turned out to be nothing serious. But I'm still kicking, and that's turned out to be important. Daniel found out about the new will 3 weeks after our dinner. I hadn't planned on him finding out while I was still alive, but Frank said we needed to file certain paperwork to challenge the property transfer, and Daniel's lawyer saw it. The paperwork made it clear that I was contesting everything, and that my current will left him with nothing. Frank called me the day after Daniel found out, and told me his lawyer had reached out asking for a meeting. I said no. There was nothing to discuss. Daniel tried calling me directly after that. I didn't answer. He left voicemails, 7 of them over 2 days. The first few were confused, asking what was going on, saying there must be some misunderstanding. Then they got angry. He said I was being manipulated by Frank, that I didn't understand what I was signing. The irony of that would be funny if it wasn't so pathetic. The last voicemail was just him saying he'd done everything for me, that he'd been the only one who cared enough to visit regularly, and that this was how I repaid him. I saved all the voicemails. Frank said they might be useful. Rebecca found out a week later. She called me crying, not because she was getting the inheritance, but because she couldn't believe what Daniel had done. She'd had no idea. She said she'd noticed Daniel was visiting me a lot, but figured it was because he lived closer. She asked if I was sure about cutting him off completely, said maybe he'd been desperate or made a mistake. That's Rebecca, always seeing the best in people. I told her what Frank and I had found, showed her the timeline of the documents. She stopped suggesting forgiveness after that. The property transfer challenge is still ongoing. Frank says these things take time, that we're building a solid case, but the courts move slowly. Daniel's fighting it, of course. His lawyer argues that I was of sound mind when I signed the papers, and that Daniel didn't technically lie since I never asked for detailed explanations. It's a weak defense, but it's something. Frank thinks we'll win eventually, but he's warned me it could take another year, maybe more. I've had to accept that I might not see the end of this. That's the hardest part, honestly. I wanted to see Daniel's face when he realized he'd lost everything. I wanted to see him understand that actions have consequences. But I'm 82 and tired, and every day is a gift at this point. Rebecca visits twice a week now. She brings her kids sometimes, my great-grandchildren who I don't see enough of. We don't talk much about the inheritance or the legal battle. Mostly we just exist together. She'll make tea and we'll watch game shows, or she'll tell me about her shifts at the hospital. It's peaceful, in a way my time with Daniel never was. And I realize now that's because she's not performing. She's just there because she wants to be. She did ask me once if I regretted how I handled things. We were sitting in the living room and she just came out with it. Asked if maybe I should have confronted Daniel directly, given him a chance to explain or make it right. I thought about it for a while before answering. The truth is, I don't know if confronting him would have changed anything. He'd already made his choices over 8 months of calculated deception. What would one conversation have done except give him the opportunity to manipulate me more? I told her I did what I had to do. She nodded and didn't push it further. Frank stops by every few weeks to update me on the case. Last time he was here, he mentioned that Daniel's been asking about settling. Wants to work out some kind of arrangement where he keeps partial ownership of the house in exchange for dropping his challenge to the will. Frank asked what I wanted to do. I told him no deals. Daniel gets nothing, or we keep fighting. The thing nobody tells you about revenge is that it doesn't feel as good as you think it will. I got what I wanted. Daniel lost, Rebecca won, and there's a kind of justice in that. But I also lost my grandson. I lost the relationship I thought we had, even if it turns out that relationship was mostly fiction. I sit in this house that he tried to steal from me, and sometimes I wish I'd just died ignorant. Wish I'd never found out, never known that those Thursday visits were transactions instead of love. But then I think about Rebecca and her kids. I think about the life insurance money that'll help her buy a bigger place, the savings that'll secure her future, and I know I made the right call. She never asked for any of it. She just loved her grandpa without conditions, and that matters. Daniel hasn't tried to contact me in 2 months now. Rebecca says he's moved to another state, though she's not sure where. She heard it from a cousin who heard it from Daniel's ex-girlfriend. The family grapevine is the only way any of us know anything about him anymore. Part of me wonders if he'll show up at my funeral whenever that day comes. Part of me hopes he does, just so he has to face what he did. I've been thinking about writing him a letter. Not to reconcile, but to explain. To tell him exactly how much he hurt me and exactly why he's getting nothing. Frank says it's a bad idea legally, that anything I write could be used against us in court. So the letter stays unwritten, just thoughts in my head. Some days I feel victorious. Other days I just feel old and sad. The betrayal still stings when I think about it too much, but the quiet legal revenge I got does heal something. Maybe not everything, but something. I made sure the person who loved me got rewarded, and the person who used me got exactly what he earned. Nothing. I pretended to forget everything, until they forgot what I remembered. I'm Margaret, 79 years old, and for the past year my children thought my memory was going. My son David is 52, works in insurance, divorced about 10 years back. My daughter Susan is 48, married to a guy who runs some kind of consulting business that never seems to make much money. Their father Robert passed 3 years ago, and I'll be honest, that's when things started to shift between us. But I'm getting ahead of myself. The thing is, my memory isn't nearly as bad as they think it is. Sure, I forget where I put my reading glasses sometimes. And yeah, I missed paying the water bill once last year. Once. But that one time was apparently enough for David to decide I needed help managing my finances. This was about 3 months ago. He came over on a Sunday with printouts of all these articles about seniors and financial confusion, sat me down at my kitchen table like I was a child, and very gently suggested he take over paying my bills. Just to help me out.
just to make my life easier. I said yes because at the time I thought he was being thoughtful. My arthritis has been acting up, and writing checks does hurt my hands some days. I figured it would be nice to have one less thing to worry about. Susan jumped on board too, insisting she needed to be added to my bank accounts in case of emergencies. They made it sound so reasonable, so loving. I signed the papers they brought over. For the first 2 months, everything seemed fine. David would come by once a week, tell me which bills he'd paid, and I'd thank him. Susan would check in, ask about my doctor appointments, remind me to take my medications. I felt taken care of. Stupid, looking back on it. Then, I noticed a withdrawal in my checking account statement for $500. I hadn't taken out any cash. I called David and asked him about it. He didn't even hesitate. "Mom, you took that out for groceries 2 weeks ago, remember? You said you wanted cash on hand." I sat there holding the phone, absolutely certain I had not done that. But he sounded so sure, so confident. I started thinking maybe I had forgotten. Maybe my memory really was going, and I just didn't want to admit it. The next week I went to get my grandmother's sapphire earrings from my jewelry box. I wanted to wear them to church. They weren't there. I looked through every drawer, checked all my usual spots. Nothing. A week after that, I went to get Robert's watch to take it to the jeweler for cleaning like I do every year on his birthday. Gone. That watch was worth at least $10,000. Robert wore it every single day for 40 years. I called Susan and asked if she'd seen my jewelry. The way she responded, I'll never forget it. She got this tone in her voice, patient and slightly amused, like she was talking to a confused toddler. "Mom, you probably moved them somewhere safe and forgot. Let me come over and help you look." She came that afternoon, made a big show of searching my bedroom, and then sat me down on my bed. "Mom, are you sure you didn't put them somewhere years ago? After Dad died, you packed up a lot of his things. Maybe the watch got mixed in." That's when I knew. She was gaslighting me. My own daughter was looking me in the eye and making me doubt reality. I didn't move those things. I didn't take out $500 in cash, and I sure as hell didn't forget about my grandmother's earrings that I'd worn to every major family event for 50 years. I went through the bills David had been managing. Really went through them. Found charges for a lawn service I never hired, a pest control company I never called, groceries from stores I don't shop at. He wasn't just helping me. He was stealing from me. I added it up that night, sitting at my dining room table with statements spread everywhere. At least $8,000 gone in 2 months, plus the jewelry, which was worth another $15,000, maybe more. I didn't sleep that night. I kept thinking about how they'd looked at me, how they'd spoken to me, the pity in their voices, the way they'd brush off my questions. They didn't just steal my money. They wanted me to think I was losing my mind. They wanted me helpless, confused, easy to control. My own children. By morning, I'd made my decision. If they wanted to play me for a fool, I'd give them the best performance they'd ever seen. The property tax statement came the next day. That's what really sealed it for me. I opened it up and saw only David's name listed as owner of the house. My house. The house Robert and I bought in 1972 and paid off in 1998. I never authorized any change to that deed, never signed anything. But somehow, David had gotten himself added as owner, and according to the paperwork, it had been processed 6 weeks ago. I sat there holding that statement and realized this wasn't just opportunistic theft. This was a plan. They'd been planning this, maybe since Robert died, maybe longer.
They were systematically taking everything from me while making sure I looked too incompetent to stop them. Fine. Let them think they'd won. Let them think their confused old mother didn't notice what they were doing. I'd play along, smile and nod, act like the senile woman they wanted me to be. And while they congratulated themselves on how clever they were, I'd be building a case that would destroy them. I started my performance the very next day. David called about a $400 charge for some home repair I supposedly approved. I smiled into the phone and said, "Oh yes, I remembered now." I didn't remember because it never happened, but I said it anyway. Every word tasted like poison, but I kept my voice sweet and confused. The hard part was staying consistent. I had to remember what I was supposed to forget and what I was supposed to remember. I started keeping a notebook hidden in my bathroom cabinet, writing down every lie they told me so I could nod along convincingly the next time they referenced it. It was exhausting, honestly. Acting stupid is harder than people think. About a week into my act, I overheard Susan on the phone when she thought I was napping. I'd just gone to my bedroom but left the door cracked. She was talking to someone, laughing, and I heard her say, "It's so easy now. She barely notices anything." That almost broke me. I had to bite down on my hand to keep from screaming at her. Instead, I shuffled out a few minutes later, asked her what she wanted for dinner like nothing had happened. They got bolder. At a family dinner that week, they started telling stories about things I'd supposedly done. How I'd called David at 2 a.m. asking where Robert was. How I'd left the stove on 3 times. None of it was true, but they told these stories right in front of me, laughing. And I laughed too. I played along. Every single laugh I faked was going to cost them later, and that thought was the only thing that kept me going. Here's what I was actually doing while they thought I was losing my mind. I called Patricia from church. We've known each other 40 years, and I knew she used to be an attorney before she retired. I met her at the coffee shop by the grocery store and told her everything. She didn't even look surprised. She said she'd seen this happen to 3 other women from our congregation. She gave me the number for James Chen, a lawyer who used to work at her firm and specializes in elder abuse cases. Meeting with James was tricky, because I had to make sure David and Susan didn't know. I told them I was going to book club on Tuesday afternoons. Instead, I was meeting with James at a diner across town, bringing him bank statements, property records, anything I could get my hands on. He told me what I was experiencing had a name: financial exploitation of the elderly. He said it was more common than people realized, and that my case was actually pretty solid, because I'd caught it relatively early, and I was clearly competent. That's when we started recording everything. James checked, and our state is a single-party consent state, meaning I could record conversations as long as I was part of them. I bought a small voice recorder online, had it delivered to Patricia's house, and started keeping it in my cardigan pocket. I wore that cardigan every single day. I got David on tape saying he'd adjusted some bills because I didn't need to worry about complicated financial things anymore. I got Susan admitting she'd sold some of my jewelry because I never wore it anyway, and it was just sitting there. She actually said that. My grandmother's earrings were just sitting there, so she sold them. I had to keep my face neutral while she said it, had to nod like it made perfect sense. The legal process took 6 weeks to set everything up. James helped me create a new trust, and we transferred all my remaining assets into it, under my control only. We had to do it carefully, in stages, so David wouldn't notice money moving around. I had to forge a few signatures on documents they brought me, making them think I was signing things over to them while actually signing trust paperwork. I'm not proud of the deception, but they'd been deceiving me for months. Those 6 weeks were the longest of my life. I had to keep up the act every single day. The worst was Thanksgiving. They came over, brought food, and David made this whole toast about how grateful he was that he could take care of me in my final years. My final years. I'm 79,
not 99, and my doctor says I'm healthy as a horse. But I raised my glass and toasted right back, knowing that in 2 weeks James was filing the police report. James filed everything the first week of December. Police report, Adult Protective Services complaint, all of it. He'd compiled every recording, every bank statement, every piece of evidence we had. The property deed fraud alone was a felony. The systematic theft was another. He told me it might take a few weeks for them to investigate before approaching David and Susan, and I should be prepared for them to come talk to me first. David showed up unannounced on a Tuesday. I was ready. He came in looking nervous, asked if we could talk. He said there was some confusion about my accounts, that the bank had called him with questions. I could see him trying to figure out how much I knew, how much I understood. I gave him my best confused elderly woman face and said, "What accounts, honey? What's wrong?" The relief on his face was immediate. He actually smiled. He thought I was too far gone to understand what was happening, that even if the police came asking questions, I'd be useless as a witness. He patted my hand and said not to worry, he'd handle everything. After he left, I sat in my living room shaking, not from fear, from rage, and from satisfaction, because he'd just sealed his own fate by underestimating me one last time. The next week, Susan called and asked if she and David could come for dinner on Friday. A family dinner, she said. She wanted to talk about my care going forward. I said yes. I made a roast, set the table, and waited for the police to arrive right on schedule. They showed up right at 6 like I knew they would. David brought wine. Susan brought flowers. We sat down at the table and I served the roast, listening to them make small talk about the weather and Christmas plans. Susan was in the middle of saying something about how we should simplify the holidays this year, keep things low-key given my condition, when the doorbell rang. I got up to answer it. Detective Linda Morrison introduced herself and her partner. She asked if David and Susan Thompson were present. I said yes and invited them in. The looks on my children's faces when they saw those badges, I'll remember that for the rest of my life. David went completely white. Susan's mouth actually fell open. Detective Morrison explained they were investigating financial crimes against me. Susan immediately jumped in with the Concerned Daughter Act, saying I was confused and didn't understand what was happening, that I got mixed up easily. The detective just looked at her and waited for her to finish. Then I spoke up. My voice came out clear and steady, nothing confused about it. I said I understood perfectly. I walked to the kitchen counter where I'd left a folder and brought it back to the table. Inside was copies of everything. Bank statements with the fraudulent withdrawals highlighted, transcripts of the recordings, photos of the property deed changes. The detective already had all of this, but I wanted David and Susan to see it. I wanted them to know. David tried to stammer out something about how he was just helping me, how I'd asked him to handle my finances. Susan went completely silent, which was almost worse than watching David fall apart. Detective Morrison explained the charges they were looking at. Financial exploitation of an elderly person. Fraud. Forgery for the property deed that David had somehow gotten changed. Those were all felonies in our state. They both tried to talk to me then. David was saying, "Mom, please, there's been a misunderstanding." Susan reached for my hand and I pulled it away. I didn't say anything to either of them. I just watched as the detectives asked them to come down to the station for questioning. They weren't arrested that night, but it was clear they were in serious trouble. That was 4 months ago now. David and Susan are both facing felony charges. They're in pretrial hearings, and from what James tells me, the prosecution has a very strong case. They've tried calling me probably 100 times. I blocked their numbers. They've sent letters that I throw away without opening. Susan's husband tried to come talk to me once, and I shut the door in his face. Patricia helped me find a caregiving agency that actually vets their employees. I have 2 part-time caregivers now, Maria and Tan. Maria comes Monday through Wednesday, Tan Thursday through Saturday. I have Sundays to myself. They help me with the things I actually need help with, like heavy cleaning and driving to appointments. They don't steal from me. They don't treat me like I'm stupid. It's amazing what a difference that makes. The house deed got corrected back to my name only. That took some legal wrangling, but James handled it. We recovered about $6,000 through a civil suit that's still pending. The jewelry was never found. Susan probably sold it months ago. I filed an insurance claim for Robert's watch, and after providing the police report, they paid out. It's not the same as having the actual watch, but at least I got something back. The family has split over this. David's ex-wife called me to say she wasn't surprised and she was sorry she didn't warn me. Some of my cousins think I'm being too harsh, that they're still my children and I should forgive them. Others have told me they're proud of me for standing up for myself. I've stopped going to family gatherings because I don't want to deal with people's opinions about my choices. My life now is quiet. I have my routines. I sit on the porch in the mornings when the weather's nice, drink my tea at 3 in the afternoon, go to actual book club on Wednesdays. I don't have to pretend to be anything anymore. I don't have to act confused or forgetful or helpless. I can just be myself, and there's a freedom in that I didn't even realize I was missing. The hard part is the grief. I know that sounds weird given everything they did, but I'm grieving my children. Or maybe I'm grieving the children I thought I had. I found an old photo album last week, pictures of them as kids. David missing his front teeth, grinning at the camera. Susan in her Easter dress, holding a basket of eggs. I can't look at those pictures without feeling this strange mix of love and betrayal. Those little kids in the photos grew up into people who saw me as nothing but a bank account to drain. Sometimes I wonder if there were signs I missed over the years, if this cruelty was always there and I just didn't want to see it. Other times I think grief changed them, that losing their father made them panic about their own futures, and they justified what they did by telling themselves, I wouldn't need the money much longer anyway. I don't know which explanation is worse. The neighbor across the street, Janet, she waves at me every morning when she gets her newspaper. Yesterday she called over asking how I was doing. I told her better than ever, and I meant it. Some people think I went too far, that I should forgive them because they're family. But they didn't just steal money. They stole my dignity. They wanted me helpless and confused and dependent. They wanted me to doubt my own mind. David's lawyer called James last week. They want to discuss a plea deal, and apparently a letter from me asking for leniency could make a difference in sentencing. Could mean probation instead of prison time. The lawyer suggested I think about what kind of relationship I might want with my son in the future. James told them he'd relay the message and left it up to me. The trial starts in 6 weeks. I have the letter template sitting on my desk. I haven't decided yet if I'm going to fill it out. It took losing everything to see who my family really was. I'm Margaret, 76, and 6 months ago, my husband Robert died after 52 years of marriage. My son David is 48, and my daughter Linda is 45. They were never particularly close to me, even before Robert passed. But I always told myself that was just modern life. Everyone's busy with their own families, their own problems. David called maybe once a month, always rushed, always with somewhere else to be. Linda visited on holidays, but there was always an excuse about why she couldn't stay long. The grandkids had activities, her husband had work things, traffic was bad. I understood, or at least, I thought I did. The week after the funeral, David showed up at my door unannounced. That should have been my first warning sign. He'd driven 3 hours from where he lives, on a weekday, without calling first. He came in, and immediately started asking about my finances. Did I understand my accounts? Did I know where everything was? Had Dad handled all this stuff? He kept using words like complicated and overwhelming, and asking if I needed help managing things. The way he said it made me feel like I was already incompetent, like grief had turned me into someone who couldn't be trusted with basic tasks. Then Linda started calling every single day. Her voice was different, sticky sweet, like honey that's been sitting out too long. She kept saying I shouldn't be alone in that big house, that it wasn't healthy, that she was worried about me. She wanted me to come stay with her, just temporarily, just until I felt better. She made it sound like she was doing me this huge favor, like I was some fragile thing that might break if left unattended. I was so desperate not to be alone that I didn't see what was right in front of me. The house felt enormous without Robert. Every room echoed. I'd find myself talking to him out of habit, and then remembering he wasn't there. So when Linda kept insisting, kept saying she had a guest room all ready for me, I eventually said yes. I told myself it was temporary. I told myself my kids were finally stepping up, finally showing they cared. This went on for about 3 weeks before I packed a bag and moved in with Linda. She lived in one of those suburban developments where all the houses look the same. Nice enough, I guess, but sterile. She'd set up the guest room with some of my things, photos, a quilt from my house, but it felt staged, like a hotel room trying too hard to be homey. Right away, Linda started treating me like I was a child. She'd make all my decisions. What I ate for breakfast, when I should nap, which shows we'd watch in the evening. Anytime I'd start to say I wanted something different, she'd pat my hand and say, "Don't worry about it, Mom. I've got it handled." David visited constantly, always with papers, always with his laptop open, always talking about simplifying my finances. He'd spread everything out on Linda's dining room table and walk me through things, but the way he explained it made everything sound more confusing, not less. He used terms I didn't understand and then acted like I should just trust him to handle it. He kept mentioning power of attorney, saying it was just a formality, just something to make things easier. Something felt wrong, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Grief does strange things to your mind. You question everything, including yourself. I started doubting whether I was being paranoid, whether I was imagining problems that weren't there. Maybe they really were just trying to help. Maybe I was being ungrateful. Then, about a month after I moved in, everything became crystal clear. I'd gone to bed early that night, around 9. I was exhausted. Grief is exhausting in a way that's hard to explain. You're tired all the time, but can't really sleep. Linda thought I was asleep. David had come over after dinner. I heard the front door, heard their voices downstairs, and then heard them move into the kitchen directly below my bedroom. I heard their voices through the heating vent in my bedroom. They thought they were whispering, but the vent carried every single word up to where I was lying. David said the house should sell for at least $800K, maybe more depending on the market. Split down the middle, he said. Linda asked, "What about Mom?" And I remember holding my breath, waiting for David to say something reassuring, something that would prove I was being paranoid after all. He said Shady Pines had openings. He said it wasn't the Ritz, but it was affordable. Once they had the money secured, they'd move me there. He actually said I was too far gone to fight it. Linda asked if I'd signed the financial power of attorney yet, and David said not yet, but I would. He said I was so foggy these days I'd sign anything. Then they laughed. Actual laughter, like they were discussing selling an old car, not their mother's entire life. I lay in that bed, staring at the ceiling in the dark, feeling something inside me shatter, and then immediately harden into something else, something cold. I thought about Robert, about how he would have been horrified. I thought about all the years I'd spent raising these two, sacrificing for them, putting them first. And this was what I got in return. I didn't cry. I didn't confront them. I just lay there in the dark, planning. Every time my mind tried to make excuses for them, I heard David's voice again. Too far gone to fight it. And the excuses died. They thought grief made me weak. They were about to learn. It made me dangerous. The next morning I came downstairs like nothing had changed. I shuffled into the kitchen, made my voice a little shakier than usual. I told Linda I didn't know what I'd do without her. She smiled, patted my hand, and said that's what family is for. I wanted to throw my coffee in her face. Instead, I smiled back and asked what she was making for breakfast.
David showed up that afternoon with more papers. He spread them out on Linda's dining room table like he'd done a dozen times before, explaining things in that patronizing voice he'd perfected. Just some routine stuff, he said, to make everything easier. I nodded along, touched the papers like they confused me, squinted at them. I told him he was so good to handle all this, that I just didn't understand these things anymore. The look he and Linda exchanged, like they'd already won, made my stomach turn. But I kept my face blank and confused. That same morning, before David arrived, I'd made a phone call. I waited until Linda left for her Pilates class, then I called Richard Morrison. He'd been Robert's estate attorney for 30 years. More importantly, he'd known me for 30 years, and he knew damn well I wasn't senile. I told him I needed to see him as soon as possible. He heard something in my voice because he didn't ask questions, just told me to come in whenever I could. 3 days later, when Linda went to the grocery store, I called a taxi. I told her I was going to the pharmacy to pick up a prescription. She didn't even offer to drive me, just reminded me to use my cane and be careful. The taxi took me straight to Richard's office downtown. Richard's face went from concerned to furious as I explained what I'd overheard through the heating vent. He wanted to confront them legally right then, but I stopped him. I had a better plan. I wanted to set up a trust, an irrevocable one, with him as trustee. Everything would go into it. The house, the savings, the investments Robert had left, all of it. I wanted it locked down so tight that David and Linda couldn't touch a single penny even if they tried. Richard spent 2 hours walking me through the paperwork. He asked me multiple times if I was sure, if I understood what this meant. I told him I'd never been more sure of anything in my life. He said it would take about 3 weeks to make everything airtight, to get all the transfers processed and documented properly. I told him to take whatever time he needed. In the meantime, I'd keep playing the confused, grieving widow. For the next month, I was the perfect victim. I let Linda pick out my clothes every morning like I couldn't dress myself. I pretended to forget simple things, where I'd put my reading glasses, whether I'd taken my vitamins, what day of the week it was. I asked David to explain my bank statements over and over, making him repeat himself, acting like I couldn't quite grasp what he was saying. Every time they thought they'd made progress with me, I'd reset and act confused all over again. They got bolder. They started talking about when we sell the house right in front of me, not even bothering to pretend anymore. Linda mentioned how much easier it would be once everything was simplified. David brought up Shady Pines in casual conversation, calling it a wonderful community where I'd have so much support. They thought I was too far gone to notice what they were really saying. The power of attorney became their obsession. They needed me to sign it. David pushed harder every time he visited. "It's just a formality, Mom. It'll make everything so much simpler." Linda backed him up, saying it would give them the ability to help me better, to handle things when I was too tired or confused. I kept saying yes, of course, whatever you think is best. but then I'd forget to actually sign, or my hand would shake too much, or I couldn't find my reading glasses, or the pen ran out of ink. I had a dozen excuses, and I used every single one. Richard called me on a Tuesday morning, exactly 3 weeks after our meeting. Linda was in the shower. He said everything was in place, ironclad and complete. He'd also helped me do something else. He'd found and purchased a small apartment for me 2 towns over, right by the ocean. It was already furnished, already set up. Whenever I was ready, I could leave. I wasn't ready yet, though. I wanted them to think they'd won first. The breaking point came when David and Linda sat me down and told me they'd scheduled a tour of Shady Pines. Just to look, Linda said, just so I could see my options. David said it was actually a really nice place, that I might even enjoy it. The tour was scheduled for the following week. That's when I knew it was time to end this. They brought me the papers on a Tuesday morning. Both of them were there, sitting across from me at Linda's kitchen table. The sun was coming through the window behind them, and they were both smiling. David slid the power of attorney papers across to me. He had his patient voice on, the one that made me sound like a toddler who needed things explained slowly. He said they just needed me to sign, that it would make everything so much simpler. Linda jumped in with her sweet voice, saying I wouldn't have to worry about a single thing ever again. I picked up the pen. I looked at both of them, really looked at them, memorizing their faces in that moment when they thought they'd gotten away with it. Then I smiled. I told them they'd get exactly what they deserved. Then I stood up and walked to the front door where my suitcases were already packed. I'd packed them the night before and hidden them in the coat closet. They just stared at me. Linda said, "Mom, what are you doing?" Like I was having some kind of episode. David stood up, his face confused. Richard was outside in his car, waiting. I'd called him that morning while they were both still asleep. I turned back at the door and said they should know that as of 3 weeks ago, they didn't own a single thing that was mine. Not the house, not the savings, not a penny. My lawyer had all the details, and they could contact him if they had questions. Linda's face went white. David started toward me, but I was already out the door. I got in Richard's car and we drove away. I didn't look back. That was 6 weeks ago. The apartment Richard helped me find is small. 1 bedroom, a tiny kitchen, a living room barely big enough for a couch and a chair. But it overlooks the ocean. I wake up every morning, make my coffee, and sit on the balcony watching the sunrise over the water. Everything I need, and nothing I don't. For the first time in months, maybe years, I feel like myself again. Not Robert's wife, not David and Linda's mother. Just Margaret. Richard handles everything legal. The trust is ironclad. He made sure of that. David and Linda can't touch any of it. And when I die, it's all going to charity. I picked 3 organizations Robert and I always supported: the local animal shelter, a literacy program, and a scholarship fund at the community college. My kids will get nothing, and I sleep just fine knowing that. They found out about the trust about a week after I left. David called first. I made the mistake of answering. He was furious, yelling about what the hell I'd done, demanding I explain myself. I hung up. He called back 17 times that day. I let it go to voicemail. Over the next few days, his messages changed. The anger turned to bargaining, then to desperation. He said he'd made a mistake, that we needed to talk, that he was sorry. The final message he left said I was being manipulated by Richard, that they were my family, and family should stick together. I almost laughed at that one. Linda took a different approach. She showed up at Richard's office 3 days after I left, crying. She tried to tell him I wasn't in my right mind, that I was confused and grieving and couldn't make these kinds of decisions. Richard shut that down immediately. He had documentation of my competency,
doctor's evaluations, cognitive tests, everything needed to prove I knew exactly what I was doing. Linda tried the emotional route next, saying she was my daughter, that she loved me, that she was just trying to help. Richard told her the meeting was over and escorted her out. I blocked both their numbers after 2 weeks. I couldn't keep listening to the voicemails, couldn't keep seeing their names pop up on my phone. Richard deals with any legal attempts they make now. So far, there haven't been any. I think they finally understand there's nothing they can do. 3 weeks ago, I agreed to meet them once. Richard advised against it, but I needed to do it. I needed to look them in the eye one more time. We met at a coffee shop halfway between Linda's house and my apartment. Neutral territory. Richard came with me and sat at the next table over. David got there first. He looked terrible, like he hadn't been sleeping. Linda showed up right after, and her eyes were red before she even sat down. David started talking immediately. He blamed everything on stress, on grief, on money problems he was having. He said they never meant to hurt me, that I'd misunderstood what I heard that night. Linda cried through the whole thing, saying she loved me, that I was her mother, that this was all a terrible misunderstanding. I let them finish. I didn't interrupt, didn't argue. When they finally ran out of words, I said what I needed to say. I told them they'd sold their mother long before they tried to sell my house, that they didn't see a person when they looked at me. They saw an asset, a problem to be managed, something in their way. And that told me everything I needed to know about who they really were. Then I stood up. Richard and I left, and that was the last time I saw them. Now it's just me, the ocean, and my coffee every morning. I've made friends here, real ones. There's a woman named Helen who lives 2 floors down. We play cards on Thursday nights. There's a man named Frank who walks his dog past my building every morning, and we've started chatting. Last week, a couple invited me to dinner at their place just because they enjoyed talking to me at the community center. Nobody here wants anything from me except my company. Do I feel guilty? Sometimes. They're still my children. There are moments when I see a mother with her adult kids at the grocery store, laughing together, and something in my chest aches. I wonder if I was too harsh, if there was another way to handle this, but then I remember their voices through that heating vent, laughing about putting me away, and the guilt disappears like smoke. Revenge wasn't sweet, like people say. It wasn't satisfying in some big, dramatic way. It was just necessary. Like closing a door that should have been shut a long time ago. Like finally admitting something I didn't want to face. That the people I raised, the people I loved and sacrificed for, didn't actually care about me. They cared about what I had. I spent 52 years taking care of a family. I raised those kids, sacrificed for them, loved them unconditionally. And the minute I became inconvenient, the minute I was no longer useful, I became disposable. That's what hurts the most. Not what they tried to do, but how easily they decided to do it. It wasn't even about the money, not really. It was that they thought I was too weak, too stupid, too broken to notice what they were doing. They underestimated me. That was their mistake. And honestly, it might have been the greatest gift they ever gave me. Proof that I don't need them. Proof that I'm stronger than they ever thought possible. Sometimes I wonder what they tell people about me. Do they play the victims? Do they say their cruel mother cut them off for no reason? Do they actually believe their own version of events? Part of me wonders if they'll ever understand what they did, or if they'll spend the rest of their lives believing they were the wronged ones. But most mornings I don't think about them at all. I just sit here with my coffee, watch the waves, and feel grateful that I'm finally free. Maybe they forgot who paid for their childhood. I made sure they remembered. I'm Robert, 79 years old,
And after my wife Margaret passed away 2 years ago, I thought the hardest part of my life was behind me. We'd been married for 53 years. The house felt empty without her, but I was managing. I had my routines, my doctor appointments, my pension coming in every month. I wasn't thriving, but I was okay. My daughter Linda, 52, and her husband Greg, 54, came to me 6 months after the funeral. Linda had tears in her eyes when she suggested they move in to help take care of me. She said I shouldn't be alone in that big house, that she worried about me. Greg nodded along, talking about how they could help with the yard work and the maintenance. I'll admit I was touched. After Margaret died, Linda had seemed distant, only calling every few weeks. So having her want to be close again felt like a gift. The first few weeks were fine. Linda cooked meals that reminded me of Margaret's recipes. Greg fixed the leaky faucet in the bathroom that I'd been ignoring. They were attentive and helpful. I started thinking maybe this was exactly what I needed. Then, small things started changing. Linda reorganized the kitchen cabinets one afternoon while I was napping. She said it would be easier for me to reach things, but now I couldn't find anything. She started opening my mail before I saw it, sorting it into piles on the counter. When I asked about it, she said she was just helping me stay organized, keeping the junk mail separate from the important stuff. By the second month, Greg had taken over answering the phone. He'd screen my calls and tell me later who had phoned. Half the time he'd say it was just telemarketers, but I started wondering if that was true. My friend Bill from the senior center stopped by once, and Greg told him I was sleeping. I wasn't. I heard the whole conversation from my chair in the living room. The real problem started when I tried to check my bank account online one morning. I'd been doing my own banking for 60 years, and Margaret had taught me how to use the computer before she got too sick. But when I typed in my password, it said it was incorrect. I tried 3 times. Nothing worked. I found Linda in the kitchen and asked her about it. She barely looked up from her coffee, said I'd been forgetting the password constantly, so she'd updated it to something simpler for me. She wrote down a new password on a sticky note and handed it to me. I felt annoyed but didn't want to make a scene. Except the password she gave me didn't work either. That's when I decided to go to the bank in person. I put on my coat and told them I was going for a walk. Linda insisted on driving me, asking where I needed to go. I lied and said I just wanted some fresh air. She looked suspicious, but let me go. At the bank, I explained the password situation to the teller. She pulled up my account and her expression changed. She called over the manager. That's when they told me my pension direct deposit had been changed 3 weeks prior. It was now going into a joint account, an account I never opened. I felt like someone had punched me in the stomach. The manager showed me the paperwork. My signature was on it, but I had no memory of signing anything. The date was from a month ago, during a time when Linda had taken me to what she said was just a routine appointment at the bank to update my beneficiary information. I drove home in a cab, my hands shaking the whole way. When I walked in, Linda asked where I'd been with this edge in her voice. I told her I'd gone to the bank. Her face went pale for just a second before she recovered. Over the next few weeks, I started noticing everything. My medications were suddenly being managed by Linda. She'd bring them to me at specific times in a little cup, like I was a child. When I said I could handle my own pills, she got this hurt look and said she was just trying to help, that I'd been mixing up the doses. I hadn't been. I found appointment cards for doctors I'd never heard of. When I asked Linda about them, she said she'd scheduled some specialists to check on my health. She started coming to all my appointments, even my regular checkup with Dr. Morrison, who I'd been seeing for 15 years. My credit cards disappeared from my wallet. Linda said she was holding onto them temporarily because I'd left one at a restaurant. I never left any card at any restaurant. When I asked for them back, Greg said they'd return them once I proved I could keep track of them better. Friends stopped calling. When I finally got hold of Bill on his cell phone, he said Linda had told him and the others at the senior center that I wasn't up for visitors anymore, that I got confused and agitated around people. I hadn't been confused or agitated about anything until my own daughter started treating me like I had dementia. The breaking point came one evening at dinner. I'd had enough. I put down my fork and demanded to know what was going on with my accounts, my medications, everything. Linda's eyes immediately filled with tears. Her voice started trembling. She said I was getting forgetful, that I'd been repeating myself, that she'd found the stove left on twice. None of that was true. Greg jumped in, his voice hard. He said they were doing this for me, that I should be grateful. He started listing off things I'd supposedly forgotten or messed up. Conversations I didn't remember having. Decisions I'd apparently agreed to. Linda kept crying, saying she was scared for me, that she just wanted to keep me safe. I sat there, listening to them gaslight me in my own home. The home I'd paid off 30 years ago. The home where I'd raised Linda, paid for her college, helped with her wedding, bailed her and Greg out when their business failed 10 years back. That night, lying in bed, in my own house, where I'd lived for 40 years, I realized my own daughter was trying to erase me. And I realized something else, too. She'd been planning this for a while, probably since before she even moved in. The next week, Linda insisted on accompanying me to my regular checkup with Dr. Morrison. She'd been doing this for the past 2 visits, but this time felt different. I watched her have a whispered conversation with him before we even got into the examination room. They both kept glancing back at me in the waiting area. During the appointment, Dr. Morrison started asking me strange questions. Things about what I'd eaten for breakfast, what day of the week it was, whether I was managing my daily tasks okay. Basic cognitive stuff. I answered everything correctly, but I could see Linda sitting in the corner, shaking her head slightly when she thought I wasn't looking. Like she was trying to tell the doctor I was lying or confused. I realized later she'd been building a case, trying to get medical documentation that I wasn't competent. The real wake-up call came 3 days after that appointment. I was in my room when I heard Linda on the phone downstairs. Her voice carried up through the old heating vents. She was talking to someone about guardianship paperwork, about filing dates and court procedures. The phrase that made my blood run cold was when she said, "Once it's filed, he won't be able to touch any of it." She was talking about my money, my house, everything Margaret and I had built together. I need to explain something about my late wife, Margaret. She was an accountant for 35 years, worked for a firm downtown doing taxes and estate planning. Margaret was meticulous about everything, especially financial records. We had filing cabinets full of organized documents, every receipt, every bank statement, every piece of paper that mattered. Before she died, when she was in hospice and knew she didn't have much time left, she made me promise to keep up with the system. She taught me how to scan documents, how to keep digital and physical copies, how to organize everything by date and category. She even showed me how to use the cloud storage thing on the computer. I remember her squeezing my hand and saying, "Trust people, but keep your receipts." At the time, I thought she was just trying to keep me busy after she was gone. Now I understood she was protecting me. So I started my own documentation. I couldn't let Linda and Greg know what I was doing, so I got creative. I'd take the car for drives to the library and make copies of bank statements there. I opened a P.O. box across town and had duplicate statements sent there. Every financial document, every piece of mail they'd been screening, I requested copies and kept them in a binder I hid in the garage under some old paint cans. I scheduled an independent medical evaluation with a geriatric specialist 2 towns over. Paid cash, so it wouldn't show up on any insurance statements Linda might see. The doctor put me through every cognitive test imaginable. Memory, reasoning, daily living skills, everything. I passed with what he called flying colors for my age. Over the next 3 weeks, I played the part they wanted to see. I acted a little more confused, a little more compliant. Asked them where things were, even when I knew. Let Greg explain how to use the TV remote I'd been using for 5 years. The more helpless I seemed, the more comfortable they got. They stopped being as careful around me. Linda started talking openly with Greg about their plans for the house. I heard them discussing which rooms they'd remodel once the guardianship went through. Greg mentioned something about finally having a proper workshop in the basement. Linda was going through Margaret's jewelry box one afternoon, holding up pieces and trying them on. She didn't even bother hiding it from me anymore, just said her mother would have wanted her to have these things. Then the legal papers arrived. Linda brought them to me with this fake sympathy all over her face. She said it was just to protect me, that it was for my own good. They'd already hired a lawyer, already filed the petition. The papers said I was unable to manage my own affairs due to diminishing mental capacity. They were requesting full guardianship, which meant control over my finances, my medical decisions, my living situation. Everything. I acted defeated. Told them I understood, that maybe they were right. Linda actually hugged me and cried. Greg patted my shoulder and said I was making the right choice by not fighting it. But I'd already contacted a lawyer myself, Margaret's old colleague from the accounting firm, a guy named Tom Chen, who did estate law now. I'd called him from a payphone at the grocery store during one of my library trips. I brought him my binder, showed him everything I'd documented. Every unauthorized account change, every intercepted piece of mail, every time they'd controlled my medication or my movements. I had the independent medical evaluation. I had my original will and a copy of a new will Linda had somehow drafted that left everything to her immediately. Tom looked through it all and said I had everything I needed. He said Linda and Greg had made a huge mistake by underestimating me. We filed a response to their guardianship petition. I didn't tell them I had a lawyer. I just said I'd go to the hearing and let the judge decide what was best. The guardianship hearing was scheduled for 2 weeks out. Linda and Greg started moving more of their belongings into the house permanently. They'd already taken over the master bedroom, said their room was too small. I'd been sleeping in the guest room in my own house for a month by then. Greg started shopping for new furniture. Linda was on the phone with contractors, getting estimates for renovations. They were spending money they didn't have yet, so confident this was going to work. The hearing was set for Thursday morning at 10. I pressed my best suit the night before, made sure my binder was complete, every document in order, every tab labeled clearly. Tom said to be at the courthouse at 9:30. Linda and Greg had no idea what was coming. The morning of the hearing, I woke up at 5. Couldn't sleep anyway. I got dressed in my suit, the navy one Margaret had bought me for our 50th anniversary. Linda knocked on my door around 7, asking if I needed help getting ready. I told her I was fine. She reminded me to stay calm at the courthouse, not to get confused or upset. Said the judge just wanted to make sure I was taken care of. We drove separately. Linda and Greg went in their car, looking confident and put together. Linda was wearing pearls that had belonged to Margaret. I met Tom in the courthouse lobby at 9:30 like we'd planned. He had his briefcase and I had my binder. Their lawyer went first. Presented their case like it was the most reasonable thing in the world. Talked about how I was a widower living alone, how I'd been having memory issues and difficulty managing daily tasks. Linda sat there looking concerned and caring, dabbing at her eyes with a tissue. Greg had his hand on her shoulder, playing the supportive husband. Their lawyer brought up the doctor visits, the fact that I'd been forgetting passwords and mixing up medications. Said my daughter had stepped in out of love and concern, that she just wanted to ensure I was safe and cared for in my final years. Made it sound like she was a saint. The judge asked me if I understood what the proceedings were about. I said I did. Then Tom stood up and asked if he could present some additional information for the court's consideration. Linda's face went confused. Greg leaned forward in his seat. That's when I stood up with my binder. Tom walked the judge through everything. Bank statements showing the exact date my pension was redirected without my knowledge or consent. A timeline I'd created, documenting every instance of Linda and Greg controlling my access to money, medication, and communication. The independent medical evaluation from Dr. Sarah Chen, the geriatric specialist, showing I had full cognitive capacity. Phone records I'd requested from the company showing dozens of calls from friends that never got through to me. Then Tom showed the judge 2 versions of my will. The original one Margaret and I had made 20 years ago, and a new one that had been drafted 6 weeks ago that left everything to Linda immediately upon my death, cutting out the charitable donations Margaret and I had planned. I'd never signed that second will, but someone had forged my signature. I had the original locked in a safe deposit box Linda didn't know about. Linda went from pink to white in about 10 seconds. She started whispering frantically to her lawyer. Greg tried to interrupt, saying this was all a misunderstanding, that I was confused and making things up. The judge told him to be quiet or he'd be removed from the courtroom. Tom also presented the receipt for the P.O. box I'd opened, dated 2 weeks before they even filed the guardianship petition. Showed that I'd had the presence of mind to protect myself and gather evidence. That's pretty much the opposite of someone who can't manage their own affairs. The judge took about 15 minutes to review everything. Then she denied the guardianship petition outright, said there was clear evidence I was fully competent, and that there were serious questions about financial exploitation that should be investigated further. She ordered immediate restoration of all my financial accounts to my sole control. Then the judge did something I didn't expect. She gave Linda and Greg 2 weeks to vacate my property. Said that given the evidence of manipulation and potential elder abuse, she was granting me an order of possession of my own home. Linda completely lost it. Started yelling that I was her father, that she'd given up her life to take care of me, that I was being ungrateful and vindictive. Security had to escort her out. Greg followed, but not before turning back to point at me and say this wasn't over. They were out in 10 days. Didn't even take the full 2 weeks. I changed every lock in the house the day they left. I went through the place room by room after they were gone. They'd broken the frame on my wedding photo, taken some of Margaret's good china. Small acts of spite scattered throughout. The thing that hurt most was Margaret's wedding ring. It was gone. I'd kept it in a small box on my dresser, and Linda had taken it. That one still bothers me. Linda called about 50 times in the first week. The messages went from rage to pleading to manipulation. She'd cry and say I was breaking her heart. Then the next message would be her screaming about how I'd ruined her life. I blocked her number after 2 weeks. That was 4 months ago now. I found new tenants through an ad I placed at the senior center. A retired couple, Tom and Nancy, both 71. They rent the 2 spare bedrooms upstairs. We share meals sometimes. They pay rent on time, treat me with respect, and Nancy bakes these amazing cinnamon rolls on Sunday mornings that remind me a little of Margaret's. The house feels lived in again. Tom fixed the back steps I'd been worried about. Nancy planted flowers in the garden Margaret used to tend. We play cards on Friday nights sometimes. It's peaceful. Linda has tried reaching out through relatives. My sister called saying I was being too harsh, that Linda made mistakes, but she's still my daughter. A couple of cousins have said the same thing. But others have reached out privately to tell me stories about Linda over the years. The entitlement, the borrowing money and never paying it back, the way she'd always acted like she deserved more than she earned. My lawyer says the district attorney is reviewing the case for possible charges related to the financial stuff and the forged will.
Linda might be in real legal trouble beyond just losing access to my money. I got a letter last week from Linda's lawyer. They're threatening to sue for grandparent rights, which is strange because Linda never had children. I think they're just trying to find any legal angle to stay relevant in my life or get access to my estate somehow. I sit in my living room most evenings now. I can hear Tom and Nancy in the kitchen laughing about something on the radio. The house has life in it again. I sleep in my own bedroom. My pension goes where it's supposed to. Nobody's going through my mail or hiding my medication. Part of me wonders sometimes if I should have handled it differently, if there was a chance to fix things with Linda before it got this far. Then I remember her trying on Margaret's jewelry like I was already dead. I remember her crying fake tears while trying to convince a doctor I'd lost my mind. My lawyer says Linda might try other legal angles. Some family members think I went too far. But I'm 79 years old, and I'm finally living in peace in my own home. Sometimes I think that's revenge enough.
Never thought I'd teach my own daughter a lesson this way.
I, 79, never imagined I'd be sitting in a lawyer's office plotting against my own daughter, Rebecca, 52. But here we are. Let me back up. I raised Rebecca alone after my husband died when she was 8. Heart attack, no warning, just gone. I was 35, with a second grader and a mortgage. Worked double shifts as a nurse for 20 years. Sold my wedding jewelry piece by piece to cover expenses. Never remarried because I was too busy keeping us afloat. Put her through state college. Helped pay for her wedding. Watched her build this comfortable suburban life with Tom and their 2 kids. I thought I'd done everything right. 3 years ago, my health started going downhill. High blood pressure, arthritis making it hard to get up and down the stairs in my 2-story house. Nothing catastrophic, just the regular wear and tear of getting old. Rebecca started calling more often, always asking if I was okay living alone. What if I fell? What if something happened and nobody found me for days? The usual worried daughter stuff. Then she started pushing for me to move in with her. She'd bring it up every phone call, every visit. They had plenty of room. I'd have my own space. Wouldn't it be nice to be around family? I kept saying no. I liked my independence. That house was mine. My husband and I bought it in 1978, raised Rebecca there, had every memory that mattered inside those walls. But she wore me down. Kept at it for months until I finally agreed. Moved in with her and Tom in September 2022. I'm not going to lie. The first few months were actually nice. We had dinners together most nights. I helped with my grandkids, Emma and Michael, when I felt up to it. Had my own room with an attached bathroom. It felt like family. That lasted until January. Rebecca mentioned one evening that she'd been handling some paperwork for my house. Said the maintenance was getting expensive. Property taxes were high. I should really consider selling while the market was good. I told her I wanted to think about it. That house wasn't just a house. It was the only thing I had left that was completely mine. She smiled and said, "Sure, no pressure, just something to consider." 2 weeks later, she told me the house sold. Just like that. Over breakfast. She said it happened fast, didn't want to stress me out with all the details during the process, thought it would be easier to just handle it. I felt like I'd been punched in the stomach. Asked her what she meant by handle it. She said she took care of the paperwork, the realtor, everything. Said I should be relieved. I wasn't relieved. I was furious. But more than that, I was confused. I never signed anything, never met with a realtor, never agreed to any of this. When I asked to see the paperwork, she kept putting me off. Said it was all digital now. She'd show me later. Don't worry about it. That's when I knew something was really wrong. I waited until she was at work one day and used her computer. Checked my bank account. The money from the house sale, $340,000, had been deposited into an account I'd never seen before. It had my name on it, but I didn't open it. Didn't even know it existed. I confronted her that evening. She got defensive immediately. Said she set up a special account to help me manage the money better, that I was getting forgetful, and she was just protecting me. Protecting me. Like I was a child who couldn't be trusted with my own money. I told her I wasn't forgetful. I balanced my own checkbook, paid my own bills, remembered everyone's birthdays. She just smiled that patient smile and said sometimes we don't notice our own decline. That night I went through every paper in my room, found copies of documents in a folder she'd left on the dresser, probably thinking I wouldn't look or wouldn't understand them. Found the deed transfer. Found the sale agreement. Found my signature on all of them. Except it wasn't my signature. It was close, but the loops on the A in my first name were wrong. I've signed my name the same way for 60 years. I know what my signature looks like. My daughter forged my signature and sold my house. I sat on the edge of that guest room bed for probably 2 hours just staring at those papers. This was the daughter I'd sacrificed everything for. The one I worked myself to exhaustion for. The one I sold my engagement ring to buy textbooks for because she wanted new ones instead of used. And she'd stolen from me. Not just money, my home, my independence, my choice. I thought about confronting her again, maybe threatening to call the police. But something stopped me. If I came at her directly, she'd just gaslight me more, tell everyone I was confused, maybe even try to get some kind of conservatorship. I'd seen it happen to other people my age. No, I needed to be smarter than that. That night, lying in that guest room that I'd stupidly thought was temporary, I made a decision. I wasn't going to yell or cry or beg her to give me my money back. I was going to play along. Let her think she'd gotten away with it. Let her think I was exactly the helpless old woman she apparently saw me as. And then I was going to take everything back. She wanted to treat me like I was senile? Fine. I'd give her exactly what she expected to see. But behind that mask, I'd be planning. Because my daughter had made one critical mistake. She assumed that being old meant being stupid. I was about to teach her just how wrong she was. The morning after I found those papers, I remembered James, my late husband's cousin. Became an attorney about 30 years ago, specialized in elder law. We'd kept in touch over the years, nothing major, just Christmas cards and the occasional phone call when one of us had news. He'd always been good to me. Felt like he owed our family something since my husband had helped put him through law school. I couldn't call him from the house phone or my regular cell. Rebecca checked my phone sometimes, said she was just making sure I wasn't getting scam calls. So, during one of my so-called doctor's appointments, I stopped at the drugstore and bought a prepaid phone. Felt like a criminal, but I guess that's what she'd turned me into. Called James from a McDonald's parking lot. Told him everything. He was quiet for a long time. Then he said a word I won't repeat here, and told me he'd handle it. Said we needed documentation, solid proof, and that I needed to be patient. This kind of thing took time to build properly. We met twice over the next few weeks. I told Rebecca I'd started physical therapy for my arthritis, which wasn't entirely a lie since I actually did need it. James and I would meet at this diner 40 minutes away, go over everything. He told me what to look for, what to photograph, how to do it without leaving traces. But first, I had to play the part. Started asking Rebecca to remind me what day it was more often. Pretended to forget my grandkids' names once or twice, called Emma by her mother's name, acted confused about it. Left the stove on once on purpose when I knew Rebecca would find it. It killed me to do it, to act like my mind was going, but I needed her confident. Needed her to think she was winning. And she ate it up. Started talking to me slower, louder, like I was hard of hearing when my hearing was fine. Would explain simple things like I'd never encountered them before. The way she looked at me changed too. Less like a daughter, more like a caretaker with a burden. Meanwhile, I was photographing everything I could find. Waited until she and Tom were both out of the house, then went through her home office. Found the bank statements for that account she'd opened in my name. Found emails between her and the real estate agent where she'd specifically said to handle everything through her. That her mother was declining and couldn't manage the sale herself. Found the forged documents. Took pictures of my real signature from old birthday cards for comparison. Turns out Tom had no idea about the forgery. In the emails, Rebecca told him I'd agreed to the sale, that it was my decision. He was in the dark, which honestly made me feel a little better. At least she hadn't corrupted him too. The hardest part wasn't the investigation, though. It was sitting across from her at dinner every night, watching her smile at me, ask how my day was, all while knowing what she'd done. Knowing that when she looked at me, she saw dollar signs, not her mother. I kept thinking about all those double shifts. The time I sold my engagement ring, the only piece of my husband I had left, to pay for her college textbooks. She'd wanted new ones because the used ones had highlighting in them, and she said it was distracting. I sold my ring for unhighlighted textbooks. She'd always been a bit entitled, I could admit that now. But I'd blamed myself. Thought maybe I'd spoiled her because I didn't want her to feel the lack I'd felt growing up poor. Wanted to give her everything. Never imagined she'd grow up thinking everything included what wasn't hers to take. After 3 months of this, James called me. Said we had enough. He'd already filed paperwork with the court to reverse the sale on grounds of fraud and elder financial abuse. Had my medical records showing I was completely mentally competent. Had handwriting experts lined up to testify about the forged signature. Had everything we needed. He'd also secured me a spot at Meadowbrook Senior Community. Independent living, not a nursing home. Small 1-bedroom apartment, my own kitchen. Activities if I wanted them, but no pressure. It was perfect. We planned my exit for a Wednesday. Rebecca always worked late on Wednesdays. Some standing meeting she couldn't miss. I packed 1 suitcase that morning, just clothes and toiletries. Left most of my things because I didn't want her to notice anything missing. James picked me up at 10 in the morning. I left a note on the kitchen table. Kept it simple. Rebecca, I've moved out. You'll be hearing from my attorney, Mom. That's it. No explanation, no emotion. Just like how she'd told me my house was sold. Seemed fitting. He drove me to Meadowbrook, helped me get settled. The apartment was small, but it was mine. Actually mine. I could lock the door and know that nobody was going through my things, monitoring my phone calls, treating me like I was incompetent. Rebecca called 50 times that first day. I didn't answer any of them. Let every single call go to voicemail. Listened to them later. The first few were confused, asking where I was. Was I okay? Then they got angry. Then they got panicked. She showed up at Meadowbrook 2 days later. The front desk called me, asked if I wanted to see her. I said yes. I wanted to see her face when she realized I wasn't the helpless old woman she thought I was. She came up to my apartment and knocked. I opened the door. She looked terrible, like she hadn't slept. Hair messy, no makeup, which was unusual for her. She started talking fast, asking what was going on, what attorney. I wasn't making sense. We needed to talk about this. Still playing like I was the confused one. I looked her right in the eye and said I knew exactly what she'd done. Watched her face cycle through concern, then panic, then anger in about 10 seconds flat. It was almost fascinating, seeing the mask slip that fast. She tried to justify it at first, said she was going to invest the money for me, that I didn't understand modern finances, that she was protecting my future. All this stuff about how real estate was complicated now, and she didn't want me to get confused or scammed by someone. Like she wasn't the one who'd scammed me. I let her talk herself in circles for a few minutes.
Then I asked her how she was protecting my future by stealing my past. That shut her up. She stared at me like I'd slapped her. Then she started crying. The full breakdown, mascara running, shoulders shaking, the works. Said she'd made a mistake, that she could fix it, that I was her mother and I couldn't do this to her. Couldn't do this to her. Like I was the one who'd done something wrong. I just stood there, watching her cry. This woman I'd given everything to was sobbing because she got caught, not because she'd betrayed me. That's what got me. Not once did she say she was sorry for what she'd done, just sorry that there were consequences. I told her to leave. She tried to hug me on the way out. I stepped back. Haven't touched her since. A week after I moved out, she got served. Noticed that the house sale was being reversed, that the money in her special account was frozen, and that charges were being filed for elder financial abuse and forgery. James didn't mess around. He had everything documented, organized, ready to go. Even got the DA's office interested because apparently elder financial abuse is a bigger issue than most people realize. Rebecca hired a lawyer pretty quickly. Tried to negotiate a settlement through James. She was offering to return all the money and apologize formally if I dropped the criminal charges. Her lawyer made it sound like this generous offer, like she was doing me a favor. I told James no. The money was always mine anyway. Returning it wasn't some noble gesture. And an apology? What was I supposed to do with an apology from someone who was only sorry they got caught? Tom filed for divorce about 2 months later. I felt bad about that, honestly. He seemed like a decent guy who'd been lied to as much as I had. He called me once, asked if what Rebecca had done was really as bad as the lawyers were saying. I told him to look at the forged signature himself. He said he would. Then he said he was sorry, that he never would have gone along with any of it if he'd known. I believed him. My grandkids came to visit once. Emma's 16 now, Michael's 14. Rebecca obviously coached them before they came, I could tell. They were uncomfortable, kept asking careful questions about whether Grandma and Mom could work this out. Wasn't family the most important thing? Emma asked to use my bathroom at one point. When she came back, she pulled me aside and asked quietly if what her mom did was really that bad. I showed her the documents. Showed her my real signature on an old birthday card. Then showed her the forged one on the deed. Watched her go pale as she compared them. She didn't say much after that. They left pretty quickly. Haven't seen either of them since. Rebecca's keeping them away from me now, which I expected. Probably telling them I'm vindictive or cruel or losing my mind. Maybe all three. It's been 8 months since I moved to Meadowbrook. I have my own space, make my own decisions, eat dinner when I want to. There's a book club that meets on Tuesdays if I feel like going. There's a woman down the hall named Patricia who plays cards. It's quiet. It's peaceful. Nobody looks at me like I'm a problem to be managed. Rebecca texts sometimes. Always the same basic message. Mom, please, I'm sorry. I made a mistake. Can't we talk about this? Let me explain. I miss you. The kids miss you. We're family. I haven't responded to any of them. What would I even say? That I miss her too? Because I do, sometimes. But I miss who I thought she was, and that person either never existed or stopped existing a long time ago. The woman who forged my signature and sold my house isn't someone I know. The house sale reversal went through last month. I'm getting my property back in a few weeks. Already talked to a real estate agent, a different one this time, about selling it properly. Thinking I might use the money to travel. Always wanted to see Ireland. Never had the time or money when I was working. Figure now's as good a time as any. People at Meadowbrook ask sometimes if I feel guilty, if I'm being too harsh. One woman told me that family is everything and I should forgive. I just looked at her and said, family doesn't forge your signature and steal your house. Here's what I know. Rebecca didn't steal from me because she was desperate or struggling. She stole from me because she thought I was too old and too trusting to notice or fight back. She saw her mother as an easy mark. That's what I can't get past. The trial's set for next month if she doesn't take a plea deal. James thinks she'll plead out, probably get probation and restitution, maybe community service. Doubtful she'll see any jail time for a first offense, especially with a good lawyer. But the conviction will be there. That matters. Got a letter from her yesterday. Actual letter, not a text. Handwritten envelope with my name and address. It's been sitting on my kitchen counter for 2 days now. I walk past it probably 20 times a day and I still haven't opened it. Part of me wonders what I'll feel when this is all over. When the trial's done, when she's been sentenced or taken her plea, when the legal part is finished. Will I feel relieved? Vindicated? Will I feel anything at all? Some days I think about what would have happened if I hadn't found those papers, if I'd just stayed oblivious, let her manage everything, slowly lost all control over my own life. Would have been easier in some ways. Wouldn't have lost my daughter, wouldn't have lost my grandkids, but I also would have lost myself. And at 79, I don't have enough years left to spend them being someone's convenient victim. That letter's still sitting there. Maybe I'll open it tomorrow. Maybe I won't. Either way, I'm finally living on my own terms again, and that's worth more than any apology she could write.
Never thought I'd teach my own daughter a lesson this way. I'm a 79-year-old grandmother, and my daughter Claire, 52, was supposed to be my greatest blessing. I raised her alone after my husband passed when she was just 8 years old. I worked double shifts as a nurse, sold my grandmother's jewelry piece by piece, skipped every vacation, and lived so frugally that I wore the same winter coat for 15 years. All of it so Claire could go to college, so she could have the life I never had. She graduated, got a corporate job, bought a nice house in the suburbs. I thought I'd done everything right. 3 years ago, my health started declining. Nothing dramatic, arthritis in my knees, some mobility issues, the usual stuff that comes with getting old. I was managing fine in my house, the same house my husband and I bought in 1978. But Claire started calling more often, always circling back to the same concern. She'd ask if I was eating properly, if I could handle the stairs, if I'd thought about what would happen if I fell. Then she insisted I move in with her, for my own good. I didn't want to. I loved my house. It had my memories, my garden, my neighbor Betty who'd bring over soup every Sunday. But Claire kept pushing, and honestly, part of me was lonely. I thought maybe this was a chance to be closer to my daughter, to be a family again. So I agreed. The first few months were fine. Claire set me up in the guest bedroom, made sure I had everything I needed. She seemed attentive, maybe even too helpful. But then I noticed she kept bringing up my finances. She'd ask about my bank accounts, my savings, whether I had a will updated. She called it being practical, making sure everything was in order. I didn't think much of it at the time. 6 months after I moved in, I realized I wasn't getting mail from my old address anymore. I asked Claire about it, and she gave me some vague answer about forwarding services and how she was handling it for me. When I pressed her, she'd change the subject or suddenly remember she had to make a work call. Then one afternoon, I overheard her on the phone in her home office. The door was cracked open, and her voice carried. She said something like, "Yes, the sale is final. No, she doesn't need to know the details. It's better this way." My stomach dropped. I stood there in the hallway trying to convince myself it was about something else. Anything else. That evening, I confronted her.
I asked her directly what sale she'd been talking about. She got defensive at first. Then her face changed, and she sat me down like I was a child. She told me she'd sold my house. Just like that. Said it was too much for me to handle, that I'd never be able to go back there anyway, that it was for my own good. I never agreed to sell that house. We'd never even seriously discussed it. I demanded to see the papers. She kept stalling, saying they were in storage, that she'd find them later, that I needed to trust her. But I could see it in her eyes. Something was very wrong. The next week, while Claire was at work, I called my old neighbor Betty. She confirmed what I already feared. The house had been sold 2 months ago. A new family was living there, had already repainted the shutters and torn out my rose bushes. Betty said she'd tried to call me, but my number wasn't working. Claire had apparently changed it without telling me. I had to know the truth. I got copies of the sale documents through an old friend who worked at the county records office. When I saw those papers, I felt something break inside me. The signature wasn't mine. It wasn't even a good forgery. Whoever did it didn't even get the loops in my name right. Claire had forged my signature and stolen my house. She'd pocketed around $340,000 from the sale. The betrayal gutted me in a way I can't fully explain. This wasn't a stranger or some scam artist. This was my daughter, the child I'd sacrificed everything for. And she'd looked at me and seen nothing but a burden, just a checkbook with a pulse. Things changed after that. Claire started treating me differently, more dismissive, more impatient. She'd sigh when I asked for help with something. She'd talk to me like I was slow. One night, I heard her on the phone with a friend complaining about me. She said, "She's going to live forever and bleed me dry." I was trapped. I had no home to return to. My savings were limited, and Claire had started monitoring my bank account, saying she was helping me budget. I realized that in her mind, I was already gone. She'd taken what she wanted, and now I was just in the way. That night, lying in her guest bedroom, staring at the ceiling, I made a decision. I wasn't going to confront her again, or beg her to fix this. I was going to play a different game entirely. If Claire wanted to treat me like a helpless old woman who didn't understand what was happening, then that's exactly what I'd give her. I'd play the role perfectly, while I figured out how to get out. Because my daughter had made a critical mistake. She assumed I was as weak as I looked. She had no idea what I was capable of when someone betrayed me. And I was going to make sure she found out. The morning after I overheard Claire say I'd bleed her dry, I remembered something important. Years ago, when my husband died, and I was drowning in estate paperwork, his cousin Marcus helped me through everything. Marcus is 68 now, a semi-retired attorney who'd always stayed in touch. More importantly, I'd helped him when his son went through addiction issues, paid for a good chunk of rehab, never asked for a dime back. Marcus was the kind of man who remembered debts like that. I waited until Claire left for work, then walked to the library 2 blocks away. I called Marcus from a payphone in the lobby because I didn't trust my cell anymore. When I told him what Claire had done, there was a long silence on the other end. Then he said something I'll never forget. He told me that when we'd set up my husband's estate, I'd granted him power of attorney for medical and financial emergencies. We'd done it as a safety measure, and I'd completely forgotten about it. I'd never revoked it. Claire had no idea it existed. Marcus asked me if I wanted to fight back. I told him yes. He said he'd need time to build a case, to gather everything we'd need. He told me to act normal, to not let Claire suspect anything. So that's exactly what I did.
For the next 8 months, I became the helpless old woman Claire thought I was. I acted more forgetful, asked her to explain simple things twice, moved slower, complained about being tired. I let her believe she was winning, that I was too confused and weak to understand what she'd done to me. Every dismissive look she gave me, every heavy sigh when I needed something, I swallowed it down and played my part. Claire got comfortable. She stopped being careful around me. She'd take calls about her finances in the next room, talk about the investment accounts she'd opened with my house money. She even mentioned to a friend once, while I was sitting right there, that she'd finally secured her retirement fund. Meanwhile, Marcus was working. He pulled bank statements showing the house sale proceeds sitting in Claire's personal account. He got the forged documents certified by a handwriting expert. He found emails where Claire had discussed handling my assets with her financial advisor. In our state, elder financial abuse is a felony, especially when it involves forging signatures and stealing property. Marcus built an airtight case. Around month 7, Marcus found a place for me. Riverside Gardens, a retirement community about 40 minutes away. It had independent living apartments, was clean and safe, and I could afford it with my remaining savings and Social Security. He arranged everything quietly. Moving truck, new bank account Claire couldn't access, legal papers ready to file the moment I left. I picked a Tuesday morning because Claire had a full day of meetings at work. I'd been packing slowly for weeks, hiding boxes in the back of the closet. The moving truck arrived at 9. I took my clothes, my photo albums, my husband's watch, the quilt my mother made. I left behind anything Claire had bought me. I didn't want her charity anymore. I left a note on the kitchen table. All it said was, "I know what you did. I'm not as helpless as you thought. Goodbye." Then I walked out of that house and didn't look back. Riverside Gardens was everything I needed. Small apartment, my own space, people who treated me like a person instead of a problem. I settled in and waited. 2 weeks later, Marcus filed everything. Claire received a registered letter at her office, notifying her that the house sale reversal was in process. All funds were frozen pending investigation, and charges had been filed for elder financial abuse and forgery. She also got a restraining order. She wasn't supposed to contact me directly. She showed up at Riverside anyway. I was having coffee in my apartment when security called and said my daughter was in the parking lot screaming. I went down because I wanted to see her face. Claire looked terrible. Her makeup was smeared, her hair was a mess, and she was crying in a way I'd never seen before. When she saw me, she started yelling. She said I'd ruined her life, that she could go to jail, that she couldn't believe I'd do this to her. She was making a scene, and other residents were watching. I just stood there and let her finish. Then I looked at her and said, "Sweetheart, you did that the moment you decided money mattered more than your mother." She tried to justify it. She needed the money for Emily's college, for her mortgage, for her life. She said she'd been planning to tell me eventually, that she'd panicked and made mistakes, but never meant to hurt me. She actually used the word mistakes, like forging my signature and stealing my house, were just little errors in judgment. I told her she'd had choices. She could have talked to me about selling the house if she genuinely thought I needed help. She could have asked for a loan if she was struggling. Instead, she chose to forge my signature, steal my property, and treat me like I was already dead. Those weren't mistakes. They were decisions. Claire fell apart then. She got on her knees in the parking lot and begged me to drop the charges. She promised she'd pay everything back, that she'd do anything, that she was sorry. She kept saying she was my daughter, like that was supposed to erase what she'd done. I wanted to feel something, sympathy, anger, anything. But all I felt was tired. I looked at this woman crying at my feet and barely recognized her.
Security started walking over and I turned around. I went back inside while they escorted Claire off the property. I heard her screaming my name behind me, but I didn't stop. That part of my life was over. The legal process took about 4 months. Claire's attorney pushed hard for a plea deal, and Marcus let them sweat for a while before agreeing to negotiate. She ended up with full restitution, 5 years probation, 200 hours of community service, and no jail time. Honestly, part of me wanted her to see the inside of a cell, but another part of me, the part that still remembered rocking her to sleep as a baby, couldn't stomach the idea of my daughter in prison. The house sale got reversed, but I decided to sell it properly this time. I didn't want to go back there. Too many memories were tainted now. I sold it through Marcus, got a fair price, and used the money to buy my apartment at Riverside Gardens outright. The rest I put into a trust for my granddaughter Emily's education, with Marcus as the trustee. Claire can't touch a penny of it. It's been 6 months since I moved here, and I'm not going to lie. My life is better now than it's been in years. I've made actual friends. There's a woman named Dorothy who lived in Paris in the 60s and tells the most outrageous stories. A retired professor named Bill who beats me at chess every Tuesday. We have a community garden where I've started growing tomatoes again. I take art classes on Thursday afternoons and discovered I'm decent at watercolors. People here have lived full lives and they treat each other with respect. Nobody looks at me like I'm a burden or a checkbook waiting to be cashed out. Emily visits regularly now. She's 19 and in her 2nd year of college. I told her everything, showed her the forged documents, explained what her mother did. She was horrified. She cried and apologized for not noticing, for not visiting more, for not seeing that something was wrong. I told her it wasn't her fault. She was a kid dealing with her own life. How was she supposed to know her mother was stealing from her grandmother? Emily stays close now. She comes every other weekend, brings her laundry and her textbooks, and we talk about real things. Her classes, her friends, her worries about the future. She's a good kid. Reminds me of her grandfather. Claire, on the other hand, won't leave me alone. She sends letters every week, long, rambling things where she apologizes and makes excuses and begs for forgiveness. She showed up on my birthday with flowers and tears, and I let her sit with me in the community room for 20 minutes because Emily asked me to. Claire looked broken. She's lost weight, has dark circles under her eyes, keeps saying she's in therapy and realizes what she did was unforgivable. The thing is, I think she does understand now. I think the consequences actually got through to her in a way my anger never could. But understanding doesn't fix what's broken between us. When I look at her, all I see is the woman who forged my name and calculated my worth in dollars. I see someone who looked at her own mother and saw an obstacle instead of a person. Marcus visits once a month. He brings Chinese food and we play cards, and he tells me he's proud of how I handled everything. Other residents know my story. Word spreads fast in a place like this, and they've started calling me the one who fought back. A few of them have dealt with similar things with their own kids. It's depressing how common this apparently is. I've had time to think about what revenge really means. I used to imagine it as something loud and dramatic, like in movies. But real revenge is quieter than that. It's showing someone they were wrong about you. It's taking back the power they thought they'd stolen. It's living well while they deal with the consequences of their choices. Claire thought I was helpless, and she was wrong. That's my revenge. But I'd be lying if I said I felt good about it all the time. There's grief mixed in with the relief. I lost my daughter in a way. Or maybe I just finally saw who she really was. Either way, that relationship is gone.
Sometimes I feel guilty, wondering if I was too harsh, if there was another way to handle it. Other times I remember that moment when I saw my forged signature, and I feel nothing but cold certainty that I did exactly what I had to do. Last week, Claire sent another letter saying she's selling her house and downsizing to pay back more than the court ordered. She wants to make full financial amends. She also asked if there's any path to forgiveness someday, if maybe we could rebuild something. Emily thinks I should consider it. She says people can change, that her mom is really trying, that family is important. She's young. She still believes broken things can always be fixed. My friend Dorothy, who went through something similar with her son 10 years ago, warns me to be careful. She says forgiveness doesn't mean letting someone hurt you again, that some people only change until they get what they want. She never reconciled with her son, and she says she has no regrets. This morning, I got another letter from Claire. It's sitting on my kitchen counter, unopened. Another apology, another plea, probably another promise to do better. I've been staring at it all day. I'm finally living peacefully in a place where no one looks at me like a checkbook with legs. I have my independence, my dignity, my granddaughter in my life. But I also have a daughter who's destroyed, and a relationship that might be beyond repair. Some days I think maybe there's a path forward with enough time and real change. Other days, I remember how she talked about me when she thought I couldn't hear, and I feel absolutely nothing. I don't know what forgiveness looks like when someone has betrayed you this completely. I don't know if I'm supposed to give her another chance or if protecting myself means keeping her at arm's length forever. The letter is still sitting there, and I still haven't opened it. Maybe tomorrow I will. Maybe I won't. Never thought my own children would sell me out for money. I'm 79 years old, and after my husband passed away 6 months ago, I figured the hardest part of my life was behind me. We'd been married for 52 years, raised 3 kids on our 200-acre farm, and I thought we'd done a decent job. My eldest son Richard is 54, my middle child Thomas is 51, and my youngest daughter Sarah is 48. All grown adults with their own lives. After the funeral, I made what I thought was a fair decision. I'd sell the farm eventually, and split the money evenly between the 3 of them in my will. Seemed simple enough. What I didn't know then was that my late husband's old lawyer friend Martin still technically handled my estate. They'd gone to law school together back in the day, stayed close for decades. Martin had semi-retired, but kept a few old clients on as favors. I'd honestly forgotten about that detail. That forgotten detail ended up saving my life. About 3 months after my husband died, Richard started coming around more often. He'd show up with groceries, help me with things around the farmhouse, sit with me in the evenings. It was nice at first. Then he started talking about how the farmhouse was too much for me to handle alone. Too many stairs, too much maintenance, too isolated if something happened. He said I should move in with him and his wife, that they had plenty of space, that he wanted to take care of me. I resisted at first, but he kept pushing. Said it would give him peace of mind. Said Mom would have wanted it. That last part got me, so I agreed. The first few weeks at Richard's place were fine. He brought me tea in the mornings. We watched TV together in the evenings. His wife made my favorite meals. I had my own room, a nice guest bedroom with a view of their backyard. I thought maybe this was good, being close to family in my old age. Then things started changing. Small things at first. My mail stopped coming directly to me. Richard said he was organizing it for me, keeping track of important documents so nothing got lost. Made sense, I guess. I've always been a bit scattered with paperwork. Then my bank statements disappeared. Richard said he was helping me stay on top of my finances,
making sure all the bills from the farm were being handled properly while we prepared to sell it. Documents started appearing at the dinner table. Richard would slide them across to me with a pen. Just routine stuff, he'd say. Updating your mailing address, confirming your phone number for the bank, standard estate paperwork. I'd sign them because I trusted him, because he's my son. Looking back now, I realize how stupid that sounds. But when it's your own kid, you don't think they're capable of something like that. This went on for about 3 months. I settled into a routine at Richard's house, let him handle things, played the role of the aging father who needed help. Then, one afternoon, while Richard was at work, Sarah showed up at the door. She was crying, mascara running down her face, hands shaking, the whole thing. She pushed past Richard's wife and came straight to my room. She looked terrible, like she hadn't slept in days. That's when she told me. The eastern 40 acres, the plot with the creek where my husband and I used to take the kids fishing, where we'd taught them to skip stones. Richard and Thomas had already sold it, behind my back. They'd either forged my signature or manipulated one of those routine documents I'd signed. The sale had gone through 2 months ago. She said they were planning to sell more, piece by piece. The plan was to liquidate everything before I even died, split it between themselves, and I'd never know the difference. Sarah only found out because Thomas got drunk at some family gathering I wasn't invited to and started bragging about it. Told her she'd get her cut eventually, but the brothers were handling the big parcels first. I sat there listening to her, and I felt something break inside my chest. Not a heart attack or anything dramatic like that. Just this quiet, crumbling feeling, like a foundation giving way. But I didn't let it show on my face. Years of playing poker with my husband taught me how to keep my expression neutral when the hand is bad. Sarah kept apologizing. She said she needed money too, that she was drowning in credit card debt, but she couldn't stand by and watch them do this to me. She begged me not to tell Richard and Thomas that she'd told me. Said they'd cut her out completely if they knew. After she left, I sat in that guest room for a long time, just staring at the wallpaper, this ugly beige pattern that Richard's wife had picked out. I thought about my husband and how disappointed he'd be. Not in the kids, in me, for being so blind. That evening at dinner, Richard slid another document across the table. Just updating your mailing address with the county, Dad. Standard stuff. I picked up the pen with a shaky hand, let it tremble a bit more than it actually was, and signed it. Richard smiled and patted my shoulder. They thought I was senile, that I didn't understand what I was signing, what was happening around me. And right then, sitting at that dinner table, I decided to let them think exactly that. If they wanted a confused old man, I'd give them one. Because a confused old man is easy to underestimate, and I needed them to underestimate me. I had some planning to do. That night I couldn't sleep. I just laid there in Richard's guest bed, listening to him and his wife arguing in the next room about money. Something about credit card bills and a kitchen renovation they couldn't afford. It all made sense now. They didn't want to wait for me to die naturally. They needed the money now. The next morning, after Richard left for work, I used the landline in the kitchen. They'd taken my cell phone weeks ago, said I kept losing it, and it was safer if they held on to it. I called Martin. It took me a minute to remember his number, but it came back to me. 40 years of friendship with my husband means some things stick. Martin answered on the third ring. When I told him what was happening, there was this long silence on the other end. Then he said he'd come pick me up that afternoon. Told me to tell Richard's wife I had a doctor's appointment if she asked. At Martin's office, we went through everything. And I mean everything. The eastern 40 acres had sold 2 months prior for $180,000, split between Richard and Thomas.
3 other documents I'd signed were property transfers in disguise, hidden in legal language I hadn't bothered to read. They'd been draining my checking account, too. Small amounts, $500 here, $800 there. Nothing big enough for me to notice, but it added up. Martin showed me the paperwork for their next move. The main farmhouse plot. The big score. They were planning to sell it within the next month. That's what all the urgency was about. The only good news was that my husband's life insurance money was still safe. I'd kept it in a separate account at a different bank, one the kids didn't know about. It wasn't a fortune, but it was enough. Martin said we could undo most of this, but we needed to move fast and keep quiet. The moment they knew I was onto them, they'd accelerate everything. So I went back to Richard's house and kept playing my role. I shuffled a bit more when I walked. Let my hand shake when I held my coffee cup. Asked the same questions twice. Richard ate it up. He started talking slower to me, louder, like I was hard of hearing when my hearing is fine. Over the next 3 weeks, I secretly met with Martin 4 times. Richard thought I was going to activities at the senior center. Bingo on Tuesdays, cards on Thursdays. Martin and I filed paperwork to reverse the fraudulent sales. It was complicated, involved proving I hadn't understood what I was signing, that I'd been manipulated.
Thankfully, Martin had connections with judges who'd known my husband. That helped. One night I overheard Richard on the phone with Thomas. I'd gotten up to use the bathroom and their voices carried down the hallway. They were talking about having me evaluated for dementia, getting full power of attorney, making it all legal so they could do whatever they wanted. Richard said they needed to move on it soon, before I got any ideas about changing my will. The Sunday family dinners became unbearable. Sarah would show up and couldn't look me in the eye. Thomas would smirk at me across the table, making little jokes about my memory. Richard would pat my hand and tell me to eat more, like I was a child. I'd sit there nodding, smiling, playing along. Finally, Martin called and said everything was ready. It was a Thursday afternoon. He said we had all the paperwork prepared, all the signatures lined up. We just needed to execute it. That Sunday morning, Richard announced a special family dinner. All 3 kids would be there. He was practically bouncing around the kitchen, checking his phone every few minutes. He told me to dress nice, that they had good news to share. I knew exactly what the good news was. The farmhouse sale had gone through. They thought they'd won. I told Richard I needed to run an errand with Martin that morning before dinner. Some paperwork to sign at his office, routine estate stuff. Richard hesitated for a second, and I could see him calculating whether to let me go. But what could a confused old man possibly do at a lawyer's office? So he agreed. Martin picked me up at 10. We drove to his office and spent the next 3 hours signing documents. So many documents. Power of attorney revoked, property transfers reversed. We'd caught them just before the final closing on the farmhouse, stopped it dead. New will drafted. Everything, every single cent and every single acre, now going to 3 charities. The Children's Hospital where my wife had volunteered for 20 years. The local food bank. And a scholarship fund in my husband's name for farm kids who wanted to go to college. Martin asked me twice if I was sure. Told me this was permanent, that there'd be no going back once we did this. I signed every page without hesitation. At 5 o'clock, my children arrived at Martin's building. He'd texted them to meet here instead of at Richard's house, said there was important paperwork that needed all of us present. They walked into the conference room looking confused. I was sitting at the head of the table, Martin beside me, stacks of legal documents in front of us. The look on Richard's face when he realized what was happening, I'll remember that forever. He turned bright red, started shouting about how I was ruining the family. Thomas went completely pale and silent. He knew they'd been caught, knew exactly how bad this was. Sarah started crying immediately, trying to apologize, saying she'd tried to warn them to stop. I stayed calm, kept my hands folded on the table. I told them everything I knew. The forged sales, the drained accounts, their plan to have me declared incompetent. Martin slid cease and desist letters across the table to each of them. Richard lunged forward and slammed his hands on the table. "You can't do this," he yelled. "That's our inheritance, our money." And that's when I started laughing. I wasn't being cruel when I laughed. It was genuine. The absurdity of it all just hit me in that moment. Richard standing there screaming about his inheritance while I'm still alive and sitting right in front of him. Like I was already dead and he was just waiting to cash the check. I told him exactly that. "Your inheritance? I'm not even dead yet and you're already spending my money." I went through everything then. How I'd played confused on purpose. How I'd heard their phone calls, caught every manipulative moment. All those documents at the dinner table, the routine paperwork, the concerned son act. I told them I'd seen through all of it. Richard kept shouting, called me a bitter old man who'd always favored the others, which was rich coming from him, considering he was the one who got the most help over the years. Paid for his business school, co-signed his first house. But that's how it goes, right? Give someone everything, and they'll still find a way to make themselves the victim. Thomas tried a different approach. He went quiet, calculating. Started talking about how we could fix this, how it was all just a misunderstanding. Said they'd only been trying to help me manage the estate before it became too complicated. That if I just gave them a chance, they could explain everything. Sarah just cried. Kept saying she was sorry, that she'd tried to stop them. Which was only partially true, but at least she'd told me what was happening. I stood up and grabbed my cane. The thing is, I barely even need the cane most days. I'd been exaggerating the limp, leaning on it more than necessary, playing up the frail old man act. They'd bought every second of it. I told them they'd wanted me helpless and confused, and congratulations, they'd convinced themselves. Then I walked toward the door. My cane tapped steady on that marble floor, no shake, no tremor, each step perfectly balanced. Richard shouted after me, "Where are you even going to live?" I turned around at the doorway. Already bought a condo with the insurance money you didn't know about, moving in next week. Martin handed each of them a packet. Restraining orders, basically. They were barred from my new property, barred from contacting me except through legal channels. Richard tried to grab his packet and rip it up, but Martin told him that wouldn't change anything. The orders were already filed. I left them there in that conference room and didn't look back. 2 weeks later, I was settled into my new place. Small 2-bedroom condo in town, maybe 15 minutes from the coffee shop my husband used to love. The place came furnished, which made the move easy. I didn't take much from the farm anyway. Some photos, my husband's watch, a few books. The farm itself is in a trust now. It'll be sold after I die, and the proceeds go to charity. Martin made it ironclad. Even if they contest the will, which Richard already started doing, it won't work. Everything was done legally, with witnesses, with me clearly in sound mind. Martin made sure of that. Thomas hasn't contacted me at all since that day. Just disappeared. I heard through the grapevine that he moved 2 states over. Something about a job opportunity. More likely running from the embarrassment. Sarah sends letters. They show up in my mailbox every few weeks. I haven't opened a single one. They sit in a drawer in my kitchen, still sealed. Part of me wonders what they say, but a bigger part of me doesn't care. I've started settling into a routine here. The condo has a balcony that faces west, and I sit out there most evenings, watching the sunset. Some of the neighbors are friendly. A couple down the hall invited me to play cards on Friday nights. I've gone a few times. They're good people. Don't ask too many questions about why an old man is living alone. I think about my husband a lot. Wonder what he'd say about all this. He was always the one who told me not to let anyone take advantage of me. Even family. Especially family, actually. He grew up with brothers who'd steal from each other over $1. He knew how money could poison people. So yeah, I think he'd approve. Maybe he'd tell me I was too soft on them, that I should have seen it coming sooner. But he'd understand why I did what I did. I'm 79 years old. Probably have a few good years left if I'm lucky. The condo is easier to manage than the farmhouse ever was. No stairs to worry about. Maintenance is handled by the building. I can walk to the grocery store, the pharmacy, that coffee shop. There's a library 2 blocks away. Some days I grieve the family I thought I had. The version where my kids actually cared about me and not just what I was worth. But mostly I feel free, lighter somehow, like I'd been carrying something heavy and finally set it down. Last week I ran into Sarah at the grocery store. I was in the produce section, trying to figure out which apples looked decent, and I heard someone say "Dad" behind me. I turned my cart around and walked the other way. Didn't even look at her. That night she left a voicemail. I almost deleted it without listening, but something made me press play. She said she's getting divorced, that her husband Michael was part of the reason she needed money, that he'd been pressuring her. She said she was sorry, that she wanted to talk. The message is still on my phone. It's been 3 days now. Martin says I should delete it, that it's probably another manipulation, that Sarah learned from the best, and now she's trying a different angle. But there was something in her voice, something that sounded different from that day in the conference room. I don't know if I'm hearing what I want to hear, or if it's real. I'm sitting here with my phone in my hand. My husband always said I was too forgiving. He also said family is complicated, and sometimes people deserve second chances. But he never had to deal with his own kids stealing from him. The callback button is right there. Part of me wants to hear what she has to say. The other part knows that trust, once broken like that, doesn't just come back because someone apologizes. Never thought my own blood would sell me out, but I made sure they paid for it. I'm Margaret, 78, and this is about my son David, 52, and his wife Patricia, 49. My husband passed 3 years ago. He was a veteran, came back from Vietnam, and we built our house together over 40 years. Every brick, every board, every inch of that garden. It was supposed to stay in the family. David's my only child, lives about 20 minutes away with Patricia. I thought we were close. About a year ago, I had a small fall in the kitchen. Nothing serious, just slipped on some water and bruised my hip. But after that, David and Patricia became extra attentive. They started coming over more, which I appreciated at first. I was lonely after losing my husband, so the company felt nice. Then they started insisting on helping with things. My mail, my bills, stuff like that. Patricia said it would be easier if they just handled it for me, set up automatic payments so I wouldn't have to worry. I didn't think anything of it. They were being helpful. They were my family. I trusted them completely. That went on for almost a year. Everything seemed fine. They'd come over for dinner. David would check on the house, make sure everything was working properly. Normal family stuff. I felt taken care of. Then 2 weeks ago, I got a call from the water company. The woman on the phone said my account was overdue, that I hadn't paid in 3 months. I was confused because Patricia had set up autopay for all my utilities. I told the woman there must be some mistake, that everything was automatic. She insisted the account was delinquent, and if I didn't pay soon, they'd shut off service. I hung up and sat there for a while, trying to make sense of it. Then I decided to go to the bank. I don't trust online banking, never have.
I needed to see the statements in person, talk to someone face to face. The bank is only 10 minutes from my house. I walked in and asked to see my account balance and recent statements. The teller, a young woman named Sarah who I'd seen a few times before, pulled up my account. Her face went pale. She asked me to wait a moment and got the manager. That's when my stomach dropped. The manager, Mr. Chen, sat down with me in a private office. He spread out printed statements across the desk. My savings account, the one my husband and I had built up over decades, had gone from $127,000 to $8,400 in 11 months. I couldn't breathe for a second. I asked him to explain what happened. He showed me the transactions. Automatic transfers to an account I'd never seen before. Cash withdrawals I never made. Hundreds here, thousands there, month after month after month. I sat there looking at those numbers and I felt sick. Because I knew exactly when it started. The transfers began 2 weeks after David and Patricia convinced me to give them access to my accounts. 2 weeks after they set up their helpful automatic payment system. Mr. Chen asked if I recognized any of the transactions. I told him no. He asked if I'd authorized anyone else to access my account. I had to say yes. My son. The manager's expression told me everything I needed to know. He'd seen this before. I took copies of everything and drove straight to David and Patricia's house. My hands were shaking on the wheel, but I was more angry than scared. They were having dinner when I got there, looked annoyed that I showed up without calling first. I didn't care. I walked right in and put the bank statements on their dining room table, right next to Patricia's salad. Told them I needed them to explain what happened to my money. David barely glanced at the papers. He said I was getting confused, that I'd been spending more than I realized. Patricia jumped in immediately, said they'd been worried about my memory for months, that maybe it was time we talked about assisted living, somewhere with people who could watch over me properly. I pointed at the account number on the transfers, asked whose account that was. David said it was a bill pay account they'd set up for me, that I'd agreed to it. I know I never agreed to any such thing. I asked about the cash withdrawals. Patricia said I'd asked for cash several times, that I must not remember. They kept talking over me, kept insisting I was confused, that my memory wasn't what it used to be. David even said Dad would want them to take care of me, that I couldn't handle my own finances anymore. Like my husband would have wanted them to steal from me. I left before I started crying in front of them, drove home in a blur, hands still shaking. Got inside my house, the house my husband and I built together, and I finally broke down. I cried harder than I had since his funeral. Sat on the floor in our bedroom and sobbed. I looked at the photos on the dresser. David as a baby, as a little boy, at his high school graduation. I couldn't connect those pictures to the man who just looked me in the eye and called me senile. The man who stole over $100,000 from his own mother and then made me feel crazy for noticing. I felt completely alone, betrayed by the one person who was supposed to love me unconditionally, the person I raised, sacrificed for, loved with everything I had. But sometime during that long night, something shifted. The grief turned into anger, cold, sharp anger. By the time the sun came up, I wasn't crying anymore. I was planning. They thought I was a confused old woman they could manipulate. Fine. I'd show them exactly what a confused old woman could do. The next morning, I called David, apologized for getting upset, said I must have been confused about the accounts. I could hear the relief in his voice. He said he understood, that these things happen at my age. I bit my tongue and played along. Over the next 2 weeks, I slowly became exactly what they'd accused me of being. A little more forgetful, a little more frail. I'd call David to ask him something I'd already asked. I'd leave the stove on by accident when they came over. Little things that made them exchange those knowing looks. They ate it up.
Patricia started talking to me slower, louder, like I was hard of hearing. David would pat my hand and tell me not to worry about things. It made my skin crawl, but I smiled and nodded. Meanwhile, I'd started doing research. I went to the library and used their computers where no one could trace what I was looking at. Found a lawyer 3 towns over, someone David and Patricia wouldn't know. Made an appointment using the library phone. The lawyer's name was Jennifer Moss. She was younger than I expected, maybe 40, but she listened to everything without interrupting. I showed her the bank statements, explained what had happened. She said I could press charges for elder financial abuse, that I had a clear case. But I told her I wanted something else. I wanted to make sure they never got what they were really after. The house. She asked me what I had in mind. I told her about my husband's connection to the local Veterans Foundation, how they'd helped him when he came back from the war, gave him job training, helped him find his footing. He'd always said he wanted to give back to them someday, but we were never wealthy enough to make a big donation. Now I could. Jennifer explained something called a life estate. I could transfer ownership of the house to the foundation, but keep the right to live there as long as I wanted. When I died, it would go directly to them. David would have no claim to it whatsoever. I signed the papers 2 days later. The foundation was incredibly grateful. The director, a veteran himself, told me the house would eventually become transitional housing for homeless veterans. My husband would have loved that. But I didn't tell David and Patricia any of this. Instead, I started complaining about the house. How it was too big for me. How the maintenance was overwhelming. How I couldn't keep up with the yard work anymore. Patricia suggested hiring help. I said it was too expensive. David offered to do more around the house. I said I felt like a burden. Then I mentioned, almost casually, that maybe I should just move somewhere smaller. Let them have the house early. The change in their faces was immediate. David tried to hide it, but I saw the excitement. Patricia's eyes actually lit up. They both started talking about how that might be for the best, how they could take care of the property, how I deserved something easier to manage. Over the next month, we looked at apartments together. They were very helpful in finding me something cheap and small, a 1-bedroom about 15 minutes away. I pretended to be sad about leaving the house. Patricia hugged me and said it was the right choice. David kept saying how proud Dad would be that I was being so practical. The whole time, they were already planning renovations. I heard them talking when they thought I was out of earshot. New kitchen, new bathrooms, maybe knock down a wall. Patricia wanted to repaint everything. David talked about finally having a real house, one worthy of hosting his colleagues. Moving day came about 6 weeks after I'd transferred the title. David and Patricia helped me pack, which mostly meant they rushed me through it so they could move in faster. I took my personal things, photos, my husband's military medals, some furniture for the apartment. Left everything else. They could barely contain themselves. Patricia was already measuring windows while I was still loading boxes. David kept walking through rooms with this satisfied look on his face, like he'd finally gotten what he deserved. I played my part perfectly, smiled sadly, let them hug me, told them to take good care of the place. Then I left them to their dream home. The apartment was fine, small, quiet, nothing special. But I didn't need much anymore. I set up my photos, unpacked my things, and waited. David and Patricia moved in that same week. They'd show up at my apartment occasionally to check on me, but mostly they were busy with their new life. Patricia would talk about the renovations, show me paint samples. David mentioned something about a home equity line of credit, said it was smart to leverage the property's value. I just nodded along. 3 months went by. They made themselves completely at home. Had friends over for dinner, sent out Christmas cards with a photo of them in front of the house. Patricia joined a book club and hosted it there. David told everyone at his office about his inheritance, how his mother had finally done right by him. I visited sometimes, playing the grateful mother who was so happy they were taking care of things. Inside, I was counting down to the moment they'd find out the truth. The Veterans Foundation had been patient, per my request. I'd asked them to wait a few months before sending any official correspondence. Let David and Patricia get comfortable first. Let them really believe it was theirs. Then, one afternoon in early January, the letter arrived. The foundation sent a standard thank you note to the property address, acknowledging David and Patricia as current residents maintaining the property in trust. It explained the ownership situation and mentioned that upon my passing, they'd need to vacate within 30 days. I was at the apartment when my phone rang. David. I let it go to voicemail. He called 3 more times. Then, I heard him pounding on my door. I opened the door and David practically fell inside. His face was red, veins bulging in his neck. He was waving that letter from the foundation like it was on fire. Patricia was behind him in the hallway, mascara streaked down her face. He started yelling immediately. What had I done? How could I do this to him? Did I have any idea what I'd just ruined? I stayed calm, offered him tea. He knocked the cup out of my hand and it shattered on the floor. That's when I knew I'd made the right choice. I told him to sit down or leave. He sat, but he was shaking with rage. Patricia came in and perched on the edge of my couch like she was afraid to touch anything. David said I'd given away his inheritance. That house was supposed to be his. I reminded him that the house was mine, that I could do whatever I wanted with it. He said that wasn't the point, that family was supposed to take care of family. That's when I brought up the bank statements. I'd kept copies in a folder by my chair, knew this conversation was coming eventually. Put them on the coffee table between us. Patricia started crying, saying they could explain. David tried a different approach, said they'd been planning to pay it back, that they'd needed money for some investments that didn't pan out, that they were going to inherit everything anyway, so what did it matter? I asked him if he understood what he'd done. He stole from me, made me doubt my own mind, called me senile when I noticed. He tried to interrupt, but I kept talking, told him I raised him better than this, that his father would be ashamed. David's face changed then. He said Dad would have understood, that Dad always said family took care of each other, that the house should stay in the family. I told him the house was going to help veterans, people like his father. That's what Dad would have actually wanted. Patricia accused me of being vindictive, said I was a bitter old woman who couldn't stand to see them happy, that cutting them out like this was cruel and unusual, that any decent mother would forgive her own son. David said I was punishing him over a misunderstanding, that we could work this out if I wasn't so stubborn. I asked if they'd planned to tell me about the money. Ever. Patricia went quiet. David said they were handling it, that it wasn't any of my business how they managed the accounts I'd given them access to. That's when I told them I hadn't given them access. They'd taken it, used my grief and my trust against me. And when I noticed, they tried to convince me I was losing my mind. David stood up, said he was going to fight this, get a lawyer, contest the transfer, prove I wasn't mentally competent when I signed the papers. I told him my lawyer had already prepared for that there was documentation of my competency from 3 separate doctors, that he had no case. Patricia started sobbing harder, saying they'd already taken out loans against the house, that they'd spent money on renovations, assuming it was theirs. David told her to shut up, but the damage was done. They'd gotten themselves into debt over a house they never owned. I told them that wasn't my problem, that actions have consequences. David called me a heartless bitch, said he hoped I died alone in this depressing apartment, that he was done with me. Patricia said I'd destroyed their lives over money, that I was no better than they were. They left, slamming the door so hard my photos rattled on the wall. I sat there in the silence, listening to their car peel out of the parking lot. My hands were steady. I felt no guilt, just a quiet sense of peace. That was 2 months ago. They still live in the house because they have nowhere else to go. The foundation has been understanding, said they're fine with David and Patricia staying as long as they maintain the property properly. But every month they're there, they know it'll never be theirs. They're trapped maintaining a house they thought they'd stolen. They haven't called since that day, haven't visited. I'm fine with that. Better than fine, actually. I've made friends here at the apartment building. There's a woman down the hall, Ruth, who's also widowed. We play cards every Thursday with some other ladies. It's nice. The Veterans Foundation sends me quarterly updates about their programs. I've started volunteering with them, helping organize donation drives, talking to other veterans' families. Last month they asked if I'd be willing to share my husband's story for their newsletter. I said yes. Some people have told me I went too far. My neighbor, Mrs. Chen, said family should forgive, that holding grudges only hurts yourself. A woman at church said I should reconcile before it's too late, that I might regret this on my deathbed. But I sleep well at night. My husband would be proud the house is going to help people who served like he did. I have peace knowing David can't profit from what he did to me. Last week I went to the doctor for a routine checkup. She ordered some additional tests, said there were some concerning results she wanted to follow up on. I go back next Tuesday to discuss them. I'm not worried, though. Whether I have 10 years left or 10 months, I've made my peace with everything. The house will go where it belongs. David will have to live with what he did. And me? I'm free. People keep asking if I regret it, if I wish I'd just forgiven them and kept the peace. Here's what I tell them. I didn't ruin his inheritance. He ruined my trust. I just made sure he couldn't profit from it. Some might say I'm bitter. Maybe I am. But I'm also free. And honestly, that's worth more than any house.
The day I changed my will was the day I finally slept peacefully. I'm Margaret, 82, and I've been a widow for 10 years now. My husband Robert died suddenly from a heart attack, and I thought my 3 grandchildren, Marcus, 28, Olivia, 25, and Tyler, 22, would be the family I'd lean on in my golden years. Their mother, my daughter Sarah, died in a car accident when they were teenagers. After that, I became everything to them. Parent, grandparent, the whole package. I won't lie. I spoiled them. When Marcus got into business school, I paid his tuition. The whole thing. Olivia needed a car for her first real job, so I put down the payment. Tyler went through this phase where he was finding himself and couldn't hold down work, so I covered his rent for 6 months. I did it all gladly, because that's what family does, right? You take care of each other. They used to visit every week. We'd have dinner, talk about their lives, and I'd send them home with leftovers. But over the past year or so, something shifted. The visits felt different, shorter. They'd check their phones more, seem distracted. The weekly dinners became every other week, then once a month if I was lucky. I told myself they were just busy with their lives. Young people have things to do. I live alone in this 4-bedroom house in a nice neighborhood. Robert and I bought it 50 years ago when the area was just starting to develop. Now it's worth a small fortune, apparently. I don't use half the rooms anymore, but it's home. Every corner has a memory. Robert's study still has his books. The kitchen still smells like the Sunday roasts we used to make together. December 23rd changed everything. It was 2 days before Christmas, and all 3 grandkids came over for our traditional holiday dinner. I was making Robert's recipe apple pie, the one with the cinnamon and nutmeg that they always loved. It was around 7 in the evening,
and I'd just finished rolling out the dough when I realized I'd forgotten the vanilla extract upstairs. They thought I'd gone up to rest. I heard them in the kitchen, and something about the tone made me stop at the doorway. Marcus said it first. "Once Grandma's gone, we'll sell the house and split it 3 ways. This neighborhood's worth a fortune now." Olivia laughed. I can still hear it. She said old people shouldn't hoard property like this anyway, and that I don't even use half the rooms. Tyler chimed in about how they should probably start looking at real estate agents to get a head start. I stood there, holding the vanilla extract, and my hand went cold despite the warm kitchen nearby. They kept talking, discussing which agent to use, how quickly they could flip it. I didn't go in. I went back upstairs, sat on my bed for 10 minutes, and then came back down like nothing happened. Served them pie with a smile. They said it was delicious, as always. I didn't sleep that night. Over the next 3 months, things got worse. The visits dropped to maybe twice a month if I was lucky. But the phone calls picked up, and they all had one thing in common: money. Marcus needed $3,000 for some business opportunity he couldn't quite explain. Olivia wanted help funding a vacation to Europe with her friends. Tyler called about credit card debt that was apparently crushing him, even though I'd just helped him 6 months ago. I said yes every time. I always said yes. Then in March, Tyler came over alone. He had this concerned look on his face, the kind that people practice in mirrors. He sat me down at the kitchen table and told me he'd been thinking about my well-being. Said that managing this big house must be exhausting for someone my age. All these stairs, all these rooms to clean, the yard work. He suggested I should downsize for my own good. He said he'd been talking to a realtor friend who could help me get top dollar for the place. Said he'd coordinate everything so I wouldn't have to stress about it, make it easy for me. He smiled when he said it, like he was doing me this incredible favor. That's when it hit me. I wasn't their grandmother anymore. I was just an obstacle between them and money, an inheritance that was taking too long to die. I thanked Tyler for his concern and told him I'd think about it. He left satisfied, probably thinking he'd planted the seed successfully. Maybe he went home and called his siblings to tell them the plan was working. I spent that entire night wide awake in Robert's study, surrounded by his books and his reading chair that still smells faintly like his cologne. I looked at the photos on the wall, the grandkids at various ages, smiling, hugging me, looking like they loved me. Maybe they did back then. Maybe I missed the moment when that love turned into something else. Or maybe it was always about what I could give them, and I was too blind to see it. By sunrise, I knew exactly what I had to do. I called my lawyer that Monday morning. Mr. Chen has been handling my affairs for 20 years, and he knows me well enough to hear when I'm serious. I told him I needed to see him as soon as possible. There were some changes I needed to make. This brings me back to April, when everything started moving fast. Mr. Chen's office is downtown, same building he's been in for decades. I told him everything. The Christmas conversation, Tyler's downsizing suggestion, the pattern of calls that only came when they needed money. He sat there taking notes, and when I finished, he just nodded. He'd seen this before, he said, more often than people think. I told him my plan, and he was quiet for a moment. Then he asked if I was absolutely sure. I was. He said he'd make it happen. First step was listing the house. We found a realtor who specialized in discreet sales, someone who wouldn't blast it all over social media or put up a huge sign in the yard. Just quiet showings, qualified buyers only. I didn't tell the grandkids. Why would I? It was my house. While the listing went live, I started touring senior living communities. I saw 5 of them over 2 weeks. Some were too clinical, felt like hospitals. Others were too fancy, trying too hard to be luxury resorts. Then I found Meadowbrook Gardens. It had this beautiful common area with big windows, and the apartments were small but comfortable. They had Tai Chi classes, a book club, a garden where residents could actually work with the plants. It felt right. The house sold in 3 weeks. Multiple offers, bidding war, the whole thing. It went for $890,000. The realtor said we could have pushed for more, but I didn't care. It was more than enough for what I needed to do. Here's where I almost backed out. I was packing up Robert's study, and I found this photo album I'd forgotten about. Pictures of the grandkids when they were little. Marcus missing his front teeth, grinning at the camera. Olivia in her soccer uniform covered in mud. Tyler on his first day of high school, nervous and trying to hide it. I sat on the floor with that album for an hour, and I almost called Mr. Chen to stop everything. Then I remembered Tyler's face when he suggested I downsize, that practiced concern, that fake sympathy, the way he'd already talked to a realtor before even asking me. I closed the album and kept packing. The money got divided up according to my plan. A big chunk went to establishing a scholarship fund in Robert's name at the community college where he taught for 30 years. He always believed education could change lives, so that felt right. Another major donation went to St. Augustine's orphanage, where Robert grew up. He never forgot where he came from, and neither would I. The rest went into a trust for Nina, my home health aide. She's 54, been with me for 3 years, and she's the one who actually showed up when I had that health scare last year. I was in the hospital for 4 days with pneumonia. Nina came every single day, brought me books, made sure the nurses were taking care of me. My grandkids? Marcus texted that he was too swamped at work. Olivia said she'd try to make it, but never did. Tyler said hospitals made him uncomfortable. Nina never asked me for anything extra, never hinted that she deserved more. She just showed up and cared, which is more than I can say for my own blood. 2 weeks after I moved into Meadowbrook, Marcus called. His tone was casual at first, asking how I was doing, saying he'd tried to stop by the house, but some other family was there. I could hear the confusion in his voice, that edge of panic he was trying to hide. I told him plainly, I sold the house. I've moved to a senior community. The silence on the other end lasted maybe 5 seconds, but it felt longer. Then he asked where the money was. Not how I was doing in my new place, not if I needed help moving. Just where's the money? I explained about the scholarships, the orphanage donation, and Nina's trust. I kept my voice calm and even, like I was reading him a grocery list. He exploded, started yelling about how I'd given away their inheritance to strangers, said I had no right. I hung up on him mid-sentence. All 3 of them showed up at Meadowbrook the next day. The front desk called up to warn me, and I told them to let the grandkids come. Might as well get it over with. They found me in the common room. I was having tea with Martha, one of the other residents, and I didn't stand up when they walked in. Marcus looked furious. Olivia's eyes were already red, getting ready to cry on cue. Tyler hung back, probably hoping he could stay out of it. Marcus started in about financial abuse, saying Nina must have manipulated me. Olivia did her crying routine, asking how I could do this to them after everything they'd done for me. That part almost made me laugh. Everything they'd done for me? What exactly was that? Tyler finally spoke up, said they could contest this, that I clearly wasn't in my right mind. I let them finish. Then I recited the Christmas conversation back to them, word for word. About selling the house and splitting it 3 ways. About old people hoarding property. About getting a head start with real estate agents. Marcus tried to deny it, but I watched his face. He knew I'd heard. They all knew. I told them something I'd been rehearsing in my head for weeks. You can't inherit love you never gave. Then I asked them to leave. When Marcus started arguing, I called over to the front desk and security came. Watching them get escorted out of the building, I felt lighter than I had in months. Martha squeezed my hand and said I handled it perfectly. That night, I slept 8 hours straight. No nightmares, no waking up at 3 in the morning wondering if I was being unfair. Just peace. In the weeks that followed, they didn't give up easily. Marcus started calling from different numbers. I recognized his voice every time and hung up immediately. After the 5th attempt, I just started blocking any number I didn't recognize. Olivia sent this long email that went back and forth between apologizing and trying to make me feel guilty. One paragraph she'd say she was sorry for hurting me. The next she'd talk about how much they'd sacrificed to spend time with me over the years. I deleted it without finishing. Tyler showed up once more about a month later with his girlfriend. I'd never met her before, which told me everything I needed to know about how much I'd mattered to him. They tried the soft approach, asking the front desk to just let them say hello. The desk staff knew the situation by then and turned them away. I watched from my window as they walked back to his car. Part of me felt sad, a very small part. The legal threat turned out to be empty. They actually went to Mr. Chen and tried to get him to declare me incompetent. He shut that down fast and told them if they continued harassing me, he'd take legal action against them. I didn't hear from them after that for a long time. Life at Meadowbrook turned out to be better than I expected. I started going to the morning Tai Chi classes, which I thought would be silly but actually helped with my hip pain. The book club meets every Thursday, and we just finished reading this mystery novel that none of us saw the ending coming. There's a community garden where I spend most evenings now, just sitting with a cup of tea and watching the sun go down. I made friends. Real ones. Martha is 79 and tells these outrageous stories about her youth that may or may not be true. Donald is 85 and plays piano in the common room every Tuesday night. We sit around and listen, and sometimes people dance. It's nice. Nobody here wants anything from me except maybe company for a card game or someone to complain about the cafeteria food with. Nina still visits twice a week, but not as my paid aide anymore. She comes as family now. We have dinner, watch our shows, talk about normal things. She told me the trust allowed her to pay off her mother's medical debt, something she'd been struggling with for years. The relief on her face when she told me that was worth every penny. I went to the first scholarship ceremony in Robert's name back in September. 6 students received funding for the semester. One of them was this young guy studying to be a teacher, and he reminded me so much of Robert at that age. Same nervous energy, same passion for helping people learn. He came up to me afterward and thanked me, said this scholarship meant he didn't have to work 2 jobs anymore and could focus on his student teaching. I cried in the car on the way home, but they were good tears. About 5 months after I moved, something unexpected happened. I got a letter in the mail from Tyler. An actual letter, handwritten, not an email or text. That alone made me pause. It was different from everything else they'd sent. No asking for money, no manipulation, no guilt trips. He said he'd been in therapy and was working through a lot of things. Said he wasn't asking for forgiveness or my money, just wanted me to know he was ashamed of who he'd become. He wrote that I deserved better than what they'd given me. I read that letter 3 times. Part of me wanted to call him right away. Part of me remembered all the years of being used and wondered if this was just another angle. I sat with it for a week before I did anything. Finally, I wrote back. 1 sentence on a card. Thank you for your honesty. I hope you find what you're looking for. I meant it. I do hope he figures his life out. But I also knew that me being in his life wasn't going to help him do that. Sometimes people need to find their own way without someone there to catch them every time they fall. I mailed the card and that was it. We haven't reconnected, but I did sleep a little easier knowing that maybe one of them understood. Now, 8 months later, I can look back and say I made the right choice. Do I miss having family around for holidays?
Sometimes. Thanksgiving was quiet this year. Christmas will probably be the same. But Meadowbrook does a big holiday dinner, and Martha already asked if I'd sit with her and her son's family. So maybe it won't be so lonely after all. Every evening I sit by the community garden with a cup of chamomile tea. No one here wants anything from me except maybe company for a card game. The peace I feel now is something I haven't experienced in years. Maybe ever. I'm not waiting for the phone to ring with another request for money. I'm not wondering when the next crisis will be that requires me to open my wallet. I'm just here, living my life, and it's enough. The trust for Nina is set up to last her lifetime. The scholarship fund will help students for decades. The orphanage named a wing after Robert. These things will outlast me, and they'll do more good than leaving a house to 3 people who couldn't wait for me to die so they could sell it. Last week, Nina called and said she's been thinking about bringing her teenage daughter to meet me. Her daughter wants to study nursing, and Nina thought maybe I could talk to her about it, share some wisdom or whatever. I said yes without hesitating. We're meeting for dinner next Sunday. I saved Tyler's letter. It's in my desk drawer, and sometimes I take it out and read it again. I'm still not sure what it means, or if I'll ever reach out beyond that one card. Maybe some bridges aren't meant to be rebuilt. Maybe it's okay to just acknowledge they existed and move on. What I do know is this. I spent so many years trying to keep everyone happy, trying to be the grandmother they needed, trying to buy love with money and generosity. And it got me nothing but heartbreak and resentment. Now, I'm just Margaret, sitting in a garden, drinking tea, and finally sleeping peacefully at night. They forgot I built this family, so I took everything back. I'm Margaret, 79, and for most of my life I've been the kind of woman who just keeps her head down and does what needs doing. I raised 3 kids in the house my husband and I built with our own hands back in the 1970s. My eldest is Linda, 53, married to Robert, who's 55. Then there's my middle son who lives out in Arizona and barely calls, and my youngest, David, 47, who still lives about 20 minutes away. My husband passed 5 years ago after 52 years of marriage. The house has been the center of everything since we poured the foundation. Every holiday, every birthday, every Sunday dinner for decades happened in that little ranch. About 6 months ago, I started having some health issues. Nothing dramatic, just the usual old age nonsense. My arthritis got worse. I had a few dizzy spells, forgot where I put my keys once or twice. Normal stuff when you're pushing 80. But Linda noticed. Suddenly she was coming around more, bringing groceries, asking about my medications. I thought maybe I'd been wrong about her all these years. She'd always been the cold one, the one who only called when she needed something. So when she started acting concerned, I actually felt touched. Then the help turned into something else. She started saying I was forgetting to pay bills, that managing the house was too much for someone my age. Robert would sit at my kitchen table and go through my mail like he had every right to it. They kept pushing this idea that I needed assistance, that things were getting away from me. And maybe I believed them a little. When you're old, people make you doubt yourself pretty easily. Linda brought over these papers one afternoon about 2 months ago. She said they were updated power of attorney forms, that everyone my age should have them properly filed. I trusted her. She's my daughter. I signed them while she made me tea and talked about how responsible she was being, making sure I was protected. I didn't read them carefully. That's on me. The Sunday dinners kept happening like always. I'd cook a roast, make my apple pie, set out the good dishes. Linda and Robert came every week, David when he could. It felt normal, except Linda kept bringing up these care facilities in conversation. She'd mention how a friend's mother was so happy at this lovely place with activities and people her own age. How I'd make friends, how it would be easier than maintaining the house alone. I just smiled and changed the subject. I didn't want to think about leaving my home.
Then came the dinner that changed everything. It was a Sunday about 3 weeks ago. Nothing special, just the usual gathering. David was running late from work. When he finally showed up, he grabbed a beer from the kitchen, and I heard him stop in the hallway. The house has this quirk where sound carries from the back hallway into the kitchen if you're standing in the right spot. David was standing in that spot. Linda and Robert were in the hallway talking. I didn't hear it, but David did. He told me later they were discussing the transfer, when they could move me out, which facility had the fastest intake process. Robert said something about the market being hot, and they could probably get $400,000 for the house, maybe more. Linda laughed and said something about finally being able to breathe financially. When David came back into the dining room, his face was completely white. He looked at Linda and Robert, then at me, and I knew something was very wrong. He barely ate. He kept staring at his plate. As soon as dinner ended and Linda and Robert left, he grabbed my arm. He told me what he'd heard. I didn't believe him at first. I actually got mad at him for suggesting his sister would do something like that. But David wouldn't let it go. He made me find the papers I'd signed, the ones Linda said were just power of attorney updates. We spread them out on the kitchen table under the light. They weren't power of attorney forms. They were transfer of deed paperwork. I'd signed my house over to Linda without understanding what I was doing. The house my husband and I built. The house where I raised my children. The house I'd lived in for almost 50 years. Gone. Just like that. I felt something cold settle in my chest. My own daughter had stolen from me. They were planning to ship me off somewhere and sell my home before I even realized what had happened. All those concerned visits, all that talk about helping me, about facilities with activities and friends. They weren't worried about me. They were circling like vultures. David wanted to confront them immediately. He was furious in a way I'd rarely seen him. But I told him no. I told him I needed time to think, that we couldn't let them know we'd figured it out. He didn't like it, but he agreed. After he left that night, I sat in my kitchen until almost 3 in the morning. I thought about everything I'd given them over the years. Every time Linda called needing money for the kids' school expenses, or when Robert lost his previous job. Every holiday I'd hosted, every meal I'd cooked, every time I'd babysat so they could have date nights. I'd never asked for anything back. I just wanted to be a good mother. And this was how they decided to thank me. By taking the one thing I had left and tossing me aside like I was already dead. I went to bed that night and didn't sleep at all. But by morning, I knew exactly what I was going to do. They thought I was just a confused old woman who'd go quietly. They were about to learn how wrong they were. The next 2 weeks were the hardest acting job of my life. I had to pretend everything was normal while my daughter sat in my living room, planning my future like I was a piece of furniture she needed to store somewhere. Linda kept coming over with more papers, more brochures for places with names like Sunny Meadows and Golden Years Villa. She'd talk about how nice they were, how I'd have people to play cards with, how the staff would handle all my medications. I just nodded and smiled and said, "Whatever you think is best, dear." The whole time I wanted to scream at her. I wanted to throw those glossy brochures in her face and ask her how she could do this to me. But I didn't. I played the confused old woman she clearly thought I was. Meanwhile, I called Thomas. He's an attorney, semi-retired now, but he and my husband were friends for over 40 years. He'd helped us with the paperwork when we bought the land for the house back in the 70s. If anyone would know how to fix this, it was him. I told him I needed to see him privately, and not to mention it if Linda called him for any reason. We met at his office on a Tuesday morning. I brought every document I could find, including the papers Linda had me sign. Thomas put on his reading glasses and went through everything slowly. I sat there drinking terrible coffee from his ancient pot and watching his face get darker. After about an hour, he looked up at me. The transfer was legally shaky at best. I'd signed under what could easily be argued as coercion or manipulation of an elderly person. It wasn't properly witnessed according to state requirements. He said we could contest it and almost certainly win. More than that, he said we could reverse it entirely with the right legal motions. I asked him how long it would take. He said if we moved fast, maybe 2 weeks. I told him to do it. File everything. Get it done as quietly as possible. I didn't want Linda knowing until it was finished. Thomas didn't charge me his usual rate. He said he was doing it for my husband's memory, and because what Linda had done made him sick. I appreciated that more than he knew. While the legal paperwork was processing, Linda ramped up the pressure. She started coming over almost every day. She'd make comments about how I'd left the stove on or forgotten to lock the door, things that weren't even true. Robert started talking about realtors like it was already decided. He mentioned they'd contacted someone just to get an estimate on the house's value. Said the market was hot and we shouldn't waste the opportunity. I just kept nodding. I played confused when they wanted me to play confused. I acted tired when they suggested I was tired. The whole performance made me nauseous, but I stuck with it. One afternoon, Linda brought actual brochures for memory care facilities. Not assisted living anymore, but memory care. She sat next to me on the couch and started talking about how these places specialize in people with dementia, how they'd keep me safe. I didn't have dementia. I'd never been diagnosed with anything like that. But she was building a narrative, making sure everyone would think moving me out was the compassionate choice. That's when I realized how calculated this all was. She wasn't just stealing my house, she was systematically destroying my credibility so no one would believe me if I fought back. 2 weeks after my meeting with Thomas, I got the call. The judge had reviewed everything and ruled in my favor. The transfer was void. Ownership of the house was restored to me within 48 hours. I had my home back. But I wasn't done. Not even close. The moment the ownership was officially mine again, I called a realtor. Not the one Robert had contacted, obviously. A different one that Thomas recommended. I told her I needed to sell fast, and I needed discretion. She found me a cash buyer within a week. A young couple relocating for work. They didn't need financing, didn't need inspections. They just wanted the house, and they wanted it quickly. I accepted their offer. $385,000. Maybe I could have gotten more if I'd waited, but I didn't want to wait. I wanted this done before Linda figured out what was happening. Thomas helped me set up an irrevocable trust. All the money from the house sale would go into it. The beneficiaries were my 5 grandchildren, Linda's 2 kids, and David's 3. They'd get access when they turned 25. Not a penny would go to Linda or Robert. I made absolutely sure of that. Thomas put language in the trust that explicitly excluded them. I even had him add a clause that if they tried to contest it, their children would lose their inheritance too. I didn't think Linda would risk that, but I wanted insurance. The paperwork took another week. I signed everything in Thomas's office. My hand was shaking the whole time, but not from weakness, from anger, from the absolute rage I'd been swallowing for weeks while I smiled at my daughter's face. I also used some of the money to buy myself a small cottage about 30 minutes away. 2 bedrooms, easy to maintain, in a quiet neighborhood where nobody knew me. I could start over there. No memories of Linda's betrayal in every corner. The closing on the house happened on a Thursday. The young couple got the keys on Friday. I had movers scheduled for Saturday to take my personal things to the cottage. Everything was set. Now I just had to tell Linda that everything she'd planned was gone. That part, I was actually looking forward to. 3 weeks after I'd signed the deed back to myself, I called a family meeting at the house. I told Linda and Robert I needed to discuss some important decisions about my future. David knew what was coming because I'd kept him updated through everything. I needed at least one person there who was on my side. They showed up on Sunday afternoon looking pleased with themselves. Linda brought more papers, probably something else for me to sign. Robert had this smug expression like he thought they'd finally worn me down. They sat on my couch like they already owned it. I guess in their minds they did. I didn't waste time. I stood in front of them and said I needed to tell them something. I'd sold the house. The room went completely silent. Linda's face went from confused to angry in about 2 seconds. She said, "What do you mean you sold it? You can't sell it." Then she caught herself and stopped mid-sentence. I watched her realize she'd almost admitted they thought they owned it. I stayed calm. I told them I knew exactly what they'd done. I knew about the transfer, about their plans to move me into a facility, about everything. The deed was back in my name, and had been for weeks. The house was sold to a nice young couple who'd already closed. They were moving in next week. Linda started screaming, actually screaming. She said I'd ruined everything, that they had plans, that I had no right. Robert tried to backtrack, stumbling over his words about how this was all a misunderstanding, how they were just trying to help me. I let them talk themselves in circles for a minute. Then Linda asked where the money went. She demanded to know where the proceeds from the sale were, like she had any right to that information, like it was her money. I told her the truth. Every penny went into an irrevocable trust for the grandchildren. They'd get access when they turned 25. Linda and Robert were explicitly excluded. Not a single dollar for either of them. Linda completely lost it. She said I'd ruined their future, that they needed that house, that I was a selfish, bitter old woman. She was screaming so loud the neighbors probably heard. Robert just sat there looking like he might throw up. I waited until she ran out of breath. Then I said it. You tried to ruin mine first. You wanted to lock me away and forget about me. You stole my house and thought I was too stupid to notice. Now you get nothing. They left. Linda slammed the door so hard a picture frame fell off the wall. David helped me pick it up. We didn't say much. There wasn't really anything to say. That was 2 months ago. Linda hasn't spoken to me since. She sent one text last week that said, "We need to talk about this. You're being unreasonable." I haven't responded. I don't know if I will. Some family members think I went too far. My middle son called from Arizona saying I should have just talked to Linda, worked it out like adults. A few cousins have messaged saying family is family and I should forgive. But none of them had their home stolen. None of them were about to be shipped off to some facility against their will. Other people say Linda got exactly what she deserved. David is firmly in this camp. So are a few of my husband's old friends who heard what happened. Thomas said it was the most justified thing he'd seen in 40 years of practicing law. I moved into the cottage 3 weeks ago. It's small, just 2 bedrooms, but it's mine. Actually mine, with my name on the deed and nobody else's. The neighborhood is quiet. Nobody knows me here. Nobody has expectations of Sunday dinners or holiday hosting. It's peaceful in a way the old house never was. The grandchildren still visit. Linda tried to stop them at first, told them I was being cruel to their parents. But they're adults now, ranging from 19 to 28, and they can make their own choices. Linda's oldest daughter came by last week and told me she had no idea what her parents were planning. She seemed genuinely horrified. I believe her. She's a good kid. I don't host holidays anymore. David invited me to Thanksgiving at his place this year. It'll be the first Thanksgiving in 50 years where I'm not the one cooking the turkey in my kitchen. I'm looking forward to it. Sometimes I wonder if I should feel guilty. That's what society tells you, right? That mothers are supposed to forgive everything. That family comes first no matter what. I spent 79 years putting everyone else first. I gave Linda everything she ever asked for.
I helped raise her children when she needed it. I was there for every crisis, every problem, every time she called, needing money or support. And she repaid me by trying to take the last thing I had and warehouse me somewhere until I died. So no, I don't feel guilty. I feel free. The cottage has a small garden out back. I'm thinking about planting tomatoes in the spring. My husband always wanted a vegetable garden, but we never had time with everything else. Maybe I'll finally do it. I've got time now. Linda's text is still sitting on my phone unanswered. We need to talk about this. You're being unreasonable. Part of me wants to respond, to have the last word. But another part thinks the silence says everything that needs saying. I'm not sorry for what I did. I protected myself. I made sure my grandchildren would have something. And I got out before my own daughter could finish erasing me. If that makes me the villain in her story, I can live with that. They thought I was too old to notice, so I let the house teach them a lesson. I'm Frank, 82, and I need to tell you about what my grandson did to me. Marcus is 28 now, and up until about 6 months ago, I would have trusted him with my life. Hell, I basically raised him after his father walked out when he was 6 years old. His mother, my daughter-in-law Rachel, was working 2 jobs just to keep the lights on, so Marcus spent most of his childhood at my house. My late wife Clara and I taught him everything. How to ride a bike, how to bait a hook, how to be a decent person. Or at least we thought we did. Clara passed 3 years ago. Cancer. It was brutal and it was fast, and when she went, she took a piece of me with her. But I stayed in our house because leaving felt like betraying her memory. We built this place ourselves back in 1968. Literally built it. I did the framing, she helped with everything else. There's a crooked floorboard in the hallway we never fixed because she said it gave the place character. Her handprints are still in the concrete by the back door from when we poured the patio. This house is her, and I'm not leaving it until they carry me out. Marcus understood that. At least I thought he did. After Clara died, he started coming over every Sunday like clockwork. We'd have coffee, watch whatever game was on, talk about his job at the tech company downtown. It was good. It felt like family. But then about 6 months ago, something shifted. The questions started small. He'd ask if the stairs were getting hard for me, or if I'd thought about downsizing. I'd laugh it off because, yeah, the stairs are harder than they used to be, but I'm not an invalid. Then the questions got more pointed. He started talking about property taxes, about how much maintenance the house needed, about how the neighborhood had really developed, and how much the place might be worth now. Every single visit, he'd find some way to bring it up. I'm old, but I'm not senile. I knew what he was angling at. But this is Marcus, my grandson, the kid who used to fall asleep on my couch during Sunday football. So I pushed the suspicion down and told myself he was just worried about me. Then 3 months ago, he got engaged to this woman named Brittany. I met her exactly twice. The first time she barely spoke to me, just walked around my house taking photos on her phone, going on and on about original hardwood and vintage fixtures and property values. The second time was worse. She brought a notebook and started sketching out ideas for an open floor plan, right in front of me, like I wasn't even there. After that, Marcus ramped up the pressure. Every visit turned into a sales pitch about assisted living facilities and how nice it would be to not worry about yard work or repairs. He'd use words like convenient and safe and community, but what I heard was, get out of the house so we can have it. 2 weeks ago, everything came into focus. Marcus showed up on a Tuesday afternoon, which was weird because he only ever came on Sundays. He said he wanted me to meet his friend Derek, who worked in real estate. Just a casual thing, he said. No pressure. I knew it was garbage, but I wanted to see how far he'd actually go. Derek walked into my home and immediately started acting like he owned it.
took out a tape measure, made notes on his phone, talked about comparable sales in the area and market timing. Marcus stood there nodding along, throwing me these concerned looks like he was doing me some huge favor. They talked about me like I wasn't in the room. Derek said something about how properties like mine were hot right now, and Marcus said that's exactly why we should move quickly. We, like it was a joint decision. I made them coffee and played the confused old man. Asked basic questions, acted a little forgetful. They ate it up. After they left, I sat in Clara's chair for a long time, trying to convince myself I was being paranoid, but I couldn't shake this feeling. See, about a week before Derek showed up, Marcus had brought over some papers. He said they were insurance documents that needed updating, routine stuff. I'd signed them because I trusted him, because he was my grandson, and I never thought I'd need to question that. That night I couldn't sleep. At 2 a.m, I got up and went to my filing cabinet where I keep all the important documents. I pulled out my property deed and just stared at it for a while. Then I did something I probably should have done weeks ago. I called my lawyer. Jim has been my attorney for 30 years. He's almost as old as I am, but he's sharp as a tack. When I told him I needed to see him first thing in the morning about my property deed, he didn't ask questions. He just said to come in at 8. The next morning, Jim pulled up the county records. That's when I found out someone had filed transfer documents for my house. There was a signature on them, my signature. Except I never signed any transfer documents. The notary stamp was fake. The whole thing was fraudulent. And those papers Marcus had me sign the week before, those were the ones used to forge the transfer. My own grandson was trying to steal my house right out from under me. The house Clara and I built with our own hands. The last piece of her I have left. I sat in that office feeling like the floor had dropped out from under me. This was the boy I taught to fish, the one who cried in my arms when his dad abandoned him. I paid for his textbooks in college when money got tight. And now, he was stealing from me. But here's what Marcus didn't know. Just because I'm 82 doesn't mean I'm stupid. And it definitely doesn't mean I'm helpless. I'm not going to lie. Sitting in Jim's office that morning broke something in me. Not my spirit exactly, but whatever part of me still wanted to believe people were fundamentally good. Especially family. Marcus wasn't some stranger trying to scam me. This was the kid who used to help Clara in the garden every summer, the one who called her Grandma C and cried at her funeral harder than anyone except me. But the evidence was right there on Jim's computer screen. County records don't lie. Marcus had forged my signature and filed fraudulent transfer documents. In a few weeks, if I hadn't caught it, the house would have legally been his. He could have sold it, pocketed the money, and there wouldn't have been much I could do about it. Jim asked me what I wanted to do. We could go to the police immediately, have Marcus arrested for fraud and forgery. It would be open and shut. But I told Jim to wait. I needed to think. More importantly, I needed to know if Marcus would actually go through with it, or if maybe there was some explanation I wasn't seeing. Some part of me, the part that still remembered teaching him to ride a bike, wanted to be wrong. So we came up with a plan. Jim drafted a new trust that day, and we moved the property into it, with protections so airtight a team of lawyers couldn't break through. The terms were simple. Marcus could inherit the house, but only if he personally took care of me until I died. And if any fraud or theft was discovered, everything would go to Riverview Hospice, the place that took care of Clara in her final weeks. They were good people. They deserved it more than a thief anyway. The trust was filed that afternoon. Legally, the house was protected. But Marcus didn't know that. As far as he knew, his forged documents were still in play. Then came the hard part. I had to pretend I didn't know anything. That Sunday when Marcus came over, I made sure I looked worse than usual. didn't shave, wore an old ratty sweater, left the curtains closed so the house looked dark and depressing. When he walked in, I was sitting in Clara's chair, just staring at nothing. He asked if I was okay, and I just sighed. Told him I'd been thinking about what he said, about moving, about how maybe I was too old to keep up with this place anymore. I let my voice shake a little. It wasn't hard. Part of me actually felt that broken. I wish I could say he looked concerned or conflicted, but he didn't. His whole face lit up like I'd just told him he won the lottery. He sat down next to me and started talking about how this was the right decision, how proud he was of me for being realistic about my limitations. Limitations. Like I was a broken appliance he needed to replace. I told him I trusted him to handle everything, that he'd always looked out for me, just like I looked out for him when he was growing up. He actually hugged me, told me he loved me, and I felt sick to my stomach because I knew it was all a lie. The next week was like watching a car crash in slow motion. Marcus came over 3 times, which was more than he'd visited in the previous 2 months combined. He brought Brittany with him to help me pack. She walked through the house with a measuring tape, talking about which walls they'd knock down for an open concept. They discussed paint colors and furniture placement, right in front of me, while I was still living there. Marcus showed me brochures for assisted living facilities. He'd picked out one called Sunset Gardens that was 40 minutes away from everyone I knew. I looked it up online when they left. 1.5 stars. Reviews talked about neglect and understaffing, and how the place smelled like a hospital. But it was cheap. That's what mattered to Marcus. He scheduled a closing date for the house, told me he'd found a buyer through Derek who was willing to pay cash and close quickly. Said we needed to move fast before I changed my mind or the market shifted. The closing was set for a Friday at 2 in the afternoon. I played along with all of it, packed a few boxes, acted confused and sad. Let him think he was winning. Meanwhile, Jim had contacted the police and walked them through the fraud case. They agreed to be present at the closing to arrest Marcus when he tried to finalize the sale. That Friday morning, Marcus picked me up early. He was wearing a suit, which should have been my first clue about how important this was to him. He kept talking the whole drive about new beginnings and fresh starts, and how excited he was for me to start this new chapter. I just nodded and looked out the window. We got to the title company around 1:30. Brittany was already there, dressed up like she was going to a wedding. Derek, the real estate agent, was chatting with the title officer. Everyone was smiling. Marcus kept his hand on my shoulder like he was my caretaker, like he was the good guy in this story. Then the door opened and 2 police officers walked in. I watched Marcus's face cycle through about 5 different emotions in 3 seconds. Confusion first, because why would cops be at a real estate closing? Then recognition when one of the officers said his name. Then fear when they mentioned the fraudulent documents. Then panic when they told him to stand up. The title officer looked shocked. Derek started backing toward the door. Brittany burst into tears and started saying she didn't know anything about fraud, that Marcus told her this was all legitimate. Marcus turned to look at me. Our eyes met, and I saw the exact moment he realized I'd known all along. That I'd played him the same way he'd played me. He started talking fast. "Grandpa, please, I can explain. We needed the money for the wedding. I was still going to take care of you. This wasn't personal." The officers told him to save it for his lawyer and pulled out handcuffs. That's when Marcus really started panicking. He tried to pull away from them, saying this was a misunderstanding, that I was confused, that he was just trying to help me. He actually said that he was helping me by stealing my house. They read him his rights and walked him out. Brittany followed behind, crying and screaming something about calling her father, who was apparently a lawyer. Derek disappeared without a word. The title officer apologized to me profusely, like any of this was her fault. I told her it was fine and asked if someone could give me a ride home. I sat in the back of a police cruiser on the way back to my house. The officer driving made small talk about the weather. I looked out the window and thought about Clara and how she would have handled this. Probably better than me. She always was better with people. When I got home, I sat by her rosebush for a long time, the one she planted in 1970 that somehow keeps blooming every year. I told her what happened, told her I was sorry it came to this. And I could almost hear her voice telling me I did the right thing. That was 6 weeks ago now. Marcus made bail the same day, which honestly surprised me. I figured someone who tried to commit fraud would sit in jail at least over the weekend, but apparently his mother posted bond. Rachel, my daughter-in-law, the woman who raised Marcus to be better than this, or at least tried to. She called me the night he got out. Didn't know what to say at first. Just cried on the phone for a solid minute before she could get any words out. She kept saying she was sorry, that she had no idea, that she raised him better than this. I told her I knew she did. This wasn't on her. Marcus is a grown man who made his own choices. Since then, Rachel has been coming by every Sunday. It's strange because we were never that close before. She was always busy with work, and when Marcus visited, it was usually just the two of us. But now she shows up with groceries or offers to help with yard work or just sits with me on the porch. We don't talk about Marcus much. What's there to say? Her son tried to steal my house and got caught. No amount of talking changes that. Last Sunday, she helped me trim back Clara's rosebush. It's gotten wild over the years, branches going everywhere, but it still blooms like crazy every spring. Rachel asked me how Clara kept it so healthy, and I told her I had no idea. Clara just had a way with growing things. Plants, people, love. Everything thrived around her. Marcus's lawyer reached out to Jim about 2 weeks after the arrest, wanted to discuss a settlement, said Marcus was under extreme financial stress, that the wedding was expensive, that he made a terrible mistake, but didn't deserve to have his whole life ruined over it. They wanted to handle this quietly, keep it out of court, maybe work out some kind of restitution agreement. Jim asked what I wanted to do. I told him no. No settlement. No quiet resolution. Marcus needs to face actual consequences for what he did, and I'm not going to be the one who saves him from that. The preliminary hearing is scheduled for next month. Jim says Marcus will probably take a plea deal before it goes to trial. Most fraud cases don't actually make it to a courtroom. The evidence is too clear, and fighting it just makes things worse. He's looking at probation, community service, maybe a fine. He won't go to prison, which is probably for the best. I don't want him in prison. I just want him to understand what he tried to do. The house is quiet now. Really quiet. I thought I'd gotten used to the silence after Clara died. But this is different. Before, the silence felt empty but peaceful. Now it just feels heavy. I keep the doors locked all the time, which is something I never did before. Jim suggested it after everything happened, just to be safe. I don't think Marcus would do anything, but then again, I didn't think he'd forge my signature either. I still sit out by Clara's rosebush most evenings, talk to her about what's going on, tell her about Rachel's visits, about the hearing coming up, about how the house feels different now. Sometimes I wonder if I did the right thing. He's still my grandson, still the kid I helped raise. But then I remember him and Brittany discussing which walls to knock down while I was sitting right there, and the doubt goes away. Brittany left him, by the way. Rachel told me that. Apparently, once the legal trouble started,
She decided she didn't want any part of it. Broke off the engagement, moved back in with her parents. Marcus is living alone now in some apartment across town. I don't know if he has a job still. Rachel doesn't talk about those details, and I don't ask. A lawyer from Marcus's defense team showed up at my door last week. Young guy, probably fresh out of law school. He said Marcus wanted to apologize in person, that he was genuinely sorry and wanted a chance to make amends. He had this whole speech prepared about family and forgiveness and moving forward. I told him no. Just flat out no. The lawyer looked surprised, like he expected me to jump at the chance for some tearful reconciliation. He tried to push a little, said it would be good for my grandson's case if I showed willingness to forgive, that it might help with sentencing. I told him that wasn't my problem and closed the door. Jim called me later and said that was probably the right move. Any contact with Marcus right now could complicate things legally. But honestly, legal complications weren't why I said no. I said no because I don't want to see him. Not yet. Maybe not ever. I don't know. The thing nobody tells you about betrayal is how exhausting it is. I thought I'd be angry all the time, but mostly I'm just tired. Tired of thinking about it. Tired of people asking me about it. Rachel means well, but sometimes I can see her looking at me like I'm this fragile thing that might break. And I hate it. I'm not broken. I'm 82 years old, and I've survived worse than this. I survived Korea. I survived building a house from nothing with my bare hands. I survived watching Clara waste away from cancer. I can survive my grandson being a selfish bastard. The trust is solid. Jim made sure of that. When I die, Marcus gets nothing, unless he can somehow prove he took care of me, which he won't be able to do, because he won't be taking care of me. Everything goes to Riverview Hospice. They'll probably sell the house and use the money for their programs, which is fine. At least it'll help people who actually need it. Sometimes late at night, I think about calling Marcus. Not to forgive him or work things out, but just to ask why. Why he thought I wouldn't notice. Why he thought he could get away with it. Why our relationship, everything we had, wasn't worth more than whatever money he thought he'd get from selling this house. But I never make the call. Because I'm not sure I want to know the answer. Some questions are better left unasked. The hearing is in 3 weeks. Jim asked if I want to be there when Marcus enters his plea. I told him I'd think about it. Part of me wants to look Marcus in the eye when he admits what he did. Wants him to see that I'm still here, still standing, still in the house he tried to steal. But another part of me just wants it to be over. Wants to stop thinking about court dates and lawyers and fraud charges, and just live whatever time I have left in peace. I don't know which part is going to win yet. I guess I've got 3 weeks to figure it out. They thought I was too old to notice what they were doing. I'm Margaret, 82 years old, and I've learned that people think age makes you invisible, like you can't see what's happening right under your own roof. My grandson, Derek, 34, and his wife, Amanda, 31, showed up at my door 6 months ago with sob stories about rent being too high and needing a fresh start. I live alone in a 3-bedroom house that I've owned outright since my husband died 5 years ago. I get a decent pension, enough to live comfortably. So when Derek called saying they were struggling, I didn't hesitate to offer them a place to stay. The first few weeks were actually nice. Derek mowed the lawn without me asking. Amanda helped with groceries and cooked these elaborate dinners. We'd sit around the table like a real family, and for the first time in years, the house didn't feel so empty. I'd go to bed thinking maybe this arrangement was good for all of us. They asked questions here and there about my routine, where I kept important documents, casual stuff about my finances. They framed it as wanting to help organize things. I didn't think much of it at the time. 3 weeks in, I went to wear my mother's diamond earrings to church and they were gone. I tore apart my jewelry box looking for them. When I mentioned it to Derek and Amanda, they acted so concerned. They helped me search everywhere, checking under furniture, going through drawers. Amanda suggested maybe I'd misplaced them or accidentally thrown them out. Derek said we should keep looking, that they'd turn up. They never did. 2 days later, I noticed something off with my prescription bottle. I take medication for my blood pressure, and the bottle looked like it had fewer pills than it should. I'm not senile. I know how many pills I take and when. So I counted them carefully and marked the bottle with a small pen dot. Within a week, 6 more pills were missing. That's when I started feeling foggy in the afternoons, tired, in a way that wasn't normal. It hit me that they might be taking my medication to sell or use themselves. I checked my bank account online. I know people assume old folks can't use computers, but I've been checking my accounts online for years. There was a withdrawal for $400 from an ATM across town. I definitely didn't make it. My stomach dropped. I sat there staring at the screen for a good 10 minutes before I decided to confront them. That night at dinner, I brought it up, kept my voice calm and just asked if either of them had used my card. Derek's face went all shocked and concerned. He put down his fork and asked if I was sure I hadn't taken that money out and forgotten. Amanda jumped right in, saying maybe we should talk to my doctor about my memory, that it was nothing to be ashamed of. The way they looked at each other across the table, it was quick, but I caught it. This little glance that said they were on the same page about something. I dropped it after that. Told them maybe they were right, maybe I was getting confused. They seemed relieved. But that night, I couldn't sleep. Around midnight, I heard them laughing in their room. My bedroom is right next to theirs, and the walls aren't that thick. I got up and pressed my ear to the wall. Amanda was saying something about how easy this was, called me the old bat, and said I wouldn't know what hit me. Derek laughed and told her to keep it down. I went back to bed, but I didn't sleep. I just laid there staring at the ceiling, feeling angry and stupid and betrayed all at once. These were people I'd welcomed into my home. Derek was my grandson. I'd babysat him when he was little, taught him to ride a bike, sent him birthday money every year even when his parents got divorced and things got messy with the family. And this is what I got for it. By the time the sun came up, I'd made my decision. If they wanted to play the game where Grandma's a confused old fool, fine. I'd play along. But I was going to make sure they regretted ever walking through my door. I got out of bed that morning with a clear head and a plan forming. They thought I was too old and too trusting to see what they were doing. They were about to learn just how wrong they were. For the next 4 weeks, I became the best actress of my life. I started asking the same questions twice in one conversation. I'd shuffle around the house more, move slower, act confused about what day it was. Derek and Amanda ate it up. I could see them getting more comfortable, more careless. More jewelry disappeared. My wedding band from my nightstand, a gold bracelet my sister gave me. Another $600 got withdrawn from my account. They started talking openly about my will when they thought I was napping in my chair. One morning, Derek sat down with me at breakfast and asked about updating my will. Said it would be smart to leave the house to him since they were taking such good care of me. I just nodded along and said I'd think about it. The look on his face told me everything I needed to know. But while I was playing the confused old woman during the day, I was busy at night. I ordered hidden cameras on Amazon, 3 of them, small ones that look like phone chargers and picture frames. Set them up in the living room, kitchen, and hallway. Took me a bit to figure out the app on my phone, but I managed. I also contacted my lawyer, Tom, who's 67 and has handled my affairs for 20 years. I met him at a coffee shop across town, where Derek and Amanda would never see us. Tom took me seriously right away. Didn't treat me like I was paranoid or confused. He told me to document everything and call the police. I called the non-emergency line and spoke to an officer named Chen. She listened to everything and told me to keep gathering evidence. I also opened a new bank account at a different branch and transferred most of my money there, leaving just enough in the old account that Derek and Amanda wouldn't notice right away. I kept a journal with dates and times of everything that went missing, every weird comment they made, every withdrawal. The cameras caught it all. Them going through my purse while I was supposedly asleep, Amanda pocketing my pills, Derek using my debit card that he'd obviously copied somehow. Then things got worse. About a month into my little act, I overheard them on the phone one afternoon. I'd gone upstairs to use the bathroom and they were in the kitchen, didn't know I was right above them. Derek was talking to someone about selling my house. He said they'd have power of attorney soon, that I was losing it, that the doctor's appointment was next week, and they'd get me declared incompetent. My hands started shaking. They'd forged my signature to schedule a cognitive assessment. Amanda was laughing in the background. She said something about it being the easiest money they'd ever make, called me the old bitch, said I actually thought they cared about me. I had to grip the bathroom sink to keep myself steady. That's when I knew I couldn't wait any longer. I called Tom that afternoon from my bedroom with the door locked, told him it was time. We planned the dinner for that Friday, 3 days away. Those 3 days I went all out with the confused act. I called Derek by my dead husband's name. I forgot what day it was multiple times. I left the stove on accidentally and let Amanda rush in to turn it off. They were thrilled. I could see it in their faces. They thought everything was falling into place for them. Thursday night I was in bed but not asleep. I heard Derek tell Amanda through the wall that one more week and they'd have everything. She asked if he felt bad at all and he laughed. Said I'd had a good run and it was their turn now. Friday evening came. I cooked Derek's favorite, roast chicken with all the sides his mom used to make when he was a kid. Mashed potatoes, green beans, the works. I set the table with my good china, the stuff I only use for holidays. Derek and Amanda were in great moods, probably thinking I was buttering them up or that I'd completely lost my edge. We sat down and started eating. I made small talk about how grateful I was for their help, how lonely I'd been before they moved in. Amanda actually reached across and patted my hand. The nerve of it. At 7:15 exactly, the doorbell rang, right on schedule. I stood up and said that must be Tom, that I'd invited him to join us for dessert. Derek's face changed, but he tried to keep smiling. I opened the door and Tom walked in with 2 police officers behind him. Derek's fork hit his plate with a clatter. Amanda's smile disappeared. Tom pulled out a folder and started reading everything out loud. Dates of thefts, amounts stolen, the medication tampering. One of the officers pulled out a tablet and showed them footage from my cameras. There they were on screen, clear as day, going through my things. Amanda started crying immediately, saying they could explain, begging me to listen. I cut her off and told her I wasn't her grandma anymore. I was the woman they'd tried to rob and have declared incompetent. Derek tried to stand up, looked like he might run for the back door. The officer moved to block him. They read them both their rights. The handcuffs came out. Amanda's mascara was running down her face and she was still begging, saying they were desperate and didn't mean it. I told her they meant every bit of it, that I had recordings of everything they'd said. The officers escorted them out to the patrol car. I could see neighbors watching from their windows. I stood in my doorway and watched until the car drove away with them in the back seat. Tom stayed to help me clean up the dinner nobody finished. We sat at my kitchen table and I realized my hands were shaking. Tom said I did the right thing and offered to help with all the legal paperwork coming up. That night I couldn't bring myself to go upstairs where they'd been staying. I slept on the couch with all the lights on. They thought I was too old to notice, so I taught them a lesson from the grave. I'm 82 now, and I've seen enough of life to know greed wears familiar faces. My children, 3 of them, used to visit often when their father was still alive. Robert, my eldest, at 56, Sarah, my daughter, at 52, and Thomas, my youngest, at 48. They'd bring flowers, smile, hug me, and tell me how much they loved me. I believed them because why wouldn't I? They were my children. After Harold died 2 years ago, something shifted. At first, I thought they were just being helpful. Harold had handled most of our finances, the paperwork, all the technical stuff I never bothered learning because he was always there to do it. So when they started showing up more often, asking about accounts and documents, I figured they were worried about me managing on my own. I was grateful, honestly. I felt lost without Harold, and having my kids step in seemed like a blessing. The farm had been in Harold's family for 3 generations, 150 acres of good land in the valley, with the old farmhouse we'd raised our kids in sitting right in the middle of it. We'd stopped actually farming it about 15 years back when Harold's knees gave out, but we leased most of it to a neighboring farmer and kept the house and a few acres for ourselves. It wasn't making us rich, but it was steady income, and it was ours. More importantly, it was supposed to be their inheritance. All 3 of them, split equally, like Harold and I had always planned. Robert started coming by every Tuesday to help with the accounts. He'd sit at the kitchen table with my bank statements and checkbooks spread out, punching numbers into his calculator and making notes. He told me the bank had changed their system, and it would be easier if he was added to the accounts so he could handle things online for me. I signed whatever he put in front of me. He was my son. I trusted him. Sarah took over my bills around the same time. She said I'd missed a payment on the house insurance, which wasn't true, but I let it go, and insisted she'd set up automatic payments for everything so I wouldn't have to worry. She needed access to my accounts too, she said. More paperwork, more signatures. I gave her what she needed because she was my daughter, and she was trying to help her elderly mother. Or so I thought. Thomas was the one who really got me, though. He came by one Saturday morning about 6 months after Harold died with a briefcase full of papers. He said something about estate planning and making sure everything was properly organized so there wouldn't be any problems down the road. The way he explained it, these were just routine updates, things that needed to be filed with the county. I remember my hand was shaking when I signed them, not because I was suspicious, but because I was still grieving and exhausted, and he kept saying things like, "Dad would have wanted this handled properly." I didn't think anything was wrong until almost a year had passed. I got a property tax statement in the mail addressed to Robert. Not me, Robert. I thought it was a mistake at first. Maybe they'd mixed up the addresses. But when I called the county office to correct it, the woman on the phone told me the property was registered under Robert Mitchell, Sarah Chen, and Thomas Mitchell, as of 8 months prior. I asked her to check again. She did. Same answer. I didn't confront them right away. I needed to think, to figure out what had happened. I dug through my filing cabinet and found copies of some of the papers I'd signed. I'm not stupid. I may not have paid attention before, but I could read. Deed transfer, quitclaim, property ownership reassignment. The words blurred together, but the meaning was clear enough. My children had taken the farm out from under me while I was still grieving my husband. I told myself there had to be an explanation. Maybe it was for tax purposes. Maybe they were protecting it from something. I tried to convince myself they'd done it with good intentions, even if they should have explained it better. I wanted to believe that. Then I overheard my granddaughter, Emma, Sarah's daughter, she's 23, talking on her phone in my hallway. She didn't know I was in the bathroom with the door cracked open. She said something about her boyfriend and then laughed and said, Once Grandma's gone, that land will be ours. Mom says we might sell it to that developer for like $3 million. That was the day my heart hardened. I came out of the bathroom and Emma jumped, startled. I smiled at her like I hadn't heard a thing and asked if she wanted some tea. She relaxed immediately, gave me a hug, and told me I looked tired. I probably did. I felt about 1,000 years old right then. But here's what Emma and her mother and her uncles didn't know about me. I wasn't born yesterday, and I didn't survive 82 years on this earth by being naive. I'd just forgotten that for a while, too busy trusting the people I'd raised and loved. They saw an old woman, confused, forgetful, easy to manipulate. So I decided to become exactly that woman. I started asking the same questions twice. I'd shuffle around slowly when they visited, take forever to find my glasses, lose my train of thought mid-sentence. They ate it up. Within a couple of weeks, they were talking about Mom's condition right in front of me, like I wasn't even there. Robert mentioned memory care facilities. Sarah talked about how I probably shouldn't be living alone much longer. And Thomas, my baby, just nodded along with everything they said. While they thought I was losing my mind, I was getting it back. I had a plan forming, and it started with a phone call to someone Harold and I had helped a long time ago. Someone who owed us a favor big enough that it might just save everything. For the next 3 months, I became the woman they expected me to be. I'd shuffle to the door when they knocked, taking my time like my joints hurt worse than they actually did. I asked Robert about his daughter's wedding twice in the same conversation. I called Sarah by her sister-in-law's name and then apologized, confused. I left the stove on once, on purpose, so Thomas would find it and feel justified in their concerns about me. It was exhausting, honestly, harder than I expected. But it worked. They got comfortable. They stopped watching what they said around me. Sarah and Robert had a whole conversation in my kitchen about when they'd put the property on the market, discussing whether to wait until after I died or move me into a home first and sell sooner. I was sitting right there with them, nodding along like I didn't understand what they were talking about. The worst part was watching them celebrate. Thomas brought champagne one night, said it was for his work promotion, but I heard him on the phone earlier, telling someone the land appraisal came back higher than expected. They toasted in my living room. I toasted with them. Inside, I was screaming. 2 weeks after I overheard Emma, I had my neighbor Patricia drive me into town. I told my kids I had a doctor's appointment. I did, technically, just not until 2 hours after Patricia dropped me off at Martin Chen's law office. Martin's last name being Chen is a coincidence, no relation to Sarah's husband. Small town, common enough name around here. I need to explain something about Martin. Back in 1998, his family farm was about to go under. Bank was foreclosing, his father had died, and Martin was fresh out of law school, drowning in debt with no way to save the property. Harold found out through a friend and showed up at their door with a check for $30,000. No contract, no repayment plan. Just told Martin's mother that neighbors help neighbors and to pay it forward someday. Martin sent us payments for years until it was paid back, even though Harold told him not to. That man never forgot what we did. So when I called him and told him I needed help, he cleared his afternoon schedule. I brought everything, the deed transfers, the papers I'd signed, copies of my bank statements, showing withdrawals I never made. Martin went through it all with his reading glasses perched on his nose, getting quieter with each page. He looked up at me after about 20 minutes and said I had grounds to contest everything. Possible elder abuse charges. We could invalidate the transfers, get the property back in my name. But I told him no. I didn't want it back. I wanted something better. That's when I brought up the mineral rights. Harold had separated them from the land deed back in 1987 for some tax reason I never fully understood. His accountant had recommended it, said it could save us money down the road, so Harold did the paperwork, and we forgot about it. The rights stayed in Harold's name, and when he died, they came to me as his wife. They were never part of the land my children stole, because they didn't even know to look for them. Martin pulled the county records right there on his computer. Sure enough, the mineral rights were still listed under Harold Mitchell Estate, with me as executor. My kids had been so focused on grabbing the land itself that they'd never checked for what lay beneath it. Here's the thing about mineral rights that most people don't know. Without them, land is almost worthless if someone ever wants to develop it or sell it to certain buyers. Can't mine it, can't drill it, can't do anything below the surface. And in this area, with all the natural gas deposits they've been finding, those rights matter. Plus, the property taxes on land you can't fully use are basically just money down the drain year after year. Martin asked me what I wanted to do. I told him about the historical trust that had been trying to preserve old farmland in the valley. I'd read about them in the newspaper a few months back. They wanted to protect the area from developers, keep it agricultural. They operated on donations and couldn't buy land outright, but they could accept donated rights and hold them in perpetuity. It took 3 weeks to set everything up. Martin contacted the trust, explained the situation without mentioning my children's theft, and arranged the transfer. The trust was thrilled. It meant 150 acres that could never be commercially developed. I signed the papers in Martin's office on a Tuesday afternoon, the same day Robert was supposed to be helping with my accounts. I told him I wasn't feeling well and needed to rest. He seemed annoyed, but left without arguing. The documents were filed with the county that Friday. The mineral rights were now held by the Valley Agricultural Historical Trust in Harold's name, as per his widow's wishes. Irrevocable, permanent, no takebacks. I went home and made myself dinner. Sarah called that evening to check on me, and I played confused about what day it was. She sighed. I could hear it through the phone, and reminded me that Thomas was coming by tomorrow to take me to the pharmacy. I thanked her like I'd forgotten and hung up. That weekend, Robert came by with takeout and talked about how nice the new senior living facility was over on Maple Street. He'd toured it, he said. Thought I might like it. I smiled and nodded and let him think I was considering it. The whole time I was thinking about those documents sitting in the county recorder's office, waiting like a bomb with a very long fuse. A week later, Thomas almost caught me. He showed up unannounced, and I'd been reading the newspaper without my glasses. I didn't actually need them as much as I pretended. He gave me an odd look, and I immediately started squinting and complaining about my eyes. Asked him if he was Robert. He relaxed after that, patted my hand, and helped me to the couch like I was fragile. They still had no idea what I'd done. They thought they'd won. They were already spending money they didn't have yet, making plans for land they thought they owned. And me? I was just waiting. Waiting for the day they'd try to sell and find out the truth. I wouldn't be there to see their faces, but knowing it was coming was enough. It's been 4 months since I transferred those rights. 4 months of watching my children circle around me like vultures, pretending to care while they wait for me to die. I know that sounds harsh, but it's true. I can see it in the way Robert checks his watch when he visits, like he's got somewhere more important to be. In the way Sarah talks about me in third person when she thinks I can't hear. In the way Thomas looks at the farmhouse with this calculating expression, probably mentally staging it for sale. My health is actually declining. I'm 82. It happens. My blood pressure medication got increased last month. I'm tired more often. Some days my hands shake so badly I can't open a jar. But my mind is still sharp, sharper than they think, and that's what matters. The hardest part isn't what they did to me. It's watching my grandchildren, and knowing some of them have no idea what their parents are capable of. Emma knows, clearly. She's in on it. But my grandson, Jake, Robert's youngest, still comes by every Sunday just to sit with me and watch old movies. He's 19 and genuinely seems to enjoy my company. I've thought about telling him what his father did, warning him about who Robert really is. But what good would it do? It would just hurt him, and he'd probably think I was confused anyway. Last week, little Mia, she's Thomas's daughter, only 12, asked me if I was sad. We were sitting on the porch and she just looked at me with these big, concerned eyes and asked straight out. I didn't know what to say to her. I told her I missed her grandpa and she hugged me. She smells like strawberry shampoo and childhood, and for a second I almost cried. Then Thomas called her inside, and the moment passed. I've caught myself wondering if I should leave something for the grandchildren, who are innocent in all this. But anything I give them would just end up in their parents' pockets anyway. So what's the point? The small victories keep me going. 2 weeks ago, Sarah mentioned to Robert, in front of me naturally, that she'd been contacted by a development company interested in the land. They're building some kind of resort community in the valley and want to buy up all the farmland they can. She said they're offering well above market value. Robert's eyes lit up like Christmas morning. I just sat there, eating my soup, watching them get excited about money they'll never see. It felt good. Better than it probably should have. I've prepared a letter. Martin has it in his office, sealed in an envelope with instructions to give it to all 3 of my children after I die. In it, I've explained everything. What they did, when I discovered it, how it made me feel. I told them about the mineral rights and what I did with them. I explained that the land they stole will cost them more in taxes and maintenance than they'll ever make from it, and that without those rights, no developer will touch it. The letter ends with something I spent weeks trying to get right. I wrote, "I taught you better than this. Your father would be ashamed. You saw an old woman and thought she wouldn't notice, wouldn't care, or wouldn't be able to stop you. You were wrong on all counts. Old doesn't mean foolish. It means patient. And I've been patient enough to watch you celebrate stealing from me, while I made sure you'd have nothing to celebrate when I'm gone." I sealed it myself. Martin watched me do it and asked if I was sure. I told him I'd never been more sure of anything. He's a good man. He offered to waive his fees, but I insisted on paying. I may not have much left, but I have my pride. Sometimes I lie awake at night wondering when they'll find out. Will it be right after my funeral, when Martin reads the letter? Or will they wait weeks, months even, before they try to sell? Maybe they'll get all the way to closing before a title company catches it during their search. I picture Robert's face when he realizes, and I won't lie, it makes me smile in the dark. I also wonder if they'll understand why I did it. Probably not. They'll probably tell themselves I was senile, that Martin took advantage of me, that I didn't know what I was doing. They'll make me the villain in their story, because that's easier than admitting they stole from their own mother. There are moments, usually late at night or early in the morning when everything hurts and I'm tired of pretending, when I wonder if I went too far, if I should have just confronted them, given them a chance to make it right. But then I remember Emma's voice on the phone, laughing about waiting for me to die. I remember them toasting champagne in my living room while planning to sell the land Harold's grandfather cleared with his own hands. And I know I did the right thing. Last night, Thomas called to tell me he'd be stopping by today with some papers for me to sign. Something about updating my will, he said. I told him I was tired and maybe next week would be better. He got frustrated. I could hear it in his voice, but he backed off. I don't know what those papers say, but I'm not signing anything else for any of them. There's nothing left for them to take. I'm sitting by the window now, watching the driveway. Robert just pulled up. He's early. He does that sometimes, maybe hoping to catch me doing something that proves I'm more capable than I act. Let him come. I have nothing left to give them but the truth they'll find when I'm gone. The farmhouse will still be standing when I'm not. The land will still be here. But it won't be theirs, not really. They'll own a piece of paper and a pile of problems, and somewhere, Harold will be laughing. I hope I'll be there with him to see it. They took my savings, so I took back their future. I, 82 years old, thought I knew what family loyalty meant after raising my son David, 56, for over half a century. Turns out, I didn't know anything at all. I had one other person who mattered in all this. My granddaughter Emma, 28, but I'll get to her later. She's the only reason I'm not completely bitter about the whole thing. My wife passed 4 years ago. Cancer. It was brutal, and it left me in a fog for months after. I worked construction and manufacturing for 50 years, nothing fancy, but I had a decent pension and some savings, enough to live comfortably in my old age, or so I thought. The problem was, I never got the hang of technology. I didn't own a smartphone, barely knew how to use email, and online banking might as well have been rocket science. 2 years ago, David came over for dinner and brought it up. He said, "Dad, you don't even have a smartphone. How are you managing your bills?" I told him I was doing fine with paper statements and writing checks like I'd done my whole life. He laughed, not meanly, and said he wanted to help. He offered to set up online banking for me and manage it, so I wouldn't have to worry about late payments or overdrafts. He said it would make things easier. I thought it was genuine care. I thought my son loved me and wanted to help his old man out. So I said yes. He came over that weekend with his laptop and we went to the bank together. He helped me set everything up, got the passwords, showed me how it all worked. I understood maybe half of it. He promised to send me updates every month so I'd know where everything stood. I trusted him completely. Why wouldn't I? He was my son. The first 6 months were fine. Money came in from my pension. Money went out for bills. Everything seemed normal. I didn't check the paper statements much because David told me everything was handled. I had about $70,000 in savings total, and my pension covered my basic expenses. I wasn't rich, but I was comfortable. Then things started feeling off. I'd get to the end of the month and realize I was running low on cash. That had never happened before. I'd always been careful with money, always knew exactly what I had. But suddenly, I was coming up short. I had to skip picking up one of my medications one month because I didn't have enough in my checking account. That scared me. I started actually looking at my paper statements when they came in the mail. There were transfers I didn't recognize. Large ones. $2,000 here, $3,000 there. Some were labeled family emergency, or medical expenses, or home repairs. I hadn't had any emergencies. I hadn't been to the doctor for anything major. I definitely hadn't done any home repairs. I called David and tried to bring it up casually. I said, "Hey, I'm seeing some transfers on my statement that I don't remember. Is everything okay with the accounts?" He barely paused before answering. He said, "Yeah, Dad, those are just some automatic bills I set up for you. Don't worry about it. Utilities and stuff." I said, "Utilities don't cost $3,000, David." He laughed and said, I must be misreading the statement, that everything was fine. But it wasn't fine. I knew it wasn't fine. 3 months after that phone call, I did something I should have done earlier. I went to the bank in person. It took me 2 buses to get there because I don't drive much anymore. And when I got there, I felt like an idiot trying to explain to the bank manager what I needed. I told her I wanted to see all my transaction history for the past 2 years. Everything. She printed it out for me.
It was 47 pages long. I sat in that bank lobby with my hands shaking, reading through every single transaction. $47,000. That's how much was gone. Transferred out over 18 months in chunks ranging from $800 to $5,000. All of it labeled with David's little lies. Family emergency, medical expenses, home repairs, emergency car repairs, emergency dental work. None of it was for me. None of it was even real. I sat there for probably an hour just staring at those papers. I felt sick. I felt stupid. I felt betrayed in a way I didn't even know was possible. This was my son. The kid I raised. The one I worked double shifts for so he could go to college. The one I bailed out when he made mistakes in his 20s. And he'd been stealing from me for a year and a half. I drove to his house without calling first. I needed to see his face. When I pulled up, there was a brand new Lexus in the driveway. David used to drive a 10-year-old Honda that was falling apart. I sat in my car staring at that Lexus and felt something cold settle in my chest. His wife answered the door and I barely recognized her. She'd had work done, lots of it. Her face looked different, tighter, younger. She seemed nervous when she saw me but invited me in. David came out of the kitchen holding a beer, and his smile dropped the second he saw my face. I didn't yell. I just put the bank statements on his coffee table and asked him to explain. He went pale. He tried to laugh it off at first, said we could talk about this later. But I didn't move. I just stood there, waiting. Finally, he said it was for emergencies. He said I didn't understand how expensive life was these days. He said he'd been planning to pay me back. I asked him if the Lexus was an emergency. I asked him if his wife's new face was an emergency. Then I asked him about Bali. Emma had shown me his Facebook photos a few months back. His whole family on a beach in Bali, fancy resort, cocktails, the works. I'd wondered at the time how he'd afforded it. Now I knew. David got defensive. Then he got angry. He said I was going to leave it all to him anyway, so what did it matter? He said he was just getting his inheritance early. He actually said that, like my money was already his. I left without another word. I got in my car and drove home, and I didn't sleep that night. I kept thinking about my wife and how she'd trusted David too, how she would have been heartbroken to know what he'd become. And I realized something sitting there in the dark. David thought I was too old and too confused to do anything about this. He thought he'd gotten away with it. He was wrong. The next week I made some calls. I couldn't sleep for days after that confrontation. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw my wife's face. She'd trusted David completely. She used to brag about what a good son we'd raised. And here he was, stealing from me while I was still grieving her. I'd lie awake at 3 a.m. doing the math in my head. $47,000. That was years of careful saving. That was security I'd never get back at my age. But I realized something else during those sleepless nights. David thought he'd won. He thought I was too old, too confused, too technologically illiterate to fight back. He was counting on me being a pushover. I called my old lawyer friend Bernard. We'd served together decades ago, and he'd handled my will when my wife passed. I told him everything. I brought the bank statements to his office and spread them out on his desk. He read through them without saying a word, just shaking his head. When he finally looked up at me, he said, "We can fix this, but we have to move fast." Bernard laid out a plan. First thing was to protect what I had left. I opened a new account at a completely different bank. Bernard came with me to make sure I understood everything. I transferred the remaining $23,000 from my old accounts into the new one. That's all that was left of my $70,000 in savings.
Then I changed my pension direct deposit to the new account. It took about a week to process everything. The second step was removing David from all access to my old accounts. Bernard handled most of the paperwork for that. It felt good signing those forms. Every signature was me taking back control. David didn't notice right away. It took him almost 3 weeks before he tried to access the account and found himself locked out. Then came the will. My original will split everything 50-50 between David and Emma. The house, the savings, my personal items, all of it divided equally, because that's what you're supposed to do, right? Treat your family fairly. But Bernard asked me if that's really what I wanted now, knowing what I knew. I thought about it for maybe 10 seconds and said no. We rewrote the whole thing. Emma got 100%. The house, whatever savings remained, my tools, my wife's jewelry, all of it. Every single thing I owned would go to Emma. David would get nothing. Bernard made sure it was ironclad. He said David could try to contest it, but he wouldn't have grounds, especially if I was of sound mind when I signed it. I told him my mind had never been clearer. But I couldn't stay in the house anymore. That was the hardest realization. Every room reminded me of who I thought my son was. I'd see the kitchen table where we used to have Sunday dinners and feel sick. I'd walk past David's old bedroom and remember teaching him to ride a bike, helping him with homework, being proud of him. The house was full of ghosts of a relationship that turned out to be a lie. So I sold it, put it on the market and sold it within 6 weeks for $85,000. It wasn't worth much, needed updates, and the neighborhood had gone downhill, but it was enough. I used that money to buy a small fishing cabin upstate. 2 bedrooms, needed some work, but it sat right on a lake. I spent about $15,000 fixing it up. I did some of the work myself, even though Bernard told me to hire people. It felt good to use my hands again, to build something that was actually mine. I moved in over a weekend. Didn't tell David. Didn't tell anyone except Emma and Bernard. I packed up 50 years of my life into a rental truck and drove 3 hours north to start over. At 82 years old, I was starting over. 3 weeks after I moved, David showed up at the old house. The new owners called me confused, saying some man was on their porch demanding to know where I was. I told them to call the police if he didn't leave. He left. Then my phone rang. It was David, and he was panicking. He said, "Dad, where are you? What did you do?" I stayed calm. I said I moved, needed a change. There was a long pause, and then he said, "What about the house? That was my inheritance." I almost laughed. I said, "Funny you should mention that." He started yelling. He said I couldn't just sell everything, that he was my son, that he had rights. I let him go on for a minute, and then I interrupted him. I told him I knew exactly how much he'd stolen. $47,000 over 18 months. I broke it down for him. The Lexus was $42,000, and I knew he'd financed part of it with my money as the down payment. His wife's cosmetic surgery was $5,000. That was 3 years of Christmas funds I'd been saving. The Bali trip was $8,000. I'd been eating canned soup for dinner so he could drink cocktails on a beach. He tried to justify it. He said he was going to pay me back. I asked him with what money. Then I told him I knew about the loans. Emma had mentioned it in passing once. David had taken out personal loans against his future inheritance. He'd been telling lenders he was set to inherit a house and substantial savings. He'd leveraged money he didn't even have yet. David went quiet. Then he said, "What about my family? What about your grandkids?" Playing the guilt card. I told him Emma would be fine. She actually loved me. She called just to talk. She visited because she wanted to, not because she was waiting for me to die so she could cash in. He said I was being cruel. He said I was a bitter old man who couldn't forgive one mistake. One mistake. Like stealing $50,000 over 18 months was comparable to forgetting my birthday or something. I told him the truth as simply as I could. I said, "You already spent your inheritance, David. I just made it official." Then I hung up. He tried calling back 17 times that night. I didn't answer. Bernard called the next day and said David had contacted him trying to contest the will. Bernard told him he had no legal grounds and to stop harassing his client. That was me. I was the client being harassed by my own son. That was 4 months ago now. I haven't spoken to David since that phone call. He stopped trying after a few weeks. I heard through Emma that he's in serious financial trouble. Those loans are coming due and he can't pay them. He might lose the Lexus. His marriage is strained because apparently his wife didn't know the money was stolen. She thought he'd gotten a bonus at work. Part of me feels something about that. I'm not sure if it's satisfaction or just sadness. Maybe both. Life at the cabin is quiet. I wake up early, make coffee, and sit on the porch watching the lake. Some mornings I fish. Some mornings I just sit. I've got a small woodworking setup in the shed, and I've been making things. Birdhouses mostly. Nothing fancy, but it keeps my hands busy. I eat simple meals, read books I never had time for before, and I go to bed when I'm actually tired instead of lying awake worrying about money. I sleep better now than I have in years. Emma comes every weekend. It's a 2-hour drive for her, but she never complains. She shows up Saturday morning with groceries and we cook together. We fish off the dock I built. We talk about her job, her life, normal things. She brings her boyfriend sometimes. His name is Marcus, and he's good people. He helped me fix the porch railing last month without me even asking. When I first told Emma what David had done, she cried. She said, "Grandpa, I'm so sorry. I wish you'd called me sooner." I told her it wasn't her burden to carry. She said she'd had no idea, that David never mentioned helping me with my finances. She felt guilty somehow, like she should have known. I told her the only person who should feel guilty was David. She never asks about the inheritance, not once. She just seems happy to spend time with me. Last weekend we caught a huge bass, and she took a picture of me holding it. She said she was going to frame it for her apartment. That's the kind of person she is. I found out through Emma that David's life has fallen apart. She still talks to him occasionally because that's her father, and I don't blame her for that. But she tells me things. The loans he took out expecting to inherit my estate are due. He can't make the payments. He's behind on the Lexus payment, and they might repossess it. His wife is furious because she finally found out where the money actually came from. Their marriage is hanging by a thread. His kids, my other grandkids, are 12 and 15 now. I feel bad about them. They didn't do anything wrong. They're caught in the middle of their parents' mess and their grandfather's revenge. Emma says they ask about me sometimes. I don't know what to do about that. I'm not trying to punish them, but I also can't pretend everything is fine with their father. David tried calling Bernard again about 2 months ago to contest the will. Bernard shut him down immediately. He told David that I was of completely sound mind, that the will was legal, and that theft from a parent actually strengthened the case for disinheritance. David hung up on him. Some days I feel guilty about all of this. I'll be sitting on the porch, and I'll remember David as a kid. Teaching him to fish on a lake just like this one. Helping him with his math homework at the kitchen table. Watching him graduate college and thinking I'd done something right as a parent. Those memories are still real, even if the person he became isn't who I thought he was. Other days I remember him screaming about his inheritance while I was skipping meals to make my pension stretch. I remember the look on his face when I confronted him, the way he tried to justify stealing from his own father. Those days I don't feel guilty at all.
I wonder sometimes if I was too harsh, if I should have given him a chance to pay me back or make amends somehow. But then I think about the fact that he only would have paid me back because he got caught. He'd had 18 months to come clean. He never did. He would have kept going until there was nothing left. The truth is, I spent 50 years building a life. I worked double shifts, I saved carefully, I did everything I was supposed to do. I deserved to live the end of it with dignity. David tried to take that from me. I've made friends up here at the lake, other retirees mostly. We play cards on Thursday nights. One of them, George, lost his wife around the same time I lost mine. We talk about that sometimes. He asked me once if I had kids, and I said it's complicated. He didn't push. People up here don't push. Emma is getting married next spring. She asked if she could have the wedding here at the cabin. Small ceremony, just close family and friends on the lawn overlooking the lake. I said yes immediately. She teared up and hugged me. She said it meant everything to her. I didn't ask if David would be invited. That's her choice to make, and I'll respect whatever she decides. About a month ago, David sent a letter. It came to Bernard's office, and Bernard forwarded it to me. I haven't opened it. It's sitting on the mantel right now, just sitting there. Some days I pick it up and hold it, trying to decide if I want to know what it says. Other days I don't even look at it. I don't know if it's an apology or another attempt to guilt me into changing the will. I don't know if he's asking for forgiveness or just asking for money. Part of me wants to read it. Part of me thinks it doesn't matter what it says. Last Saturday, Emma and I were out on the dock fishing. It was early morning, the lake was perfectly still, and she asked me if I had any regrets. I thought about it for a long time. I told her I regretted trusting the wrong person, but I didn't regret protecting what was mine. She hugged me and said she understood. Then she caught a fish, and we both laughed. As she drove away that evening, I looked at David's letter again. I picked it up and turned it over in my hands. Then I set it back down on the mantel. Maybe someday I'll read it. Maybe I'll even forgive him. But right now, I'm too busy living the life I almost lost. Emma's coming back next weekend. We're going to start building a proper dock, something sturdy that'll last. David called again yesterday. I saw his name on the caller ID, and I just stared at it until it stopped ringing. He didn't leave a voicemail. I'm not sure what happens next. I don't know if David and I will ever speak again. I don't know if cutting him off completely was the right thing to do, or if I'll regret it when I'm on my deathbed. Some days I honestly don't know. But I do know this. I'm not the fool he thought I was. And the person who actually deserved my love and my legacy is the one who's getting it. The letter is still on the mantel, still unopened. Maybe that tells me everything I need to know. They tried to put me in a home, so I sold everything first. I'm Margaret, 79 years old, and this whole situation involves my daughter Linda, who's 52, her husband Rick, who's 50, and my grandson James, who's 24. My husband Thomas died 2 years ago, after we'd been married for 54 years, and I've been living alone in our house ever since. The first few months after Thomas passed were brutal. I'm not going to lie about that. Linda would call every few days, sometimes come by on weekends. I actually thought she was being a good daughter, checking on her grieving mother. I appreciated it. But then around 6 months ago, something changed. The visits got more frequent, but they felt off. I can't explain it exactly, but a mother knows. Linda and Rick would walk through my house differently. Rick started doing this thing where he'd tap on walls, make comments about the hardwood floors, mention how nice the backyard was. Linda began asking these weird questions about my finances, like, "Mom, are you managing the property taxes okay?" And, "Mom,
Wouldn't a smaller place be so much easier for you? I just brushed it off at first. I mean, I'm 79, but I'm not an idiot. Then about 3 months ago, everything became crystal clear. It was a Tuesday afternoon. Linda and Rick came over for lunch. Nothing unusual. I was in the kitchen making sandwiches when I heard them talking in the living room. They must have thought the running water would cover their conversation, but our house has always had thin walls. Thomas used to joke about it. Rick said, "We need to move fast on this. The market's good right now. We could get at least $400K for this place." I stopped moving, just stood there with my hands under the water. Linda responded, "I know, but she's stubborn. We'll have to convince her it's for her own good." Then Rick said the part that made my blood run cold. "There's that place on Riverside, Shady Pines or whatever. It's cheap, like $2,000 a month. We could use the rest for the kids' college fund. Daniel's tuition is killing us." I'm not exaggerating when I say I felt my whole world tilt. They were planning to put me in a nursing home. They were planning to sell my house. The house Thomas and I built together. Where we raised Linda. Where every single room holds memories I can't even put into words. Linda kept going. She doesn't need all this space anyway. And honestly, I worry about her being alone. What if she falls? This way, she'd have people around. I turned off the water and just stood there. I wasn't scared. I was furious. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept playing their words over and over in my head. They weren't worried about me falling. They weren't worried about me being lonely. Rick literally said they could use my house money for their kids' college. Not for my care. Not to make sure I had the best facility. For themselves. For their own financial problems. The next morning I called Robert Hayes. He's the lawyer who helped Thomas and me with our will back in 1998. I told him everything I'd overheard. He listened without interrupting, and when I finished, he said, "Margaret, it's your house. Your name is on the deed. But we need to move carefully, and we need to move quickly." That's when I became a woman on a mission. Over the next 2 months, I did everything quietly. I had the house appraised. I contacted real estate agents and swore them to secrecy. I found this cottage community called Golden Grove about 20 minutes away. Small homes, independent living, people my age who actually chose to be there. It cost $150,000 to buy in, but it was perfect. Clean, safe, and most importantly, it was my choice. Robert also drafted a trust to protect everything else. The whole time this was happening, Linda kept pushing. Every single visit became some kind of intervention. "Mom, we found this great facility. Mom, you really need to think about this seriously. Mom, we're just worried about you." I smiled. I nodded. I played the part of the sweet, slightly confused old lady they apparently thought I was. The hardest part was telling James. He's the only one who visits me because he actually wants to see me, not because he's keeping tabs on his inheritance. He comes over every Sunday, helps me with groceries, tells me about his job and his girlfriend. When I told him what his mother and father were planning, he looked like he might be sick. "Grandma, I had no idea," he said. "That's disgusting." "I know, sweetheart, but I'm handling it. I just need you to trust me." The house sold in 3 weeks. The buyers made a cash offer and wanted to close fast, which worked perfectly for me. I moved into my cottage on a Wednesday. By Thursday afternoon, everything I owned was unpacked in my new 900-square-foot home. Honestly, it felt liberating. I didn't realize how much junk I'd been holding on to. Friday morning, Linda showed up at the old house. I wasn't there, obviously,
but my old neighbor Patricia called me right away. "Margaret, your daughter is in the driveway staring at the sold sign." She looks absolutely shocked. She's on her phone now. She seems upset. My phone rang exactly 2 minutes later. Linda's name on the screen. I let it ring. She called again. And again. 7 times in 10 minutes. I finally answered on the 8th call. "Mom, where are you? Why is there a sold sign on the house?" I was sitting in my new sunroom when I answered, watching some birds at the feeder James had helped me hang up the day before. I took a sip of my tea before responding. "Oh, hi, honey. I'm at my new place." "What new place? What have you done?" "You were right," I said, keeping my voice calm. "I did need to downsize. The house was too big for me, so I sold it and moved into a cottage community. It's lovely here." There was this long silence on the other end. Then she said, "You sold the house? Without telling us?" "It's my house, Linda. Was my house. I didn't realize I needed your permission." "But we were going to help you with that. We had plans. Where's the money from the sale?" And there it was. Not, "Are you okay, Mom?" Not, "Where are you living?" Not, "Do you need anything?" Just, "Where's the money?" "The money is in a trust, all legally arranged. Don't worry about me. I'm taken care of." "A trust? What does that mean?" "Mom, you can't just do this. We're your family. We have a right to know what you're doing with your assets." I actually almost laughed. "You don't, actually. I'm of sound mind. I'm not incapacitated, and last I checked, I still own my own life. Now I have to go. My new friends and I are playing cards in an hour." "Mom, wait!" I hung up. Rick called next. Then Linda called again. Then they both showed up at Golden Grove that same evening. The community has a gate with security, and the guard actually called my cottage to ask if I wanted to approve visitors. I said no. I stood at my window and watched Linda arguing with the security guard for a solid 5 minutes before Rick finally pulled her back to their car. The calls kept coming for days. Angry calls where Linda would scream at me. Crying calls where she'd beg me to explain what I'd done. They showed up at Golden Grove 4 more times that first week. I refused to see them every single time. On the last visit, Linda actually tried to climb over the decorative fence. A 52-year-old woman in heels trying to scale a 3-foot fence like some kind of deranged burglar. Security threatened to call the police. That's when she finally left. Then the email started. Long, rambling messages about how hurt she was, how I wasn't thinking clearly, how they only wanted what was best for me, how I was being manipulated by someone. She never said who exactly was manipulating me, but I guess in her mind there had to be someone, because clearly I couldn't make my own decisions. Rick sent an email too, saying they were considering legal action to have me declared incompetent. I forwarded that one to Robert. He actually laughed when he read it. "Margaret, they have no case. You're sharper than most people half your age." About 2 weeks after the house sold, James came to visit. He looked uncomfortable when he arrived, which wasn't like him. "Grandma, I need to tell you something. Mom and Dad asked me to help them contest the sale. They want me to testify that you've been confused lately, that you might have dementia." I felt like someone had punched me in the stomach. "And what did you say?" "I told them to go to hell," he said. "I told them you're the sanest person I know and that what they're doing is disgusting." Mom started crying and Dad said I was throwing away my family for money. I told them this has nothing to do with money. It's about them being greedy. I hugged him. I don't cry much anymore, but I came pretty close right then. "There's more," James said quietly. "I found out why they're so desperate. Dad lost a bunch of money in some investment thing. They're in debt.
Bad debt. They were counting on your house to bail them out. Everything suddenly made sense. The sudden concern for my well-being, the pushing for the nursing home, the frequent visits. They weren't just being greedy, they were drowning financially and saw me as their life raft. 3 weeks after I moved, Robert called me into his office. The trust was finalized. Everything from the house sale, minus what I'd paid for the cottage and what I'd kept for my living expenses, was locked away. The terms were simple and ironclad. James would get access when he turned 30, or if I died, whichever came first. Linda wasn't mentioned anywhere in the trust, not even as a backup beneficiary. "You're absolutely sure about this?" Robert asked me one more time. "Completely sure." He slid the papers across his desk. I signed my name. Margaret Ann Whitmore, the same signature I'd used on my marriage certificate 56 years ago. The same one Thomas and I used when we bought our house. The same one I'd signed on Linda's birth certificate when she was born. It's funny how some signatures build your life, and some signatures protect you from the people who were supposed to be your life. Linda and Rick tried a few more times to get through the gate at Golden Grove. They sent more emails, more calls. But eventually, it all started to slow down. James told me they were still talking to lawyers, but Robert assured me there was nothing they could do. The house was mine to sell. The money was mine to do with as I pleased. I wasn't mentally incompetent. I had documentation proving every decision was made with full awareness and legal counsel. They had no case. They had no claim. They had nothing. That was 2 months ago now. I haven't spoken to Linda or Rick since all of that went down. They tried showing up a few more times after the trust was finalized, but eventually they stopped. James told me they're still talking to different lawyers, trying to find someone who will tell them what they want to hear. Robert just laughs every time I mention it. He says there's nothing they can do. The house was mine. The money is mine. I was completely within my rights to do whatever I wanted with both. Life at Golden Grove has been better than I expected, honestly. My neighbor Dorothy is 81 and absolutely hilarious. We garden together most mornings. She's got this mouth on her that would make a sailor blush, but she's kind. There's a guy named Frank who's 76 and plays piano in the community center every Tuesday night. He does a lot of Sinatra, some Billy Joel. It's nice. I've made more real friends here in 2 months than I had in the last 5 years at the old house. James still visits every Sunday, just like he always did. We have dinner, talk about his life, watch TV sometimes. Last week he told me that Linda asked him to talk sense into me. He refused. He said she cried and told him he was choosing money over family. He told her that's rich, coming from her. "She's still my mom," he said to me. He looked sad when he said it. "But I can't support what she did, what they tried to do to you." "I know, sweetheart. I'm sorry you're in the middle of this." "I'm not in the middle, Grandma. I picked my side. The right side." Linda sent me a birthday card last month. Inside she wrote something like, "Mom, I miss you. I'm sorry for everything. Can we please talk?" That was it. No mention of the money. No mention of the house. No explanation for what she was actually sorry for. Just a generic apology that felt completely empty. I haven't responded. I don't know if I will. Dorothy asked me the other day if I regret how I handled everything, if I wish I'd done things differently. Maybe talked to Linda first or given her a chance to explain. I actually thought about it for a while before I answered. "No," I told her. They looked at me and saw a problem to solve, an asset to liquidate. They forgot I was a person, their mother. And that's the truth of it. I don't know what happens from here. Maybe Linda will actually apologize for real someday. Maybe she'll figure out how to fix her own financial problems without stealing from me. Maybe she won't.
Maybe Rick will get them out of debt. Maybe they'll just stay bitter and angry at me for the rest of my life. Maybe James will keep being the one good thing to come out of this mess. Maybe eventually the family drama will poison that relationship too. I really don't know. What I do know is that I'm 79 years old, living in a cottage I own outright, surrounded by people who actually like having me around. I sleep through the night now. I don't jump every time my phone rings. I'm not looking over my shoulder wondering who's scheming behind my back or what they're planning to take from me next. My daughter wanted to warehouse me in some cheap nursing home and pocket the difference. She wanted to use my life's savings to pay for her kids' college while I rotted away in a facility that cost $2,000 a month. Instead, I put myself exactly where I wanted to be and made damn sure she couldn't touch a single penny of what she thought she was entitled to. Some people have told me I'm being too harsh. James mentioned that some of his cousins think I'm punishing Linda too severely, that family should forgive, that parents are supposed to be unconditionally loving no matter what their kids do. One of Dorothy's friends even said I should consider reconciling because life is short and holding grudges isn't good for my blood pressure. But here's the thing nobody seems to want to say out loud. At what point does protecting yourself stop being revenge and start being survival? When your own daughter looks at you and sees nothing but real estate value in a bank account, when she's willing to lie to your face about caring while planning to dump you in the cheapest facility she can find, are you really obligated to keep playing the role of the loving, forgiving mother? I spent 52 years raising Linda. I was there for every scraped knee, every bad grade, every breakup, every triumph. Thomas and I paid for her wedding. We helped with the down payment on her first house. We babysat her kids for free for years while she and Rick built their careers. We were good parents. We were good grandparents. And the second I became inconvenient, the second they saw an opportunity to profit off my grief and my age, they didn't hesitate. They didn't ask me what I wanted. They didn't consider that I might have my own plans. They just started plotting how to take everything. So no, I don't regret what I did, not even a little bit. Tonight Frank is playing at the community center. Dorothy and I have a bottle of wine we've been saving. There's a new couple who just moved in across the path, and they seem nice. The woman mentioned she used to teach piano, and Frank is already trying to recruit her for duets. This is my life now, small and quiet, and mine. Nobody can take it from me because I made sure of that. Linda can be angry about it for as long as she wants. Rick can consult every lawyer in the state. It won't change anything. I protected myself. Some people call that cold. I call it smart. Life goes on. Just not the way Linda planned it. They tried to dump me in a nursing home, so I took everything back before they could blink. I'm 82 years old, and I genuinely believed I raised better children than this. My daughter Sarah is 54, and her husband Mark is 56. After my wife Eleanor passed away 2 years ago, I thought I was managing pretty well on my own. Eleanor and I were married for 58 years. The house we lived in is fully paid off. 3 bedrooms, nothing fancy, but it's been home since 1972. I've got my pension from 30 years at the steel mill, enough to live comfortably. My routine's simple. Up at 6 for breakfast, do the crossword puzzle, tend to my garden when the weather's nice, play poker with Tom and the guys every Thursday. Sure, I'm slower getting around than I used to be, but my mind's still sharp. I know what day it is. I balance my checkbook. I remember where I put things. In the bedroom closet, I kept a safe with some cash, bonds, and Eleanor's jewelry. Nothing crazy, just what we'd saved over the years. Around 6 months ago, Sarah and Mark started coming by more often. Used to be they'd visit once a month if I was lucky. Suddenly it was every week. At first I was touched. I thought maybe losing Eleanor made them realize how important family time was. Stupid me. They'd walk through the house and make these little comments. Sarah would run her finger along a shelf and mention the dust. Mark would look at the yard and say, "It seemed unmanageable for someone my age." They kept asking if I was taking my blood pressure medication correctly, like I'd suddenly forgotten how to read a pill bottle after doing it for 15 years. Something felt off about it, but I pushed that feeling down. Thought I was just being paranoid or ungrateful. 3 weeks ago, everything changed. It was a Sunday afternoon when they showed up with a folder. Mark did most of the talking while Sarah hovered nearby, which should have been my first clue since she's usually the chatty one. He sat down at my kitchen table and pulled out some papers. He told me it was just paperwork to make things easier. Medical directives, that kind of thing. Said everyone my age should have this stuff in order, in case something happened. Sarah jumped in then, encouraging me, saying it was responsible. Mark kept pointing at signature lines, telling me to just sign here and here. He'd brought his own pen. When I reached for my reading glasses to actually look at what I was signing, he sort of waved it off, said it was standard stuff and we didn't need to waste time. I trusted them. That's the part that kills me. I'm their father, and I trusted them, so I signed where he pointed. Didn't read it carefully. Didn't ask questions. Just signed my name 3 times, and that was that. What I actually signed was a full power of attorney. Everything, my finances, my property, my medical decisions, all handed over to them because I was too trusting and too stupid to read the fine print. The next few days seemed normal enough, but then little strange things started happening. Mark called asking about the combination to my safe, said it was for emergencies. Sarah came by and took pictures of all the rooms, claimed she wanted photos for memories. I thought it was odd, but didn't think much of it. A week later, Sarah called. Her voice sounded different, formal, cold. She said they were coming to visit, but there was something important to discuss. They showed up the next day with a woman I'd never met and a stack of moving boxes in their car. The woman introduced herself as a social worker. Sarah barely looked at me when she announced they'd found a wonderful care facility where I'd be much safer. I didn't understand at first. I told them I was fine at home, that I didn't need a facility. That's when Mark got this look on his face, not even trying to hide it anymore, and told me it was already decided. They had legal authority now. The power of attorney I'd signed gave them the right to make this choice for me. I argued. I actually begged. But they'd already made up their minds and apparently had every legal right to do what they were doing. They packed up my essentials that same day. Clothes, medications, a few photos, loaded me into their car, and drove me away from my home. I looked back at the house as we pulled out of the driveway. 53 years in that place. The facility was called Sunnybrook Care. Everything smelled like bleach trying to cover up something worse. Beige walls, the sound of wheelchairs and television game shows echoing down hallways. They put me in a shared room with a man named Eddie who didn't talk much. Small bed, small closet, one window that looked out at the parking lot. That first night, lying in that unfamiliar bed listening to Eddie snore, everything started clicking into place. The sudden visits, the comments about the house, the rushed paperwork. They hadn't been worried about me at all. Over the next 2 weeks, I started piecing together just how thorough they'd been. I called my bank from the payphone in the common area. My accounts were frozen, and only Sarah had access now. I saw my truck, the Ford I'd driven for 12 years, being driven through the parking lot by Mark's nephew. Another resident's daughter mentioned she'd seen a house that looked like mine listed online for $340,000. When Tom came to visit on what should have been our poker night, I told him everything. Tom and I served together in Korea. He worked at the county clerk's office for 40 years before retiring, still had connections all over town. When I finished explaining what happened, his face went red. He leaned in close and asked if I still had my mind, if I understood what I'd signed. I told him I did now. He promised he'd help me figure this out. Then he said something I won't forget. "We didn't survive Chosin Reservoir to let your own family rob you blind." That's when I realized I wasn't as helpless as they assumed, and that's when I started planning how to take everything back. Tom came back 3 days later with a folder of his own. He'd done research, talked to people he knew, told me that a power of attorney could be revoked if the person who granted it was still mentally competent. The key word being competent. If I could prove I was still sharp, still understood what was happening, we had a shot. He'd already talked to a lawyer friend of his, a woman named Margaret Chen, who was semi-retired but still took cases that interested her. She came to visit me at Sunnybrook that weekend. I thought it would be some formal evaluation, but she just sat down and started talking. Asked me about current events, what I thought about things going on in the news. Had me tell her about my daily routine before all this happened. Asked me to recall specific details about my finances. Near the end, she had me do some mental math, nothing crazy, just showing I could think clearly. When she finished, she told me straight up that I was sharper than most people half my age. Said we could fight this, that I had grounds to revoke the power of attorney and stop the sale of my house. That was the first moment of hope I'd felt since they dumped me in that place. The next week moved fast. Margaret filed an emergency motion to revoke the power of attorney. She gathered evidence, my medical records showing I had no cognitive issues, testimony from the nursing home staff about how alert I was, a statement from Tom. She requested a temporary restraining order on the property sale. The judge granted an emergency hearing within 5 days because the house sale was imminent. They transported me from the nursing home to the county courthouse in a van. I was sitting in the hallway outside the courtroom when Sarah and Mark walked in with their lawyer. The looks on their faces when they saw me sitting there with Margaret. I wish I'd had a camera. Pure shock. They'd thought I'd just sit quietly in that facility and let it all happen. The hearing was quicker than I expected. Their lawyer argued I wasn't capable of living independently, that I had declining mental capacity, that they were acting in my best interests. Then, it was my turn. The judge asked me questions directly. I explained exactly what they'd done, how Mark had rushed me through signing papers I didn't get to read properly. I answered every question the judge asked without hesitation. At one point, he asked me about the contents of my safe. I recited everything that had been in there, including the serial numbers on 2 savings bonds I'd bought in 1987. Sarah's face went white. The judge revoked the power of attorney right there. Ordered the property sale frozen immediately. Said my assets were to be returned to my control. Sarah actually started shouting in the courtroom until the bailiff told her to sit down. Mark just stared at me and said I'd regret this, that I'd end up dying alone. I went back to Sunnybrook that evening, but everything had changed. I was in control again. Could have left the nursing home, gone back home. But sitting in that room that night, I realized something. What was stopping them from trying this again in 6 months, a year? They'd just wait me out and make another move. Tom visited the next day and we talked it through. He suggested maybe it was time to make sure they couldn't pull this twice. The idea started forming then. I could change my will, make it so there was nothing left for them to scheme over. I remembered Eleanor's charity work. Back in the 80s, she used to volunteer at a children's home called Bright Futures. She'd go there twice a week, read to the kids, help with homework. She always said those children deserved every chance in life that our own kids had. I asked Margaret to draft a new will. Had her do research on local charities, verify that Bright Futures was still operating. It was. Margaret arranged for Tom to drive me there for a visit. I met with the director, a woman in her 40s who actually remembered Eleanor. She showed me around, told me about their programs and what they needed. Funding for education, supplies, activities, things that actually mattered. I made my decision that day. My entire estate would go to Bright Futures Children's Home. It would be called the Eleanor Johnson Memorial Fund, and Sarah and Mark would each receive exactly $1, along with a sealed letter explaining why. I wrote that letter sitting at the small desk in my nursing home room. Told them everything. How they'd betrayed my trust. How disappointed I was. How I hoped someday they'd understand what family actually meant. I included one specific line that felt important. You tried to erase my life for money. I'm erasing you from my legacy for principle. The will signing happened the following week. Tom and Margaret witnessed it. Margaret made copies and secured them in multiple locations. Everything was legal. Everything was airtight. She assured me that even if they tried to challenge it, they had no grounds. I was clearly competent. I'd made my decision freely, and we had documentation of everything. Everything was set. Now I just had to decide whether to tell them myself or let them find out after I was gone. Part of me wanted to let it be a surprise, something they'd discover when it was too late to scream at me about it. But another part wanted them to know now. Wanted them to understand that actions have consequences. I decided to tell them. Made it real. Let them know exactly what they'd cost themselves. So, on a Sunday evening, I picked up the phone in the common area, dialed Sarah's number, and waited for her to pick up. When she answered, sounding annoyed that I'd interrupted dinner, I kept my voice calm and told her I'd made some changes to my affairs, changes she needed to know about. Sarah sounded irritated when she picked up. I could hear Mark in the background asking who it was. I told her I wanted her to know I'd made some changes to my affairs. She already knew about the revoked power of attorney and the frozen house sale, so she just made this dismissive noise and said something about how at least I was being responsible now. That's when I told her I'd redone my will. Wanted her to hear it from me directly. There was a pause. Then she said that was good. Smart. Her voice had this confidence to it, like she assumed everything would still come to her eventually, just on a different timeline. I explained that my entire estate was going to Bright Futures Children's Home, that it would be called the Eleanor Johnson Memorial Fund in her mother's name, that every cent, the house, the bonds, the pension survivor benefits, all of it, going to help kids who needed it. The silence on the other end lasted maybe 5 seconds. Then she started screaming, asking if I'd lost my mind, if someone had manipulated me, how I could do this to my own family. Mark grabbed the phone from her and told me I couldn't do this, that the money was theirs. Not would be theirs, was theirs. Like they'd already decided it belonged to them while I was still breathing. I told him it was never theirs. They just thought they could steal it before I died. Then I hung up. The next few days were exactly what you'd expect. Angry calls, voicemails full of cursing and threats. Sarah showed up at Sunnybrook and made a scene in the common area. Security had to escort her out. She was crying and yelling that I was being manipulated by Tom, that I was senile after all, that I was betraying my family. I just sat there and told her she was protecting my money, not me. She didn't have much to say to that. Mark hired a lawyer to challenge the will and my competency. Margaret wasn't worried. Told me they had no case, that we had documentation proving I was sound of mind. Turns out Sarah and Mark were in serious debt. Margaret's contacts found out they'd borrowed money against what they called their expected inheritance. They'd already spent money they didn't have, counting on me to die and make them whole. Their desperation made a lot more sense after that. 2 months passed. Their lawyer dropped them because there was no merit to the case. I settled into life at Sunnybrook, made friends with some of the other residents, joined the book club they had on Tuesday afternoons. Tom kept visiting every week. We played cards, talked about the old days, avoided talking about Sarah unless necessary. The director from Bright Futures came to visit, brought plans for what they wanted to do with the fund. Education programs, summer activities, scholarships for kids aging out of the system. Hearing about it gave me more peace than I'd felt in months. The money would actually help people, instead of paying off Mark's bad investments. Then, one afternoon, about 3 months after the phone call, Sarah showed up alone. No Mark, no lawyer, no drama. She looked different. Tired, defeated maybe. She asked if we could talk privately. So we went to the small courtyard outside where some residents grew tomatoes in pots. She apologized, said they'd gotten scared about money and the future, that things spiraled out of control. I listened but didn't say much. She asked if there was any way to fix this, to undo what had been done. I told her she'd taught me that family means nothing when money's involved, and I'd learned that lesson well. She left crying. That was 3 months ago now. I'm still at Sunnybrook, though it's by choice at this point. Easier than maintaining the house by myself, and honestly, the company's not bad. Tom comes by regularly. We've got our card games back on schedule.
Margaret Greatest sends updates about the memorial fund planning.
The director said they'd name the library room after Eleanor, which would have made her happy. Sarah sends letters sometimes. Some are apologetic, some are bitter. She blames Mark for everything in about half of them, takes responsibility in the others. I don't always read them all the way through. I think about Eleanor a lot. Wonder what she'd make of all this. She always said family was everything, but she also had a spine of steel when it came to doing what was right. I think she'd understand. Tom says I did the right thing. Margaret agrees. But revenge, even the quiet kind, doesn't feel as satisfying as you'd think it would. It just feels necessary. Here's where it gets complicated. The last few weeks, Sarah's been texting more. She told me she's separated from Mark. Says she wants to start over, rebuild our relationship. Claims Mark pressured her into everything, that she went along with it because she was scared of him. She's asked to visit next Sunday, just her. No Mark, no lawyers, just a daughter and her father. I don't know what to think. Tom says I shouldn't trust her, that it's probably another angle. Margaret says to keep my boundaries firm, that the will stays as it is regardless. Part of me wants to believe people can change. Part of me wonders if I'm just a stubborn old man who misses his daughter despite everything she did. The thing is, I do miss her. I miss who I thought she was. I miss the little girl who used to help Eleanor in the garden. But I don't know if that person ever really existed, or if I just invented her in my head. I've got until Sunday to decide if I'll let her visit. Maybe some betrayals run too deep. Or maybe everyone deserves a chance to prove they've changed. I honestly don't know which one I believe anymore. When they left me in a nursing home, I left them out of everything. I'm Margaret, 79, and I never thought I'd live long enough to feel this kind of betrayal from my own children. Michael, 52, and Laura, 48. My husband Robert died 2 years ago. Heart attack, quick and painless, which is what everyone says when they're trying to make you feel better about losing your person. After he passed, I stayed in our house, the one we built ourselves back in 1978. Robert did most of the heavy work, but I was right there handing him tools and painting every wall. Our kids grew up in that house. I thought I'd die in it too. For a while I managed just fine. I still baked bread every Sunday. My tomato plants produced more than I could eat. I hosted dinner once a month, and Michael and Laura would bring their families. Well, Michael would. Laura's divorced, just has her daughter Emma. Those dinners were nice. Everyone seemed happy. I thought we were close. Then I had a fall. Stupid thing, really. I tripped over the garden hose and twisted my ankle. Didn't even break anything. But Michael found out. His wife Diane has a big mouth and heard it from someone at church. And suddenly both my kids were at my door talking about how worried they were. They started having these meetings about me. Sitting in my own living room discussing me like I wasn't there. Michael kept saying things like, "We need to think about Mom's safety. And what if something serious happens and no one's there? I told them I was fine. The ankle healed in 3 weeks. I was still doing everything I'd always done. But they wouldn't let it go. They kept pushing this idea that the house was too much for me. Too many stairs, too much yard work, too much to clean. Like I hadn't been managing it perfectly well for 47 years. Michael suggested I give him power of attorney. Just in case, he said. In case I couldn't make decisions for myself someday. Laura agreed it was smart. And I trusted them. They're my children. I signed the papers. That was my first mistake. About 2 months after the fall, they both showed up on a Tuesday afternoon, together. That should have been my first warning sign, because Michael and Laura barely tolerate each other most days. They've been competitive since they were kids, and it never stopped. But there they were, walking up my driveway side by side, both smiling too much. They had brochures, glossy ones with pictures of old people playing cards and doing yoga. Sunset Meadows Assisted Living. They sat me down at my kitchen table and started talking about how wonderful this place was. Private rooms, activities, 24-hour care. Michael did most of the talking while Laura nodded along. I told them I didn't need assisted living. I was living just fine, assisted by myself. But Michael had already thought of everything. He pulled out more papers, medical assessments, notes from my doctor about my blood pressure medication and my arthritis. He made it sound like I was 1 step away from dying alone on my kitchen floor. Laura jumped in with stories about her friend's mother who fell and wasn't found for 2 days. They painted this horrible picture of my future if I stayed in the house. Then Michael said the words that should have made me run. He said it would just be temporary, just until I got stronger, just until they could make the house more accessible for me. They'd handle everything. I wouldn't have to worry about a thing. I was tired. I was lonely without Robert, and they seemed so concerned, so caring. So I said okay. 1 week later, I was in a room at Sunset Meadows. They moved me fast, packed up my clothes, my photos, some of my kitchen things, told me the rest would be sorted and stored. Michael kept saying they'd bring me anything I needed. Laura cried when she hugged me goodbye, said this was so hard for her. The first few weeks weren't terrible. They visited regularly, brought flowers. Michael came with his kids. Laura brought Emma. They asked a lot of questions about paperwork, though. Where did I keep the deed to the house? Did I have the information for the bank accounts? Where was the safety deposit box key? I told them everything because I thought they were helping me organize my affairs. Then one day, about a month in, one of the nurses, sweet woman named Rose, mentioned something while checking my blood pressure. She said what a good son I had, helping me downsize and handling the house sale. Such a relief that I didn't have to deal with that stress. I stopped her right there. What house sale? She looked confused. Said Michael had mentioned it last week, that the house had sold and I was transitioning to permanent care. I couldn't breathe right. I told her there must be a mistake. She got uncomfortable and changed the subject. That night I called Michael, asked him directly what was going on with the house. He got weird immediately. Started talking in circles about how we'd discussed this, how it was for the best, how I'd agreed this was temporary, but we all knew what temporary meant at my age. I told him I never agreed to sell my house. He said I must have forgotten, that my memory wasn't what it used to be. Then he said he had to go. Someone was at the door. He'd call me back. He didn't call back. I didn't sleep that night. I kept replaying every conversation, every meeting. I never agreed to sell the house. I would remember that. That was my home. Robert's and mine. The next morning I asked Rose if she could help me with something. She brought me to the computer room and helped me look up property records online.
My hands were shaking so bad she had to do the typing. The house sold 3 weeks ago. Sold for $340,000 to a young couple with 2 kids, according to the listing. I looked at the date again. The sale closed 2 days before Michael and Laura moved me into Sunset Meadows. They'd already sold it. The whole time they were packing my things and talking about temporary arrangements,
The house was already gone. They sold my home before I even left it. I demanded a meeting, called both of them, and told them to come to Sunset Meadows immediately. Michael tried to put it off, but I wasn't having it. I told him if he didn't show up, I'd call a lawyer. That got him moving. They arrived separately, which told me everything I needed to know. They couldn't even coordinate their lies together. Michael came in first, already defensive. Laura showed up 20 minutes later, looking annoyed like I'd interrupted something important. I didn't waste time. I asked them about the house, asked them directly how much money was left from the sale. Michael did that thing he's done since he was a teenager, where he talks around the actual question. Started going on about how they did what was best for me, how the house needed repairs before they could sell it, how there were legal fees and moving costs, and my care at Sunset Meadows was expensive. Laura backed him up, nodding along like they'd rehearsed it. I asked again, how much was left? They looked at each other. Michael said something about expenses adding up faster than expected. Said the house hadn't been in as good condition as we thought, that the market wasn't great. A bunch of excuses that didn't add up to an answer. So I asked them to show me the accounting. Show me where the $340,000 went. That's when Laura got angry. Told me they didn't have to justify themselves to me, that they were doing everything for me, and I was being ungrateful. Michael tried to calm her down, but he looked relieved she'd said it. They both left within 5 minutes, didn't even say goodbye. I didn't hear from either of them for 2 weeks after that. When Laura finally came back, she had a new purse. One of those designer ones with the logo all over it. The kind that costs what I used to spend on groceries for a month. She talked about finally getting her kitchen remodeled.
Showed me pictures on her phone of the new countertops and cabinets.
White marble, she said. So expensive, but worth it. I just sat there, looking at my mother's house turned into kitchen countertops. Michael's visit was worse. He came by and mentioned in passing that he'd traded in his old car. Got a new Audi, one of those big SUVs. Said he deserved something nice after all the stress of the past year. All the stress of taking care of me, he meant. But Rose, the night nurse who'd helped me look up the property records, she showed me something else. Michael's Facebook page. She said she'd looked him up out of curiosity and thought I should see it. There were photos from Hawaii, recent ones. Him and Diane and their kids on the beach, at fancy restaurants, ziplining through rainforests. One photo had a caption that said, "Life is short, invest in experiences." He invested in experiences with my house money, while I sat in a nursing home room smaller than my old closet. I actually got sick. Rose had to help me to the bathroom while I threw up. All I could think about was Robert building that house. His workshop in the garage where he spent hours making furniture. My garden where I grew vegetables for 40 years. Our bedroom where we slept next to each other for 50 years, until his heart gave out. They turned all of it into SUVs and vacations and kitchen renovations. The visits slowed down after that confrontation. Once a month became every other month. Then they started canceling. Too busy with work. Kids had activities. The weather was bad. Every excuse in the book. The phone calls turned into texts. The texts got shorter. Just checking in. Hope you're well. Thinking of you. 6 months after they moved me in, the messages stopped completely. My birthday came and went. Nothing. Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's.
I sat in that common room watching other residents with their families, while mine had vanished. Rose noticed. She started staying to talk with me during her shifts, bringing me tea, listening when I needed to talk. One night she told me her kids had done something similar to her grandmother, put her in a home and forgot about her. She said she'd promised herself she'd never let an elderly person feel that alone again. She started bringing her daughter to visit. Sweet kid, maybe 10 years old. I taught her how to knit. She called me Grandma Margaret. Rose didn't stop her. One night, Rose said something that changed everything. She said, "I know you feel powerless, but you're not incapacitated. You can still make your own decisions. You can still control what happens to what's yours." That's when I remembered Dorothy, my friend from church, older than me by a few years but sharp as ever. Her son is a lawyer. I hadn't called her because I was ashamed. Ashamed that my own children had done this to me. Ashamed that I'd been stupid enough to let it happen. But I called her anyway. She came to visit 3 days later. First thing she said was she'd been wondering when I'd reach out. She'd seen what happened with the house. Half the church had been talking about it, apparently. She sat with me for 2 hours while I told her everything. Then she said, "Let's talk about your options." Turns out I still had some things Michael and Laura didn't know about. Savings bonds I'd bought years ago and asked Dorothy to hold on to. My mother's jewelry that I'd stored at her house when I was worried about break-ins. Some CDs in my maiden name from before I married Robert. Not a fortune, but substantial. Dorothy helped me add it up. About $85,000 total. Dorothy's son came to visit me at Sunset Meadows. He brought papers. Said I had every legal right to change my will. That power of attorney didn't mean they controlled everything. Just financial and medical decisions if I couldn't make them myself. But I could still decide who got my assets when I died. So I made a new will. Everything went to Rose, who'd treated me like family, when my real family forgot I existed. To Dorothy, who'd been a true friend for 40 years. To St. Jude's Children's Hospital. To the local animal shelter Robert and I used to volunteer at. To the veterans organization that helped Robert after he came back from Vietnam. Michael and Laura would each get $1. The lawyer said that was important. It proved I hadn't forgotten them. It proved this was intentional. And I wrote letters, one for each of them, to be opened after I died. Dorothy asked if I was sure. I signed the papers and told her I'd never been more certain of anything in my life. That was 6 months ago. 6 months since I signed those papers and put everything in order. The strangest thing happened after I changed the will. My health actually got better. I know spite isn't supposed to be good for you, but apparently it works wonders for motivation. I started going to the activities here, joined a knitting circle, made actual friends. Rose's daughter visits every week now. She brings me drawings from school and tells me about her day. This is what having family is supposed to feel like. Then Michael showed up out of nowhere. 7 months since his last visit, and he just walked into my room on a Thursday afternoon like no time had passed at all. He seemed nervous, kept fidgeting with his watch. We made small talk about the weather and how the food was here. Then he asked if I remembered whether Robert had any life insurance policies they might have missed. I just stared at him, asked why he wanted to know. He said he was trying to make sure everything was in order for my future care, making sure nothing fell through the cracks. I told him how thoughtful that was. He didn't pick up on the sarcasm. He left after 20 minutes, didn't even stay for lunch. 2 weeks later, Laura called. First time I'd heard her voice in months. She was all cheerful, asking how I was doing.
talking about how busy she'd been with work and Emma's college applications. Then she worked her way around to asking about my mother's pearl necklace. The one with the diamond clasp. Said she'd been feeling nostalgic and would love to see it sometime. I told her I'd have to look for it. She won't find it. It's in a safety deposit box with Dorothy's name on it, along with everything else. That's when I understood what was happening. They weren't having sudden attacks of conscience. They were sniffing around for more. They'd blown through the house money, and now they were wondering what else I might have hidden away. This wasn't reconciliation. This was reconnaissance. I called Dorothy's son and added a codicil to the will. The letters I'd written got longer. I documented every broken promise, every missed visit, every lie. I want them to know exactly what they did and exactly why they're getting nothing. Dorothy comes every week for tea now. Last week she asked if I ever regretted the decision. I had to think about it. I told her I regretted that it came to this. I regretted that my children turned out to be the kind of people who could do this. But I didn't regret the decision itself. They made their choice when they sold my home without asking, when they stopped visiting, when they decided I was a burden instead of their mother, when they took the life Robert and I built and turned it into car payments and vacation photos. Dorothy said Robert would be proud of me. I cried for the first time in months. I'm 79 years old. I'm realistic about how much time I have left. Could be years, could be months. My heart's not what it used to be, and neither are my lungs. But I'm at peace with what's coming because I know what happens after. Michael and Laura will show up for the will reading. They'll expect their inheritance. They'll probably have it spent already in their heads. And they'll sit there while Dorothy's son reads out that they each get $1 and a letter. Rose knows everything. She promised me that when the time comes, she'll make sure my wishes are honored. She'll be there at the reading. She'll watch their faces when they realize what they lost. And she'll read them the letters if they refuse to read them themselves. Every single word. I told her thank you for being the daughter I deserved. She held my hand and cried. Sometimes I look at old photos. There's one of Robert and me standing in front of the house frame when we were building it. We're covered in dirt and grinning like idiots. Another one of Michael and Laura as kids, playing in the backyard of that same house. They're laughing. They look happy. I don't know when they changed. Or maybe I just never saw who they really were. Maybe they were always the kind of people who could do this, and I was too busy being their mother to notice. I keep the photos in a box under my bed now. I don't look at them often. Rose's daughter taught me how to use Facebook last month, and I thought about posting some of those old pictures. Let Michael and Laura see what they threw away. Remind them what family used to mean. But I decided against it. They don't deserve even that much from me. I don't know how long I have. My doctor says my numbers are okay for my age, but we both know what that means. Could be next month. Could be next year. But when I go, I'll go knowing I stood up for myself, that I didn't let them erase me or pretend that what they did was okay. Some people think revenge is petty. Maybe it is. But this isn't just revenge. It's justice. It's consequences. It's making sure they understand that actions matter even after I'm gone. They took my home. They took my dignity. They took everything Robert and I spent 50 years building together, and they turned it into things that don't matter. Kitchen countertops, and car payments, and trips to Hawaii. So I'm taking back the only thing I have left to give. My blessing. My forgiveness. My assets. They won't get any of it. I wonder sometimes what they'll feel when they read those letters. Will they finally understand what they did? Will they cry? Will they feel guilty? Or will they just be angry they didn't get the money? Honestly, I don't know which answer I'm hoping for anymore. But I won't be around to see it. The not knowing used to bother me, but now I think maybe that's better. Let them live with it.
Let them explain to their own kids someday why Grandma left them nothing. Rose just brought me tea. Her daughter made me a bracelet in art class. It's made of yarn and beads, and it's lopsided, but it's perfect. This is what love looks like. This is what family is supposed to be. My real children forgot that, so I made a new family, and I left my old one exactly what they gave me. Nothing.